So, you want to become a mobile engineer at a famous company? First, you'll spend 2 weeks deciding whether to learn Flutter, React Native, Swift, or even Kotlin. Then another 3 days setting up your development environment, only to get hit with a cryptic error that says SDK location not found. You'll then bounce between YouTube crash courses, Reddit threads, and random Medium blogs written in 2019, just trying to get a simple screen to show up. You'll install 18 packages, then spend 6 hours fixing that one bug that's breaking everything. But hey, congrats, your first app has a button. It doesn't do anything yet, but it's there. Or, instead of wasting hours wandering around the internet, you can just watch this one full course where you'll learn how to build 3 full-stack mobile applications from start to finish. So hi there, I'm Adrian, and welcome to a brand new 10-hour course where you'll learn how to build real-world, full-stack mobile applications. Each project is designed to sharpen your skills, build your confidence, and move you one step closer to getting hired as a mobile developer. All beginner-friendly, all in one place. No 97-tab rabbit holes. We'll kick things off with a React Native crash course, where I'll break down what React Native really is, why it's so popular, and how it works under the hood. Then we'll dive into powerful concepts like file-based routing, component-driven architecture, API routes, and even React server components, all while building a modern movie app that highlights trending films using a dynamic algorithm. By the end, you'll have a fully functional mobile app and a solid React Native foundations that you can apply to any future idea that you might have and that you want to turn into a mobile app of your own. Then you'll use this knowledge to develop an even more advanced, full-stack, production-ready real estate application. A sleek platform for browsing, filtering, and managing property listings powered by React Native, Expo, TMDB CSS, and TypeScript. By building this project, you'll learn how to implement secure and seamless sign-ins with Google Authentication, display dynamic property listings with powerful search and filter functionality, design a clean, responsive mobile UI with intuitive navigation, create detailed property pages with images and all the essential information, and build customizable user profiles with editable settings. All that while learning how to set up scalable and efficient data fetching system inspired by Tanstack's use query pattern. This isn't just a showcase app. It's a project that shows that you can build full-stack apps that scale. And I'm not done yet. You'll take things further and get hands-on with developing a food delivery application. Building this 6-screen mobile app with React Native, which is designed to be both visually polished and functionally robust, will teach you how to think like a product engineer, not just a copy-paste developer. By developing this, you'll learn how to implement email and password authentication, set up both tab and stack navigation for smooth user flows, build a dynamic home screen with real-time food orders, create a powerful search screen with name and category filters, and develop a full user profile screen with editable details, add production-level cart logic with add-on support, and even integrate error monitoring and crash tracking for real-world reliability. You'll follow clean architecture, reusable hooks, and UX patterns that reflect how professional mobile apps are built and scaled. Pretty cool, right? A complete learning journey where you begin with the fundamentals and progress to building full-stack applications. And if you're worried it might be too advanced, don't be. I'll walk you through every step, from React Native fundamentals, form handling and authentication, to building clean, responsive UIs with Tailwind CSS. It's beginner-friendly, but built with real-world practices in mind. All you need to get started is a bit of good old JavaScript and some React. If you're not quite there yet, check out our crash courses and come back quickly. In this course, you'll master, of course, React Native, which is a leading framework for building high-performance iOS and Android apps from a single codebase using React. Expo, a powerful framework for building universal native apps with file-based routing, native modules, and over-the-air updates. TypeScript for strongly typed JavaScript for more reliable and maintainable code. Tailwind CSS via NativeWind, utility-first styling in React Native for fast, consistent, and responsive mobile UIs, Google Authentication for seamless login, and Appwrite as a full-featured backend as a service with databases, file storage, real-time messaging, serverless functions, and more. Zastand, which is a minimal and scalable global state management with clean, hook-based APIs, and Sentry, real-time error tracking and performance monitoring for mobile apps. And if you want to go even deeper than that, we're now working on a full advanced React Native premium course. It's not out yet, but you can join a waiting list with a link down in the description. While you're checking out the description, notice how there's different video kits down there. That means that for every single project in this course, you'll get everything for free. Full open source code bases, custom Figma UIs, deep dive guides for React Native, access to our Discord support, and all of it is completely free within the video kits. So you're not just watching another YouTube tutorial, you're building real impressive apps with today's best tools. So whether you're job hunting, freelancing, or just building your own ideas, this course will give you the skills and the confidence to make it happen. The existence of React Native makes React one of the most valuable skills you can learn. Think about it. About 75% of what you already know from building websites carries over to mobile development. And that's exactly what you'll learn in this video. I used to compare React Native to React, but now it's more like Next.js, because now on mobile, you can do everything from file-based routing and component-driven architecture to API routes, even React server components. React Native is evolving fast, and this crash course will help you keep up. Hi there, I'm Adrian, and welcome to the Ultimate React Native Crash Course. In this course, you'll learn React Native from scratch, master the latest features, and build a modern, fully functional app. We'll start with a quick look at React Native's journey, why React Native is the go-to choice and how it actually works, an introduction to Expo, the official React Native framework, mastering core building blocks, file structures, routing, and more. And then we'll dive straight into building a fully featured movie app with a home screen that has the top trends feature, showing the hottest movies using an algorithm that you'll write and that will power using the open source tool called Appwrite. And you'll also be able to see some latest movies here. Then, of course, there's the custom tab navigation, a search screen to find any movie in seconds, and a full movie details page where you can get all the info you need and more. But this course isn't just about building an app. It's about building it the right way by writing clean, scalable, and maintainable code. And to make your journey even easier, I've put together a free React Native roadmap that covers the essential tools you need to know, the projects you should build, and the exact path to getting hired as a React Native developer. You can download it now, it's completely free, and the link is in the description. So, by the time you finish this course, you won't just know React Native, you'll be shipping real apps with confidence. So, let's build something great. Before React Native, building mobile applications for multiple platforms was a nightmare. You had to write separate code bases for iOS and Android, which meant double the work, higher costs, and slower development cycles. But with React Native, you can write a single code base that works seamlessly on both platforms, making development faster, cheaper, and more efficient. And it's not just me saying this. Big companies like Meta, Discord, Microsoft, Tesla, Amazon, Airbnb, and even Call of Duty use React Native to build their mobile apps. React Native has evolved so much that you'll find fewer people fluttering these days. And with the release of React's new architecture, performance has been improved significantly. So the next time someone says, "Hey, React Native apps are slow," just take a deep breath and say, "Not anymore, Flutter boy." Let me break it down. First, there's the new JSI, JavaScript interface, which replaces the old bridge, allowing JavaScript to communicate directly with the native code for faster and smoother performance. Then, there are the new turbo modules that load native modules only when needed, reducing startup time and memory usage. And third, there's a new thing called Fabric, which optimizes UI rendering, making animations, gestures, and updates faster and more efficient. With JSI, Turbo modules, and Fabric, React Native apps are now as fast and smooth as the native ones. And aside from its new architecture, cross-platform support, and native components, React Native also comes with hot reloading, allowing you to see the changes you code instantly. A huge community that just keeps on growing, and an easy learning curve, which means that if you already know JavaScript and React, you can quickly pick up React Native. And that's exactly what we'll do today. In this video, we'll use Expo to build our React Native application. And before you say, wait, real developers don't use Expo, hold on. If you check React Native's official documentation, Expo is the recommended way to get started. Read that again. But what the heck even is Expo? You're familiar with tools like Vite, right? Well, Expo is just that, only for React Native apps. It provides many tools and services that simplify development and help you build your app more easily. Expo is to React Native what Next.js is to React. It's a framework that simplifies React Native development by handling the development environment setup, which means that you don't need to separately install Android Studio native dependencies and pre-built components for navigation, gestures, camera, maps, and more. It also supports something known as over-the-air updates, so your app users can get the latest code without needing App Store approvals. And this is huge. With Expo, you can deploy your app in minutes. But don't just take my word for it. Companies like Discord, Burger King, Coinbase, Xbox, and more than 2,000 companies are using Expo for their tools. And Expo, just like Next.js, just keeps on getting better. So if you still think React Native CLI is the better option, well, think twice. So now that you understand the importance of React Native and apparently how easy it is to build apps with it, let me show you. I'll first teach you some basic React Native concepts, and then very quickly into this video, you'll build a real mobile movie application. So let's dive right in. All right, let's jump right in. We've already talked about the benefits and drawbacks of React Native and how Expo can make your life easier. Now it's time to dive into the code and see how it works. If you worked with React.js before, you'll find that React Native uses a similar syntax. But of course, there are some differences you should be aware of. So let me show you the ins and outs of React Native code. We can check out how it looks and how it functions when compared to React.js to help you understand the similarities, but also the differences between the two. So super quickly, you'll understand React Native's components and how to use them. When coding in React Native, you use JavaScript, just like with React. But instead of rendering HTML elements, you'll be rendering native mobile components. Take a look at this basic React Native component. Here, we're importing two important components from React Native library, view and text. Then we create a functional component called app that returns the text component wrapped inside of a view. What's interesting here is that we're using JSX syntax, which makes it super easy to create and visualize our components in a more HTML-like way. But if you take a closer look, you can quickly see that this is neither a P tag nor an H tag, nor anything that we're used to while writing code that runs in the browser. In React Native, we use text instead. It's pretty straightforward. The text component is used to display text in the app, and you can style it using the same CSS-like syntax as in React. You can set the font size, color, and weight using the style prop. React Native also offers a style sheet utility that allows you to define styles by creating a single JavaScript object. This is super handy in larger applications as it optimizes performance. But as we all know, Tailwind CSS is rising in popularity. So in React Native world, NativeWind came into the picture, allowing you to write Tailwind-like CSS styles in React Native. Isn't this crazy? It feels like you're writing a regular web app, but instead you're developing apps for mobile. Now, let's talk a bit about the view component. Think of it as a box or container that holds other components. Similar to the div element in HTML, but with some added functionality specific to mobile apps. The view component is often used to create layout structures for other components. It has many different props that can be used to control its appearance and behavior. And one thing to note is that the view component uses Flexbox layout by default, which makes it really easy to control how its children components are laid out. So you can use Flexbox properties like flex direction, justify content, and align items to achieve any layout you want. But what if you want to add some interactivity to your React Native apps? Well, get excited because there are some amazing components that do just that. Components for creating buttons, links, and other interactive elements. The first one on the list is touchable opacity, which is great if you want to create a simple button. Think of it like a cousin to a React button component, but with even more room for customization. And instead of an on-click, in React Native, you're not clicking it, you're pressing it. So let's provide an on-press. The second similar component is called a touchable highlight, which allows views to respond to touch in a unique way. When touched, the component reduces the opacity of the wrapped div, revealing the underlying color. And then there's the touchable without feedback, which is there if you need to create an element that is clickable, but you don't want it to have any visual feedback when pressed. It is super useful when creating links or images that don't need any additional effects. And apart from these touchable components, there's also activity indicator, which allows you to show a spinner or a loading indicator within your app. Sure, there's also a simple button allowing you to set properties like the title, color, and an on press that is called when the button is pressed. But whenever you need some more advanced styling or behavior, you'll find yourself using the touchable components much more often as they offer greater flexibility. Now, the next super important component on the list of components I want to teach you right now, and which we'll use later on within our app, is called a flat list. A flat list is perfect for rendering long lists of items that need to be scrolled. It's like the map function in React, but with some extra features like optimized scroll performance and item separation. The way it works is you, of course, import it from React Native, and then you define some data, such as an array of objects you want to map over. Then you put it all in a view, and you call it flat list. A flat list by default already accepts some props, such as the data prop to which you can pass an array of data you want to map over, and then a render item prop, which allows you to define exactly how you want to represent each item in the array. Pretty cool, right? Now, when should you use a flat list? And when should you just map over the elements? Well, for larger lists where you want to have smooth scrolling, go for the flat list. While for the smaller lists, the map function will do the job. There's also something known as a scroll view. You can think of it like a magic box that can hold multiple components and views, providing you a scrolling container for them. It's like the overflow scroll property of a div in HTML, allowing you to easily navigate through a list of items or large amounts of content in our app. You can put it within a view, call it scroll view, and then render some elements within it. By using the scroll view component, you can make sure that users can easily explore all the content, making your app more intuitive. And there's also a component which you'll find yourself using super often called Safe Area View, which gives you some sort of a safe zone to render your app's content within without it being covered by the device's hardware features like the notch, home indicator, or a status bar. It's great for building apps that are supported on different devices with different screen sizes and shapes. The way you use it is whenever you think something might be too long or awkwardly placed, you just wrap it within a safe area view. And while that default safe area view is amazing for most cases, sometimes it does fall short for some devices, making it not the optimal choice. So I often like to use a package called React Native Safe Area Context, which works across all devices, even for the bottom bar. But you don't have to worry about remembering all of that right now. I'll show it to you once you start developing your own first app. But bear with me for a moment. I first want you to know which components exist so we can later on use them more easily. For example, we'll surely have to display some images within our app, right? So how can we do that in React Native? Well, thankfully, once again, it is super similar to how it looks like in React. You just use the image component provided by React Native, you pass the source to it, which can be a path or a URL, and you're good. But if you want to display an image as a background, then you should use the image background component, which works in the same way, but just renders it as a background. it's specifically designed to allow other components to be layered on top of it, whereas just the image is used for displaying images on their own. And both of these can handle different image formats like PNGs, JPEGs, GIFs, and WebPs, but none support SVG files because of some native rendering limitations. So if you want to use SVGs, there's a third-party package called React Native SVG. Once again, don't try to remember it. I'll show it to you once again later on so you can use it within your own code. Okay, now that you know how to use images, what about modals? Well, thankfully, React Native has components for that too. It's called a modal. Just import it from React Native, set visible to true, add an animation type, and define what happens when you close it. Pretty simple. There's also an alert component, which you can, again, just very conveniently import from React Native and call it by saying alert.alert, provide a title and functions which you want to execute on cancel or on OK. And if you're creating forms, you might want to create some kind of a toggle in React Native. And for that, you can use a switch component. Once again, it is super simple. Import it, create a state for it, same as in React, create a function that manages it, and then simply call it like this within your code, provide some colors, its value, and what happens when you click it. There's also a component that I use super often called the StatusBar. Both React Native and Expo have their own versions that allow you to control how StatusBar should look like for each screen within the app. I prefer using the one from Expo. You can define a view with some text, and just beneath it, you can define a StatusBar. But what am I even trying to do? I'm just listing all of the different components that you can use to build your mobile applications. Well, I guess I'm just trying to show you that there are some differences, like P tags and H tags are now becoming text, divs are becoming views, but other than that, there are so many components that feel like you're writing React code within React Native, allowing you to build mobile applications. From touchable opacities for buttons, to modals, alerts, and more. The list doesn't stop there. Of course, I don't want to waste your time. We're not going to go through every single component that exists in this video. But I did take some time and I wrote down the most important ones within the free React Native guide linked in the description. So if you want to check them out there, see the differences and similarities, and just have a place where you can recap what you learned, that guide is what you need. But now that you know the most important components and concepts in React Native, let's dive right into action. I'll show you how to set up your app, what files and folders are involved, and everything else that matters, step by step. All right, before we dive into the development of the Movies app, let me quickly tell you what you'll build and learn along the way. You'll get the first-hand opportunity to put into code many components I was just telling you about a couple of minutes ago. Core React Native components like view, touchable opacity, image, flat list, scroll view, safe area view, text input, and more. Different navigations like stack navigation, tab navigation with custom styling, and advanced file-based routing, including nested and dynamic routes. Custom hooks and fonts to make your app more flexible and reusable, types and interfaces with TypeScript for better type safety, responsive design to ensure the app looks great on any screen, of course, Tailwind CSS for clean and scalable design, backend with Appwrite to handle data and user interactions, and many other best practices. We'll go step by step, and I'll teach you to implement amazing stuff which you'll see yourself using across any future apps you build, like a search feature with optimized performance, fetching movies data from a third-party API, smooth loading and error handling, and then a trending movies algorithm that tracks user searches and helps us recommend the most popular movies based on real user activity. Pretty cool, right? We'll use Appwrite to store that user activity for this algorithm to work. So let's quickly create an account. Click the link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing. Create your account at the top right, or just sign in. As you can see, I'm using Appwrite for many of my projects. And now you can just create a new one for this one. I'll call it JSM_RN movie app. You can do something similar. And you can choose the region and click create. Now we can set up our project's file and folder structure, and very soon we'll put this project to use. Let's get started with developing our app by first setting up our development environment. I've created a new empty folder on my desktop, called it Mobile Movie App, and opened it up within my IDE. Throughout this course, I'll be using WebStorm, the most powerful JavaScript and TypeScript IDE. Until recently, it was paid, so not everyone was able to use it. But as of now, it is completely free for non-commercial use. I'll leave the link in the description. You can check it out and download it for your operating system. Once you install it, you can set it up to look exactly how you want it to look. Currently, I'm using the Material Deep Ocean theme, and lately, I prefer using it over VS Code. So once you create an empty folder in whichever editor you're using, we can create our new React Native application. If you head over to reactnative.dev, click Get Started, you'll notice that there are a couple of different ways in which you can initialize your React Native projects. And as I've mentioned in the crash course, the recommended way, of course, is Expo. It'll provide us with a lot of important features out of the box, making our development experience that much better. So to start your React Native app with Expo, the only thing you have to do is run this command in your terminal. So let's write it together by opening up the terminal and running npx create-expo-app, add latest, and then add / to install it in the current directory. Now it'll proceed to install all the necessary packages that we need to run our React Native application. And you can see that it's also starting to create our file and folder structure. Very soon, I'll explain exactly what all of these files and folders mean and what they do. Once it gets installed, you'll be able to run it. Now, going back to the docs, it says, hey, run this command and then continue with Expo. And when you click it, it'll show you how you can set up your development environment no matter which device you're using. In this case, I'll be using a real iOS device, but you can also use an Android. Then it's asking you how you would like to develop, and we'll be using Expo Go. So depending on your operating system, you'll be able to scan the QR code to download it or visit the Expo Go page on the App Store. Once you install it, you'll be able to create your account and your screen should look something like this. So the first thing we have to do is start a development server by running npx expo start. So back within our terminal, let's do just that, run npx expo start, and you'll be able to see different letters that allow you to do different things, but you don't have to press any of them. What you have to do is just scan this QR code. So I'll open up my camera and scan it right here. It'll say bundling, and in a couple of seconds, the app will run on your phone. There we go. We are live. As I mentioned, we don't need to rely on heavy tools like Android Studio or Xcode. Instead, we're using this easiest method to develop apps with React Native, which of course includes this Expo app on your phone. And as you can see, I can switch between different pages, touch different elements on the screen, and it feels like I'm using a real mobile application. Now, if you're not seeing what I'm seeing on the screen, then that must mean that you're having some problems. And thankfully, there's a couple of quick fixes. First, make sure that you're on the same Wi-Fi network on your computer and your device. And if it still doesn't work, it may be due to the router configuration, common for public networks. On iOS, you might have to grant the local network permission to the Expo Go app, or you can try using this npx expo start -- tunnel, or just read whatever the Expo app is saying and try resolving it step by step. But with that in mind, we are now ready to make our first change. To do that, we can head over within our app, tabs, index.tsx, and if you see this welcome themed text, you can say something like, welcome to my movie app, because that's exactly what we're building. If you save it, you can see that it'll change immediately, and we can remove this wave. So this means that we have established a connection between our code and our device, so we can see all the changes live. Now that our project is running, let me quickly explain what each one of the files and folders here does, so you have a better understanding of the entire code base, so you can more confidently make changes to your application later on. Let's start from the bottom to the top. First, we have the tsconfig, which contains the rules that TypeScript will use to enforce type safety throughout the project. And no worries, you don't need to know TypeScript to be able to proceed with this course. I'll teach it to you as we go. Next, we have the README, which is a text file containing some information about the project. Then there's the package lock and package.json, which contains the project scripts, dependencies, and additional metadata. After that, there's the app.json file, which contains the configuration options for the project and is often called the app config. These options change the behavior of your project while developing, building, submitting, or updating our app. Everything starts with an Expo object, which is the root object containing all of the app configuration. Then, of course, there's the app name shown on the home screen or the app screen. Very important in case you want to make it custom. Then there's the slug, which is a unique identifier for the project used by Expo. It's used when defining the URL if you want to show your project on the web. There's the version of the project. The orientation, which defines whether your app should initially open in portrait, landscape, or the default screen orientation mode. The icon is the full path to the image you want to display. The scheme is a custom URL to enable deep linking. In this case, let's set it to movies. So later on, we can do something like movies, // some path. There's also the user interface style, which we can leave to automatic. This determines the dark or light mode. And then there's this new Arch enabled, which enables the new architecture of React Native for better performance. It was that thing that I talked to you about in the crash course part regarding JSI, turbo modules, and more. And what's best is that Expo immediately supports this new architecture without you having to do anything. Along with this, you're also getting the newest React features like transitions. Moving on, we have iOS-specific features that you can extend specifically on iOS devices. In this case, you can define whether it supports tablet devices. And then there are also Android-specific properties, such as app's adaptive icon, path to the image, color, and more. And similarly, there's also additional options for the web. Now, coming out of the app.json, there's of course the git ignore, which allows us to ignore some environment variables or git-related things. There's the scripts folder, currently having just one part, which allows us to reset the project to the bare minimum code. And then there's some boilerplate code, like custom hooks, constants, some components, assets, and finally the app folder, which allows us to route to different pages, similarly to Next.js. Or in this case, we're not calling them pages, we're calling them screens. You can see this tabs group in which we have more files. Within here, you'll be able to manage the layouts for different pages, and very soon I'll show you exactly how it works. There is a lot of code, but you don't have to memorize all of this boilerplate code, because I'll teach you how everything works from scratch. So let's use this nice script that Expo has given to us called reset project, which will set the project to its bare minimum. I'll stop the application from running, and then I will run npm run reset-project. It's going to ask you whether you want to move everything to the example folder. I'll say no, just go ahead and delete it. So as you can see, all of these folders have been deleted and some new files, very bare bones, have been created. We can once again run npx expo start to start the development server. And then you can just press the letter R to reload it automatically on your device. Now, if you check it out, it'll look much simpler. The app only consists of a very simple layout and an even simpler index.tsx page where we can say welcome, and we can dive right into extending it to build our movie application. Great job on completing the setup. We're done with the general setup of the application, but there are still some things we gotta set up, such as additional packages for styling and configuration that'll make our job easier later on. One of those packages is called NativeWind. NativeWind doesn't even have its own landing page. It just says, do you like using Tailwind CSS to style your apps? Well, this helps you do that in React Native. So we'll use it for that exact reason. You can install it by opening up a new terminal, keep this one running because it's the one running our app, and run npm install NativeWind, Tailwind CSS, React Native Reanimated, and React Native Safe Area Context. These are some packages that are going to make our styling easier. Let's give them a few moments until they install. And once that is done, run npx tailwind css init. This will generate our configuration file. You can find it within your code right here, tailwind.config.js, and you'll get a default configuration. But to make sure it works properly with our React Native setup, we'll need to update it a bit. Here, you want to include all the files that you want Tailwind to style. So in this case, everything within the app folder that ends with JS, JSX, or TS or TSX. And we're also adding a Babel preset. So just copy it from NativeWind's Expo setup and just override what you had in the Tailwind config file. Finally, create a new file within the app folder and call it globals.css. And within it, you'll have to import 3 things, or rather add 3 Tailwind directives: Tailwind base, Tailwind components, and Tailwind utilities. After that, we'll have to set up the Babel preset. So copy this config and create a new file in the root of your directory called babel.config.js and paste what you just copied. After that, we'll also have to modify our metro config. So just copy it, open up your terminal, and run npx expo customize metro.config.js. This will generate that config file, so you'll be able to find it right here, and you can override it with what we just copied from NativeWind. Get default config. With NativeWind, we wrap that configuration and we set it up. You don't have to worry about understanding what's happening here. This is just the setup to make the styling work. Finally, we can head over into our app_layout.tsx, and right here, we can import the /globals.css so we can actually apply some of these styles. And then at the root of your project, create a new file called nativewind-env.d.ts. And within it, add a // open up a new self-closing component called reference, and add types equal to NativeWind types. This will enable TypeScript to recognize Tailwind CSS classes, preventing constant error messages. And very quickly, head over into your metro config and make sure that the input points to the right path to our globals.css file. So it is not /global.css, rather it is /app/globals with an s.css. This has to match this globals.css file. Once you do it, close all of your files and open up your terminal. To make sure that everything we've done right now actually works, you'll have to restart your application by pressing Ctrl+C. And this can get boring pretty soon. But whenever something is not working or your changes are not being reflected, just go ahead and reset it, it'll help. So start your app with a command npx expo start -- clear. This will make sure that everything we've done actually gets taken into account. And then press R to reload your application. It'll first bundle it, and then depending on your internet speed, it'll download the code and it'll display it right here on the screen. So while that is happening, let me head over into the index.tsx file. And now, hopefully, we can style our applications using Tailwind. Instead of these default styles, let's remove these default inline styles. And instead, let's give it a class name and say something like flex-1, justify-center, and items-center, which should keep it centered like it did before. And we can also style this welcome by giving it a class name of text-5xl. And by the way, notice how my WebStorm IDE is giving me all of these options in a super nice way. So I immediately know exactly which styles will each one of these Tailwind CSS properties apply. We can also give it a text blue of 500 as well as font-bold. If you save it in a matter of seconds, you'll be able to see the changes reflected on your device. Now, instead of saying something like text dash and then manually defining the color like #123 this is not gonna work, right? Whenever you change one color, you have to change it across hundreds of different files. So what you typically do when using Tailwind is define custom themes within your configuration file. So head over into tailwind.config.js and extend your theme with some additional colors, such as a primary color of something like #030014. Now, going back to your app, you can just say text-primary, and it'll automatically take that color into account. Pretty cool, right? So where did I find this color? Well, just below, you'll be able to find a link to a complete Figma design of this project. You can go through it a bit, and if you go ahead and click a couple of times on different elements, it'll tell you what is the color of that specific element. So for example, we have this accent color of AB8BFF, so we can copy it, and back in the code, we can add that accent color just like this. And then you can use it very easily within your code by saying text-accent. There are also a couple of other colors from this design that I want to add. Maybe the dark background color or this gray color right here that we want to use. You can find them on the design yourself and then copy them within your app, such as this variant of the dark color, or we can do it together right now. There aren't too many. Alongside the primary color, we'll also have the secondary, which is going to be #151312. We'll also have a couple of variations of the light color, such as the 100 variation of #D6C7FF. We can also have a 200 variant of #A8B5DB, as well as 300, which is going to be set to #9C-A4AB. And we can have a couple of variations of the dark color, one for the bottom navigation bar and one for the background. So I'll say 100, #221F3D, as well as 200 variation of #0F0D23. If you save it, all of these variations of different colors will be extended in our theme. So now we can very easily use them by saying text-dark-200, for example. And with that, we have just set up NativeWind inside of your project, allowing us to style our applications more easily. You'll definitely want to save this entire process somewhere, as this is something we'll have to do with every single app. And as you saw, it's not easy as ABCs. If you mess one thing, the styles will not be getting applied. So I'll include the entire NativeWind setup within that React Native guide down below, so you can always refer back to it even when you're building your own applications in the future. Great job on setting up the styling. Next, routing. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention something that is super relevant here. If you're struggling with Tailwind CSS and you think that would hinder your work on the React Native app, just recently I have published the updated version of the Tailwind CSS crash course, which teaches you everything you need to know about Tailwind in less than an hour. So if you want to revisit your Tailwind styling game before we proceed with the rest of the course, checking it out might be a good idea. It's time to do the routing. And as I mentioned before, routing in React Native works similarly to routing in Next.js. But even if you haven't tried it in Next.js, don't worry, because I'll show you exactly what that means. It simply means that your file within the app folder represents your route, and the file name is a URL pointing to that route. For example, the app.index.tsx represents your home route, the starting point of your app. And if you want to create another route, like let's say you want to onboard users to your app, you can create a new file and let's call it onboarding.tsx. And within it, you can run rnfes, which is a simple React Native functional export with component styles. So just a quick boilerplate, so we don't have to write it by hand. If this didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have the React and React Native extension for plugins installed. So just search for your plugins and search for React or React Native plugins. Once you've created this route, we have to figure out how we can get to it from the index route. So let's head over into the index, and just below the view that says welcome, let's put a link coming from Expo router, and let's give it an href of /onboarding, and it can simply say onboarding. If we save it, you can see it right here on your screen, and if you try clicking on it, you can see that it says unmatched route. But let's first reload. I'll open up my terminal and press the letter R and click on onboarding. And there we go. We have been redirected to the onboarding screen. And now you can use all your device's native back and forward functionalities, such as on iPhone, it is normal to scroll from left to right to go back. This works seamlessly. Similarly, let's say you want to create a route that shows the details of a movie. Well, we can create a new folder and let's call it movie. And within movie, we can create a dynamic route. So that means creating a file in which we wrap its name within square brackets. And you can define what the actual parameter is. In this case, I'll wrap it in a square brackets of id.tsx. Here, you can once again run rnfes, and this will create a boilerplate function, which we have to fix a bit. I'll call it details, export default details, and we have a style sheet at the bottom. So now the question is, how can we know on which movie's details page we're on? Are we on the Iron Man's details page or Batman's, for example? Well, we can extract the route param information in Expo like this by saying const destructure whatever name or title you put within the square brackets, and then get it from use local search params coming from the Expo router. If you do this now, you can use this ID variable. So I'll say movie details, and then I'll render the dynamic ID right here. So now back in our index.tsx, we can create another link, and this one will point to /movie/Avengers. And we can say Avenger movie. If we go back, you can now see this new link, and don't forget to reload. So one more time, just press the letter R and wait until it reloads, so we make sure that this new route we created is recognized. You'll have to do this whenever you add some new pages. Now, if you click on the second link, you'll see that we go to the movie details page, but it knows that we are on the Avengers movie details. You can play with that a bit more to fully understand how routing works, but what I'll do for now is remove those two examples that we have created by entirely removing the movie folder as well as the onboarding file. That's because I want to teach you how you would begin creating the screens for your entire application by first looking at the design. This right here is a typical React Native application. Well, it definitely has a design better than most of the apps out there, but you get the idea. We have the home page, some kind of a search page, and also a details page for whatever it is that we're searching through. We also have a bottom navigation for the home screen, search, saved, and the profile. And of course, there's also Auth. So if you'd like me to extend this React Native course to include authentication too, let me know down below. But with that in mind, we now have to figure out how many screens we have, and for each one of these screens, we have to give it a proper route. First of all, there's the home screen, the search screen, the save or bookmark screen, the profile screen, and finally, the movie details screen. Out of these 4 screens, we only want to show the tab navigation for the first 4 screens and not the movie details, because we'll get to the movie details by, of course, clicking on the movie card. Expo allows us to do just that with route grouping. We can prevent a segment from showing in the URL by using the group syntax, which is just a pair of parentheses. So for example, if we have app root home.tsx, it'll match to home. And if we don't put it into a route group, then we'll have to say root home, which we don't want to do. So groups are great for organizing sections of the app. So let me show you how we can group our routes within the application. First, let's create a group route folder for our tabs. I'll call it, in parentheses, tabs. Within tabs, we can create a new _layout.tsx. So now we want to ensure that we show the mobile navigation only on that screen. Keep in mind that there can only be one index.tsx route. And right now it is right here in the root of the directory, but we actually want to put it within tabs because the homepage is a part of the tabs layout. Next, let's create the other 3 routes by creating a new file and naming it profile.tsx. Let's quickly run rnfe, which will quickly spin up a new functional component. And let's create a second file right here, or a second screen, should I say, and let's call it saved.tsx. Also run rnfe, and finally create the last screen. Let's call it search.tsx and run rnfe. Now for the movie details, since it's outside of that tab layout, we want to create it within the app by creating a new movies folder, and within movies, create a new dynamic route of id.tsx within square brackets. There, you can also run rnfe and make sure to fix the name to movie details. There we go. Perfect. Now we want to hide this ugly header that we have right here at the top that says index. How can we do that? Well, we can head over into the app layout.tsx. That is this one that we had from before, not the one within tabs. And here we can expand the stack component And within it, we can render something known as a stack.screen, which is a self-closing component where we can give it a name and say that it'll be a string of tabs. This is the route group which we created. And we can also give it options of header shown is false. And we also want to repeat this stack.screen for our movie details page by saying name is equal to movie /ID like this. And we can say options header shown is set to false. If you save this and reload, because the header is still here, well, to hide it completely, we have to head over into the underscore layout of the tabs folder, and then you can run rnfe right here to create a new layout. Instead of returning a view right here, let's instead return something known as tabs, coming from Expo router. Within tabs, you can render a tabs.screen component. It is a self-closing component that has a name. In this case, it's index for the homepage, and then you can provide additional options. Here, you can also provide a header shown is set to false, as well as a title set to something like home, as this is the homepage. Now, if you reload your application by opening up your terminal and pressing the letter R, you'll see that there is no header shown on top. And if I comment out this tabs.screen, you can see that we still have index, so it is hiding that single route. And then this one, stack.screen, if you comment it out, this one is actually hiding the group route. So we are right now under tabs index. This one right here hides the route groups header, and this one right here hides that specific screen's header. And it also gives it a name, which is then shown right here at the bottom. So tabs allow you to modify how your bottom navigation looks like. Now, why did I say modify and not create your tabs navigation? Well, that's because you can see, even though we have only declared the home route, immediately right off the bat, 3 additional routes are here and they work out of the box. We didn't do anything, but yet React Native recognized that we have 3 other routes right here: profile, saved, search, and then the home. And at the bottom, we can switch between them. But what tabs allow you to do is to further customize them. So let me say tabs.screen, make it self-closing, and let's give it a name of search, as well as the options of title search and header shown set to false. So now we can see it has a capital S right here. And let's duplicate it 2 more times. This one for the saved. So let me call it name saved and title of saved. Make sure that you called it exactly as you did right here. And the last one will be profile, and I'll call it profile. So now no matter in which route we are, you can see that the header is hidden. But this results in a super basic, boring navigation. To make it look more similar to what we have on the design, we have to customize it by defining different icons for each tab of the navigation screen. So I took the time to find some cool images and icons so I can share them with you. Below this lesson, you'll find this project's video kit, which includes the link to the project repo, which then includes the README that has the assets. So simply go here and download them. Once you download them, simply unzip them, head over within your project, and delete the current assets folder as we don't need it. Then simply drag and drop all of these folders within your movie app. There we go. I'll now explain everything that we brought in here. First, we have the assets. The assets contain the font that we'll be using, some icons, such as the home, logo, person, and more, and also some images, like the background image, the highlight, logo, and more. We also have some constants, such as the icons and images, where we export all of these images from a single file with a specific name, so it's easier to import them later on. And we also have some interfaces so the TypeScript knows what kind of fields will each one of our documents have. So with that in mind, let's head back over to our tabs layout to make our tabs go from this right here at the bottom to something that looks more like this. We can start customizing them. Let's start with the Home tab button. React Native, specifically the tab screen, allows us to specify how the tab bar icon will look like. You can provide a callback function where you get access to the state of that specific icon, whether it has currently been clicked or not. And then here we can return an empty React fragment for now. And within it, we can return maybe like a background image. What do you think? So first, I'll return an image background coming from React Native that'll have a source equal to images. Make sure to click enter right here before you finish typing them to auto import them from constants. My WebStorm did that very nicely for me here. So you can see that I imported images from add/constants/images. And then we can say images.highlight. Highlight is this little part. So when we're currently on that screen, you can show this little pill-like shape. Next, within this image background, we can render a regular image coming from React Native with a source equal to images.home. And we can give it a tint color equal to #151312, as well as a class name equal to size-5. And we can close it right here. And we can also give it a text property that'll simply render the word home. Okay, so now this is looking a bit off, definitely not what we expected. So let's style it a bit. I'll give this source a class name equal to flex-row, w-full, flex-1, min-w of 112 pixels. I found this value to work the best, with a min height of 14, a margin top of 4, justify-center, items-center to fully center it, rounded-full, and overflow-hidden. There we go. So now we have this real pill-like shape if it's active. Let's also render an actual icon. It is under icons.home, but also make sure to import the icons from constants. And now we can see this icon. And we can style this text by giving it a class name of text-secondary, text-base, font-semi-bold, and margin left of 2. Okay, so this is looking good. Now we want to repeat this for every single icon. And instead of copying this code and duplicating it 4 times, let's actually extract it into its own custom component. So this is not a React Native specific thing. It is just how we do things around React. So take this as a mini lesson. Whenever you have to repeat this multiple times, it's better to extract it, okay? So now I'll take this entire image background and I'll create a new component out of it by saying const tab icon is equal to a functional component that returns this image background, which I can just paste right here. But it seems like we have an error. So let's put this component to use by rendering it right here instead of the code that was previously on here. Tab icon. And immediately we get the same output, but it looks so much better. But now here's the problem. Whenever you extract something into a custom component, well, how are you going to reuse it, right? Because now if I head into the options of the search screen and I say something like tab bar icon, where again, we can define how it looks like. And then I specify that I want to show some kind of an icon. Well, what happens? It's going to be the same one as in the home. So of course, we want to figure out a way of how we can differentiate those 2 places where that component is being used. And here, this is a mini lesson on reusability. You want to figure out how to make a custom component reusable. And you can do that, of course, through props. So many things here are always going to be the same, such as the image background component, the classes we're going to use, and the colors of the text. But what will change is going to be the icon, the text, and maybe the state of the focus. Are we currently on home or are we on search? So whatever changes from component to component, you have to pass it as a prop. I'll pass a focus state equal to focused, as well as an icon equal to icons.home, as well as a title equal to home. And I'll put it into multiple lines so it's easier to read. I'll copy it and I'll paste it right here for the search. But for the search, of course, it's not going to be just icons.home. It's going to be icons.search, and the title will be set to search. And now we can also just copy this entire tab bar icon and add it for the other two icons. This one, the third one, will actually be called save. So I'll say tab icon icons.save, and the title can be saved. The icon name is save without the D, but I decided to add the D right here, saved. And finally, the last one will be the profile. So here we can render focused icons.person, and the title will be profile. Now, if I save this, you can still see that all four of them say home. But now let me collapse them just so you can see how tidy this looks like. There we go. So now we have 4 different tab screens with different titles and icons. And the only thing we have to do is extract those props right here at the top, focused, icon, and title. For now, we can make them of the type any, and we have to use them whenever something has to be dynamic. So instead of icons.something, I'll simply render the icon that we're passing through props. And here, instead of saying home, I will render the title. If I now save this, you can see that the icons for all 4 of them have changed. Also, not always we want to show this image background. We only want to show it if it's focused. So I'll say if focused. In that case, we can return whatever is right here. So I'll indent it properly and end it. Else, I'll return something much simpler, like a simple view that'll render an image of a source equal to icon, a tint color equal to hash A8B 5dB, and a class name of size of 5. Of course, import the view from React Native and give it a class name of size-full, justify-center, items-center, margin top of 4, and the rounded-full. If you do that, you'll notice that now the icons are going to look much better. So let's collapse our tab icon. And let's further customize how all of the icons together look. We can do that through options, not on the individual tab screens, but we can do it directly on the tabs by saying screen options. And here we can say tab bar show label. We can set that to false. So now we have no labels, just the icons. We can also modify the tab bar item style, and I'll give it a width of 100%, a height of 100% as well. I'll give it a justify content of center, as well as align items of center as well. And we can also modify the tab bar style. So this is the entire tab on its own, where I'll change the background color to hash 0F0D23. Border radius will be set to about 50. There we go. We can also give it a margin horizontal of about 20. Let's also give it a margin bottom of 36, a height of 52, a position of absolute, overflow of hidden, and border width of just 1, with a border color, which is going to be the same color we used above, 0F0D23. And there you have it. We have a navigation bar that looks much more similar to the one we have here. To make it perfect, we just have to fix this small little inconsistency where the height of this pill-like shape is not matching the height of the entire bar. So let's quickly head over into the tab icon and increase the min age from 14 to 16, and that did the trick. Perfect. So now take your phone in your hand and just click between different pages. You'll only see welcome on the home screen, and the rest of the pages will appear blank, but if you pay close attention to the top left corner, you'll see that some text is changing. It's just that it's not visible within our current view. But if you've been paying close attention to the crash course, I already mentioned that there's an element that can help us make sure that everything fits nicely within the screen. So we'll explore it soon, but I'm already super happy with this because you have just implemented a fully functional routing system with a custom bottom navigation bar that allows us to switch between 4 different screens. Great job. I know this was a long lesson, so I'll keep the next one much shorter, but equally as important. I'll show you how to customize the logo of your application, so when users want to use it, they know where to click. Before we start developing this beautiful home screen UI, I want to quickly show you how you can customize your Expo app to show the logo of your application when it's loading. If you check out your terminal, you'll see an error saying asset not found, and right here, unable to resolve your asset, assets, images, icon.png within your app.json or app.config.js. This is because when we change the assets, we're no longer satisfying the need of our app.js to show our application's icon. It's pointing to a path that doesn't exist. So let's fix it. We can show an icon called assets, images, logo.png. You can copy it, that full path, and we can also change it for Android as the foreground image. And while we're here, let's also change it for the web right here as the favicon. Oh, and right here under the Expo splash screen, let's modify it here as well. Perfect. So once you do this, open up your terminal and press R to reload your application for the changes to take effect. As soon as it bundles, the error will be gone and our icon will be applied. So now if you reopen your Expo app, you should be able to see something like this, mobile movie app right here. Or if you want to change the name to something better, like Movieflix, you can do that too. And for this change, you'll actually have to reopen your Expo app and rescan the QR code too. There we go. Now we can see this icon even on the splash screen. And when you open it within Expo, there we go. Both the icon and the title are here too. Of course, we're within Expo right now, but this would be reflected on your device's home screen. I mean, just imagine opening up your iPhone or Android device and seeing your app on the home screen right there with its icon and the title. Pretty cool, right? There we go. As promised, this was a short and sweet lesson. Next, we can focus on a super important part of this course, which is building out the UI of our homepage. So let's do that next. To start developing the UI of our home screen, head over into App, Tabs, and then index.tsx. Here is where we have this welcome. So for now, let's focus on implementing the header component. I'll clear this entire view and create another. This one will have a class name equal to flex-1 and bg of primary. Finally, we're going to go away from this light screen to a nice dark color. Within this view, we can render an image coming from React Native. See how WebStorm very easily auto-imports it at the top. And we can render a source and give it a source of images. Now keep in mind, if I just press enter, it'll auto-import it once again from @/constants/images, and I'll call the images.bg for the background. Let's position it a bit by giving it a class name equal to absolute. Let's also give it a W full, so it takes the full width of the screen, as well as a Z index of 0, so we can show some elements on top of it. Right below it, we can render a scroll view. This is used to make the whole screen scrollable. So if there's a lot of vertical content that might not fit within a single view, then you need to wrap everything within a scroll view for users with smaller devices to be able to see it. Let's give it a class name equal to flex-1 and a padding x of 5 to give it some horizontal spacing. Within it, for now, let's just render a single image that'll have a source equal to icons, again coming from constants, dot logo, with a class name equal to W of 12 for the width, H of 10 for the height, margin top of 20 to divide it a bit from the top, margin bottom of 5, and margin X of auto to center it in the middle. There we go. This is starting to look like a real app already. Now, if we had more content, we would have this ugly scroll bar at the right side. So to remove it, we can give an additional prop to the scroll view called show, or rather shows vertical scroll indicator, which I'll set to false. And I'll also give it a content container style, which will be equal to an object where min height will be set to 100%, and also padding bottom will be set to 10. So now you can see if you scroll up and down, it kind of moves, the logo moves, right? But we have no content to show. So very soon we'll be able to add some content. But first things first, we have to ask ourselves, what is the first thing that we want to show on the homepage? And it'll be the search bar, which will be our first component of the day. So let's create a new components folder. And within it, let's create a new file called searchbar.tsx. And within it, run rnfe to quickly create a new component. Now we want to be able to see that component somewhere. So let's head back into the index.tsx and let's head right below this logo image and render the view that'll have a class name of flex1 and margin top of 5. And within it, just render a self-closing search bar component coming from @/components/search bar. Now, you won't be able to see it yet because right now it is just a single piece of text, which is hard to see on a dark background. But of course, we're going to style it further. So let's start by giving this view a class name equal to flex-row items-center bg-dark200 rounded-full and padding x of 5 as well as padding y of 4 to create some spacing. In between it, we can render an image, which is going to be kind of like a search icon. So let's import the image component and give it a source equal to icons.search with a class name equal to size of 5, a resize mode equal to contain, as well as a tint color equal to #AB8BFF. And of course, don't forget to import the icons coming from constants. If you do that, you should be able to see this little icon at the top left. Below it, we can render a text input. Okay, so a text input is like an input component in React or in regular HTML, and it allows you to pass similar things to it, such as the onPress functionality, which for now I'll just leave as an empty callback function, a placeholder that you can pass to it, which can be something like search for now, a value, which can be equal to an empty string for now, an onChange text, which for now will be equal to an empty callback function, a placeholder text color, which can be similar to our tint color, A8B5DB. There we go, now we can see it. And finally, we can give it a class name of flex-1, margin left of 2, and text-white. So now we have what appears to be a very simple search. And when you click on it, you can see that your keyboard actually opens up, giving you a way to type something in. Now, what we need to do to make this somewhat functional is pass the real onPress value from the index. So typically when you have smaller components like a search bar, on its own, it doesn't necessarily have to be concerned with what it is doing. Typically, you have some logic that you pass from the parent component to the child component, in this case, the search bar. So what we can do is define the router right here in the homepage. You can say something like import use router coming from Expo router. You can define that router right here by saying const router is equal to use router. By the way, this is the first time we're using the router right here. And what we're doing here is essentially using something known as a hook. So in React, and therefore in React Native, when something starts with the word use, that means that it is called a hook. And hooks are typically called at the top of our functional components. And then they expose additional functionalities. In this case, the router functionality allows us to move between different screens programmatically, not necessarily by clicking a button or something, but we can use it to go to another page or screen when something happens. In this case, I will pass two props to the search bar. The first one will be the onPress functionality that will for now call the callback function and then call the router.push, which will push it to /search. Okay, so we want to move to the search screen once pressed, and I'll also pass a placeholder equal to search for a movie. Now, if we head into the search bar, we can accept these different props. So right here at the top, I can destructure them and accept the placeholder as well as the onPress. And these can be of a type props. So right above it, we can define a TypeScript interface called props and just say that the placeholder will always be of a type string, and onPress will be optional, and it'll be of a type function that returns void, meaning nothing. The goal of this function is not to return something, rather it is to use the router functionality to push to a different URL. So if you haven't used TypeScript before, don't worry. What this interface does is it simply tells our React application, or React Native in this case, what the types of those props should be. So now onPress, we can call the onPress functionality that we're passing through props, and also we can pass in the placeholder. There we go, search for a movie. Now check this out. As soon as I click search for a movie, it actually redirects me to another screen called the search screen, which we'll implement very, very soon. But of course, it doesn't make sense to start implementing the search a movie screen if we don't yet have any movies to search for. So in the next lesson, let's go ahead and fetch the movies data from a third-party API. To fetch the movies for our great mobile movie application, we'll use TMDB, a database of, I think, every movie that you can possibly think of. This is their public-facing website, but they also have an API. So if you Google for TMDB API getting started, or I'm gonna also leave the link in the description, then you'll be able to find this getting started guide. Head over to the API reference, and here you'll be able to give it a shot. We'll be using Node.js to make the calls, and you'll have to get your API key. It'll ask you to log into your account or to create it if you haven't before. So feel free to create your account, as it is completely free. You don't have to worry about paying anything, and you'll get access to all the data. Once you log in, you'll be able to see something like this, which is your account, and then head back over to the Getting Started guide and click the link that says API link. There we go. Here you'll have your API read access token. So copy it and save it somewhere, and do the same thing for the API key. Head over into the API reference, and if you're logged in, you'll see that all of the credentials will be filled in alongside a demo request that you can try. In this case, they're making a request to the authentication. So if I click try it, you can see that it succeeded. In this case, we'll be using the endpoint for discovering movies. So search for discover movie, and you'll quickly be able to find that movies is deprecated, but you should use discover movie instead. And it tells you right here which API request you have to call, find movies using over 30 filters and sort options, and it tells you right here what you can pass over into it. We can also give it a shot by clicking try it, and then you get back the total number of pages, which is 49,000 pages that has almost 1 million movies. And here, of course, you get more details for every single one out of those almost 1 million movies. How cool is that? Now, let's actually try to call this within our code. Let's go ahead and copy this entire fetch request by selecting it and then pressing Ctrl or Command C, and then heading back within our code. We'll create a new folder that we'll use for the API configuration. So let's create a new folder. Let's call it services. And within services, let's create a new file called api.ts. Within it, for now, you can paste this request that we just copied, but comment it out. We first want to set it up from scratch so it's fully reusable and more structured. First things first, we need to extract this key that was given to you. So if you head back to your credentials header, select it and copy it, you can now store it in a more convenient place, such as a .env file. This stands for environment variables, and make sure that it is in the root of your directory. I'll call it expo_public. If you're going to use it on the front-end side of your Expo application, you have to prepend the name of your environment variable with expo public, and then say movie API key and paste your environment key. Now, we won't have to every time spell it out within our code for everybody to see, but we'll be able to just refer to this variable. So instead of just making one single request, let's actually form a TMDB configuration that is reusable so we can actually change the way we interact with it. We can call it for multiple different endpoints. To do that, you can export const tmdb_config. and it'll be equal to a single object. Within the object, we can first pass the base URL like this. And the base URL will be this starting part up to the part where the endpoint will actually change. So sometimes it'll be Discover Movie, sometimes it'll be my profile, for example. But there's always a base URL that each API has. So https://api.themoviedb.org/3 and leave out the last /. We don't need it here. Next, we have to pass the API underscore key, which will be equal to process.env.expo underscore public underscore movie underscore API underscore key. This is coming from our environment variables. Next, we can pass the headers that we're making with the request, where we're going to pass the accept property to let it know what kind of data should it accept. And this will be equal to application.json. And also we have to pass the authorization header, which is equal to a template string of bearer. And then you once again render the process.env.expo public movie API key. We're not spelling it out like this. Perfect. So with that, we have basically utilized this entire part, and the only thing that remains to be changed is the URL that we're calling. So in this case, you can see we're looking for /discover/movie. But now that we have this configuration object, it'll be super simple to create a function that just calls one endpoint. Let me show you. Export const fetch movies is equal to an asynchronous function that will accept a search query, and we can open up a code block. Now, for this query, we also have to pass the type, and we can say that the query is of a type string. It'll look something like this. Next, we have to define the endpoint that we're calling. So I'll say const endpoint is equal to /discover/movie sort by popularity descending. So this will give us the most popular movies. Then we have to get the response out of that call by saying const response is equal to await fetch. We're going to fetch a specific endpoint with the following options. I'll pass the method of get, so we want to make a get call, and I will also assign the headers to be equal to TMDB config.headers. Finally, we'll check if the response is not okay. So if not response okay, then throw new error, failed to fetch movies. And we can also console log the response.status text to see exactly what went wrong. I'll suppress this TS warning right now because I assume there will be a response.status text that might give us more info. And then if everything is okay, we can extract the data from the response by saying const data is equal to await response.json. And finally, we just want to return the data.results, which contains the actual movies, out from this function. And this would be great. I mean, this works amazingly well for just fetching the most popular movies. You could say fetch popular movies and you would be good to go with this function. But I want to teach you how to make it more modular, how to make it work both for fetching the popular movies as well as to work for fetching the movies that we search for. So if a user heads over and clicks search right here, we actually want to use the same function, not create a duplicate one, that'll fetch the movies based on the user's search query. So what you can do is say that the endpoint is equal to, and then if there is a query, so if query exists, then we can change the endpoint to be equal to /search/movie query is equal to, and now here we can pass over the query like this. But whenever you pass plain strings into a URL, it is always better to encode them, just to make sure that we don't have any weird characters that the browser might not be able to process. So you can write encode URI component and then pass the query into it. This way, we'll be sure that everything is good. And then if we don't have the query, simply search for the latest movies. Now, the final thing we need to do to make this work is also make the bottom one a template string. Why? Because for both of these, we actually want to add the TMDB_config.base URL at the start of them. So everything starts with this base URL, and then we're changing the exact endpoint depending on whether we have the query, and if so, we pass it, or if not, give me all the most popular movies. I think you can now understand a bit more detail of what I meant when I said that we're going to make this reusable and just better configured. And it makes sense because the endpoint is different, but the actual data we're returning from the function is still the same. They are movies. So with that in mind, you have successfully created an account on TMDB, you extracted your own API key for free, and you made a function that fetches the movies, either the most popular ones or the ones that match the user's query. Very soon, we'll put it to use. But just before that, in the next lesson, I'll show you one more optimization that we can make to use the fetch movies functions we created in a more optimized way. In the previous lesson, we implemented this fetch movies function. But before diving into using it, which involves API calls, using the useEffect hook, managing loading and error states, and potentially cluttering our code with repetitive logic, there's a more efficient approach. Instead of repeating the same code for every request, we can improve this process by using something known as a custom hook. This hook will handle fetching the data in a clean, reusable, and scalable way. So let's create a new file within the services folder, and let's call it usefetch.ts. And we can develop that custom hook. This hook will allow us to handle API requests without cluttering the components by abstracting away the logic for fetching the data, managing loading and error states, and it'll even provide us with a way to manually trigger a refetch when needed. Let me show you how it'll look like. We can say const usefetch. Again, notice the keyword use, indicating that it is a hook, and we can make it equal to a function call, and we can make it equal to an arrow function. Now, bear with me for a second. The usefetch hook will accept the fetch function as a parameter, okay? So what can this fetch function be? Well, it can be like fetch movies, or it can be something else, maybe like fetch movie details. Whatever it is, we're gonna pass it into this usefetch call. So it'll look something like this, usefetch fetch movies. We immediately have to let it know that the first parameter will be that fetch function, and we need to define its type. And the type will be a function that returns a promise, and the promise will be of a generic type T. T makes it a generic function, allowing us to later on pass the specific data types that we want the function return to be. It'll all make sense once we start using it. We also have to add this generic T parameter here, and as the second parameter, we'll pass the autofetch and make it equal to true. If you don't understand what this means, specifically this promise generic parameter T, again, don't worry about it. I'll explain it in more detail once we actually start using this function. Great. With that said, this usefetch function will have to work with some kind of data. So we can create a new state called data and set data, which will be equal to the useState hook, and it'll be of a type T or null. You define it right here before we open the function call of this function, and by default, we'll set it to null. Next, we need to define the loading and set loading at the start equal to false, and also the errors. Const error set error is equal to the useState, where the type of that state is either an error or a null by default. Now that we have implemented those different states, let's create a function, const fetch data, which will be equal to an asynchronous function, within which we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we'll of course get the access to the error. I'll shorten it for ERR, and within it, we can set error if an error is an instance of error, then I'll just forward the entire error, else I'll just create a new error and pass in a string of an error occurred. And I'll suppress the TypeScript right here for this line by saying tsignore. Then we're going to also add a finally clause. Finally block of code gets executed either when a try succeeds or a catch finishes. Either way, we want to set loading to false. But now what we care about the most is dealing with the try block, which means actually fetching the data. First, we're going to set loading to true because we want to start the loading action. We're going to also reset the error to false, or rather null. There is no error. And then we can say const result is equal to await fetch function. So keep in mind that this fetch function is not yet declared. The fetch function will be passed through props, and it can be either the fetch movies function, which we created not that long ago, or maybe another function which we'll create in the future, like fetch movie details, or maybe another function which we'll create soon. In any case, the function we want to call will be passed through as the first parameter to the useFetch hook, and then we'll call it right here, get the results, and simply set them to the data. So set data is equal to result. Also, below this entire fetch data function, we can also have a reset function. So const reset is equal to an error function where we set the data to null, set the loading to false, and set the error to null as well. Finally, I'll also create a useEffect hook. And a useEffect hook is called when you want to do something at the start of your component load. So in this case, as soon as the component loads, we want to check if AutoFetch is turned on. That means that we want to automatically fetch the data in that case. So if AutoFetch is true, we'll simply call the fetch data function. Finally, hooks have to return something. So I'll return almost everything. The data state, the loading state, the error state, the refetch function, which I'll call fetch data, as well as the reset function. So later on when we use this hook, it is dealing with everything data related. Fetching, loadings, errors, and finally the data that it's returning. So let's say export default useFetch, so that in the next lesson, we can use the useFetch hook, as well as use the fetch movies function, merge them together to be able to fetch and display movies. And we're finally ready to fetch and display the movie data. To do that, let's head over into our homepage, app, tabs, index.tsx. Fetching the data now should be super simple, since we have already done all the hard work of actually implementing scalable, reusable fetching functions that contain all of the necessary data fetching logic. Let me show you what I mean. Instead of handling all the states and everything right here, now we can do just a single thing. Const destructure the data that we're going to fetch, rename it to movies, and make it equal to the call of the useFetch hook coming from services useFetch. To it, we have to pass a callback function, in this case, fetch movies, which is another one of our functions we created. And to it, we can pass a query, which by default will be set to an empty string. Let me actually put this into multiple lines so you can better see what's happening. There we go. So we're calling the useFetch hook, and to it, we're passing a callback function called fetchMovies, to which we pass the query. This query right now is empty, but later on, once we implement search, or once we navigate to the search page, we can fill in the query data. But it doesn't matter if it's empty right now, because you know what happens. Fetch movies, if a query doesn't exist, returns the most popular movies. So we're still good. Now, alongside the movies themselves, back from the useFetch hook, we're also getting the loading, which I can rename to movies loading, and we're also getting back the error state, which I can rename to movies error. And just so it's easier to read it, I'll put it into multiple lines. And there we go. All the data we need nicely contained within a single call. So let's put it to use. Right below the icon's logo, we can check whether we're currently loading the movies. So if movies loading, in that case, we can show an activity indicator built right into React Native. It is a self-closing component for which you can define the size. In this case, I'll make it large. The color, which I'll set to #0000FF. And you can also define the class name, which I'll set to margin top of 10 and self center. But if we're not loading the movies, Then maybe there's an error. So let's check. If movies errors exist, then we will render a piece of text that'll say something like error is equal to movies error (message). And finally, if we're not loading and we don't have an error, we can return a view within which we'll have the search bar and the rest of the content. So basically, I can just copy this view that we had before and put it right here instead of this view that I created. Next, below the search bar, we can create an empty React fragment, and within it, we can display a piece of text that'll say something like latest movies. To be able to see that text, let's give it a class name of text-lg, text-white, font-bold, margin top of 5, and margin bottom of 3. And I'll try to reload the application just to see whether the changes happen. There we go. You can see the latest movies right there. Sometimes you have to manually restart it. Now get ready to use one of the most important React Native components called a flat list. Import it from React Native, and let me show you how it works. A pretty cool thing about the flat list is that it accepts a lot of props. So for it to work, you don't have to customize it that much outside of figuring out which props to provide. First of all, we have to provide the data prop. That'll simply be equal to movies. That's the data we're rendering. And then we have to tell it how it will render each item, each one of these movies. First, we can destructure that item, which is a movie itself. And then for each item, we can have an immediate return. What does an immediate return mean? Well, it means that we're not opening up a function block here with curly braces. Instead, we're opening it with parentheses. So whatever we put in here, such as maybe a text element, means that we will automatically return it. So for each movie, let's automatically render an item.title and give it a class name of text-white as well as text-sm. So take a look at that. We get back a list of 20 most popular movies at the time of the recording. Pretty cool, right? Another thing we have to pass into the flat list is the key extractor, which simply helps React Native figure out how many elements they are and where they're positioned. So same as before, we get access to the item, and we simply want to take the ID of each one of these movies. Next, we can define the number of columns. In this case, let's make it equal to 3. And then you might need to reload for the changes to take effect because you cannot change the number of columns on the fly. There we go. So now they're showing in 3 different columns. Let's also define a column wrapper style by making it into an object and passing a justify content of flex-start, gap of 20 in between the elements, padding of right 5, margin bottom of 10. So now if we save this, they're going to be positioned a bit more nicely. And we can also pass a general class name to the entire flat list as margin top of 2 and padding bottom of 32. Also, let's say scroll enabled is set to false as our entire view already scrolls by itself. Perfect. So now we're displaying 20 of the most popular movies in the world just by passing the movies array as data into the flat list. Pretty cool, right? And I think you can now get the idea of what I meant when I said that the flat list is super extensible and you can modify everything just by calling different props. Data, render item, key extractor, num columns, whatever we needed to present our data nicely in a list was already there and provided to us through the flat list component props. And you'll find this practice pretty commonly in React Native where the pre-built components are super extensible. You just have to figure out which props to pass. And how can you know? Well, you just Google it, which will bring you to the documentation page. You can check out the example, and then very quickly, you'll be able to see a list of different props that you can pass to it and exactly what each one of these props does. Pretty cool, right? Let me zoom this back in right now. And now that we're fetching the data properly, let's make it look a bit more interesting. Of course, visuals are what's going to change the game. Right now, we are showing just the title, but what if we could show an image for each one of these movies. Just so we don't have to declare it in many places, we'll create a new reusable card component for the movie. So let's create a new file in the components folder, and let's call it moviecard.tsx. Run rnfe to quickly spin up our movie card component. Give it a class name equal to text-white and text-sm. And let's call it right here instead of this simple text element. Instead of that, I'll call the movie card and I'll self-close it like this. Now, we have a similar problem that we had before with the tabs layout, where each movie card now shows exactly the same data. So to be able to make it different, we have to pass the right props to it. So what does it mean in this case? Well, we can simply spread out all of the properties of the item or of the movie. So that way, we'll be able to extract them directly within the movie card. So let's head over into the movie card and let's accept all of the props that we have passed into it, such as the ID, the poster_path, the title. And where am I getting all of these from? Well, remember, we already made a mock response before, and TMDB gave us back exactly the data that we're getting, such as the poster path, overview, title, and more. So let's get it. vote_average, as well as the release date. And these will be of a type movie, which we declared before under interfaces. So we already know what each movie has. Now we want to make each one of these cards clickable, because once we click it, we want to go to the movie details page. So I'll make it into a link. And this link, of course, has to be imported from Expo router. It'll have an href of /movie/ID and as child. As child simply means that the card that is inside of the link will actually be the thing that's clickable. In this case, we'll make it a touchable opacity. So like a card is technically a clickable button in this case, coming from React Native. We can give it a class name equal to w-30%. So each card takes only 30% of the screen. And within it, let's first render an image. This image will have a source equal to an object where the URI is. We can check if the poster path exists. If it does, then we'll set it to be equal to https://image.tmdb.org/t/p/w500 and then poster path like this. Else, if we don't have a poster path, we can render just a placeholder. So it'll be a string of https://placehold.co/600 by 400 /1A1A1A/FFFFFF.png. Sorry for spelling out the entire URL. Just thought it would be the simplest way to share it with you. Now reload your application, and let's also give this image a class name of w-full, age-52, and the rounded-lg for the rounded corners. We can also give it a resize mode equal to cover. Right below that image, still within the touchable opacity, let's also render a piece of text that will simply render the movie title. And we can give it a class name of text-sm, font-bold, text-white, and margin top of 2. And there we go. Once again, you can see all of these movies. But hey, where is the poster? Why can't we see the images? Well, let's first console log the poster path to see whether we're getting back the paths of those movies. So the URLs are coming back, but hey, where is the poster? Why can't we see the images? Well, for the image to be displayed, we need to give it a URL, which I do believe we're getting as the titles are here, so the poster should be too. But images also need a width and a height. And I thought that I was providing a width of 100% and a height of about 208 pixels. So why is it not getting applied? Well, if you head over into your tailwind.config.js, you'll see that we're saying that only the app folders and files will actually include Tailwind styles. But we have to do the same thing for the components. So right here, as the second part of the content, I can add a second string and say /components, and then also target all of the components. And immediately that'll allow us to apply Tailwind styles within our components folder, and immediately the images will appear. So this is looking absolutely amazing, and it is so nice to be able to scroll with my thumb across all of these movies. And since we're using touchable opacities, you can see as I hover over them, it appears as they're clickable. All of this is happening natively within our mobile application. Beautiful. For me, I see some of the movies that are currently popular. If you're watching this video later on, for you, some different ones might be. So in the comments down below, let me know what is the popular movie from your list that you like. And with that said, we also have one little error right here saying that the path of movie / is not a valid path. And it's actually pretty amazing that React Native can understand that we don't have a movie ID path. We only have movies, plural. So as soon as we change it, that's working. Great. So now that we're showing the image and the title, already this is looking amazing, but we might as well show some more information. So let me open up another view right here and give it a class name of flex-row, items-center, justify-start, and a gap of X, meaning horizontal only, of 1. Within it, we can display another image, but this time a much simpler one, just coming from icons, which is coming from constants, .star. So we want to display the number of stars for each one of these with a class name equal to size is set to 4. And below it, we can render a piece of text that'll round up the current score. So I can use the math.round vote average divided by 2. Because it goes up to 10, we want to have it up to 5. So if we do this and reload our application, the changes are still not getting applied. So sometimes you might need to just reload your application by pressing Ctrl+C and then run npx expo start one more time, and then press R to fully reload it. But why can't we see the star yet? Oh, it's not SRC in React Native. It's source. Oh, it's those little gotchas, right? That always get you. There are some small differences between React and React Native, so be careful. But thankfully, there aren't many. Let's also give this text a class name of text-xs, extra small, text-white, and font-bold, as well as uppercase. So now we can show the rating right here. Below this view, let's render another view. This one will have a class name equal to flex-row, items-center, and justify-between. And within it, we can render a piece of text that'll have a class name equal to text-xs, text-light-300, font-medium, and a margin top of 1. And within it, we can render the release date, but it'll be too long like this, so we can just split it by saying $.split based on the dashes, and we can only take the first part of the dash, which is the year. We just care about when this movie was released. And below this piece of text, we can render another that will simply say movie, and we can give it a class name equal to text-xs, font-medium, text-light-300, and uppercase. And if you save it, it'll now say movie. This is cool to have later on in case maybe some are not movies, but maybe TV shows, so you can specify which one it is. But for now, I will simply comment it out. And I also want to make sure that the title takes only one row, because if it doesn't, that can mess up with the view. So where we have the title, that's going to be right here under this text property, we don't have to shorten the string. React Native's text element comes with a pre-built number of lines prop, where you can say that this text should only take one line. And immediately, you can see that it is shortened to just a single line. Looking great. With that in mind, I invite you to further style this card. Right now, we're just showing the title, the profile photo, the rating, and the year. But as you know, we're getting back so much more data about each one of these movies. So you can go ahead and utilize something else, like the original language, or the popularity, or even show the overview right here. So feel free to play with it and try to further customize this card. I would suggest with simply destructuring some more props from right here and then using them within your JSX. But don't worry about it too much because very soon we'll be able to show all of the details about a movie within our movie details page. So keeping that in mind, I am now more than happy with how our homepage is looking. And if we head back to the index.tsx, you can see that we're fetching back all the movies. But now what we can do is, for the time being, manually change the query to see whether our function works for fetches where we're searching for a specific movie. So if I type something like Iron Man and click save, you can see that it'll reload and show all of the movies that match that search term. Pretty cool, right? And if I bring it back, we're back to where we were. It's not that hard, right? Once you understand the basics, using it the next time will feel much easier. But this was just one example of creating a custom hook for fetching data. You can create custom hooks for many other things, like handling forms, like React Hook Form, managing themes, or storing data in local storage. You can do whatever you want. But don't get me wrong, you don't always need to create your own hooks, only when it really makes sense to do so. Because React 19 comes with a lot of pre-built hook, like the use hook. Yep, it's only use like this, and it does some pretty cool things. There's also the use action state, use form state, use transition, which make working with forms and requests much easier. And I actually explain all of these in detail with real examples and even better projects within the new React Native course that I'm right now building for JS Mastery Pro. It's a new learning platform where you can learn lesson by lesson with real examples and even better projects. So go ahead and check it out. I'll leave the link in the description. But with that, let's go ahead and develop the search. So we no longer have to manually pass the query right here. Instead, we can use the actual search page and then pass over real values. Great job so far. The app is already looking amazing, but now we'll make it stand out with even better functionalities. Similar to what we did on the home screen, now is the time to develop the search screen. So let's open up our file explorer and head over into tabs search.tsx. Now we could totally just copy the entire index.tsx and just paste it over into the search. But I want to take the time to guide you through the process of building it out one more time, because although it'll be very similar, there will be some differences here. And it's just a beautiful chance to recap everything we've learned so far, just to make sure you totally get it. I've made the font a bit smaller, just so you can nicely see everything, and we are ready to get started. First, this view that we're wrapping everything with will have a class name of flex-1 and bg-primary, just so we don't have to stare at that blank screen anymore. Next, within it, I'll display another image, which I'll import from React Native, and it'll have a source equal to images coming from constants.bg. So this is our background with a class name of flex-1, absolute, w full, and z of 0, as well as a resize mode equal to cover, similar to as on the homepage. Next, in this case, instead of wrapping everything with the scroll view, as we did on the index, here, we don't want to scroll the entire view because the search bar always has to remain on top. So here, I will actually just render a flat list, pass the movies to it, and pass the similar render item as before, where we will destructure each individual movie, and for each one, we'll simply render a movie card, to which we will spread the item property, or in this case, the movie itself. So let me put these props in a new line so it's easier to see. And we are rendering this movie card right here. There we go. Now, of course, where are these movies coming from? Well, this part we can definitely grab from the index. We're getting them by simply calling our useFetch, fetch movies. This is a custom hook we already created. We might as well grab this use router at the top. We'll surely need to use it. And I'll paste it right here at the top of our search. Make sure to also get all the imports, such as this movie card right here. And now if we go back to the search, you'll see we have, well, something, right? A broken layout so far. Next, as before, we need a key extractor to let React Native which ID does each one of these elements have. And here we can just say that each one will get it from item.id.toString. We'll also render a class name and give it a padding X of 5, so some spacing. A number of columns will be set to 3 as before, and we have to reload our application for the changes to take effect. There we go. This is a bit better. As well as we can provide the column wrapper style, which will be an object that'll say justify content is equal to center, a gap of 16 in between the elements, as well as a margin vertical to create some space for the search bar of 16 as well. We can also render the content container style as before, which will simply have a padding bottom of something like 100. And now bear with me. Before, we displayed the search bar at the top of the flat list because we were able to scroll the whole thing. We didn't need to see the search bar. But in this case, we'll render the search bar as a part of the flat list. So I'll do that with yet another special flat list prop called list header component. I'll open up an empty React fragment, and whatever you put within it will be displayed at the top of our list. So let me say something like view, and this view will have a class name of w-full, flex-row, justify-center, margin top of 20, and items-center. And within it, we can display our logo. That'll be an image with a source equal to icons. Make sure to import them from icons constants. .logo with a class name of w12 and h10. So now we get the logo at the top. As I promised, whatever you put within the list header component, even though it's just a part of the flat list, it'll actually show on top, as that's what this component does, rendered at the top of all the items. Now, below the view that's wrapping the image, we can render another view. This one will have a class name equal to margin y of 5. And here we can render the search bar coming from components search bar. And we can give it a placeholder of something like search movies, ... There we go. It appeared right on top. Right below the view, we can also check whether we are currently loading. So I'll say something like movies loading. And if movies are loading, then we can show an activity indicator with a size is equal to large, a color is equal to #0000FF, and a class name equal to margin y of 3. So now we have to get access to this movies loading, and we're getting it right here through this useFetch call. But I have to spell it properly. The L in loading is uppercased. Now, if we go back, if you're paying close attention, you would have been able to see the loading for a short period of time. But if we don't have a loading, then it is possible that we might have some kind of an error. So I'll say if movies error, in that case, we can render just a single piece of text that'll have a class name of text-red-500, padding X of 5, and margin Y of 3. And the text will say error, and then we'll render the movies error dot message. No errors for now. And finally, below it, I'll open another dynamic block of code. And if we're neither loading nor there is an error, then we can take a look into the current search term, let's say that the search term right now is hard-coded, search term, dot trim, so we want to trim any extra spaces. And if the search query exists as well, we want to check if there are any movies dot length. So movies question mark dot length for that search term. And if that is greater than 0, in that case, we can finally return a piece of text. And this piece of text will say, search results for. We can put an empty string right here and then render another piece of text that'll say search term. And I'll style the second piece of text by giving it a text-accent class name. And I'll style the first piece of text by giving it a class name of text-XL, text-white, and font-bold. Oh, and now I see that I call this just loading an error instead of movies errors and movies loading. So you know what? It might be just simpler to call it like that. It makes sense that we're loading the movies. So I'll just not rename the loading and the error to loading movies and loading error. I'll just keep them as loading and error. So here I can now change the movies loading to loading and error to error. Same thing right here. And now this message right here makes sense. If there is no loading and no error and search term exists, and if movies.length is greater than 0, well, then display this piece of text. So now if we go back, you can see search results for search term. So let's make it dynamic. Right at the top of this component, I'll create another use state. We don't need the router in this case. So let me delete it. And let me define a use state snippet called search query, set search query at the start equal to an empty string. Also, when calling these movies, in this case, I want to pass a second parameter to the useFetch function of false, because in this case, we don't want to auto fetch. We just want to let the user actually trigger the fetch on search. So that's why we initially extended this custom hook to allow for auto fetch when we're on the home page, or to disallow it when we want the user to search first. And of course, we can now put this search query to use and say, give me the movies where the query matches the query that the user currently searched for. So now that we have access to the search query, right below, we can replace this big search term with search query.trim. And also below, where we're saying search term, we can render the actual search query. So now if I open up my keyboard by clicking on the list and I start typing, you'll see nothing is yet changing. And that's because we haven't passed proper values into the search bar. So to the search bar, alongside the placeholder, we also have to pass the value equal to search query, as well as on change text equal to a callback function where we simply set query or set search query to be equal to text that is coming right here through props. And we can set the type of this search to a string. But as you can see, the search bar is still not accepting the value prop. So let's head into it and let's implement it. I'll simply say also accept the value, and the value will be of a type string. Once you do accept it, simply forward it here, value, and also forward the on change text. I believe that's how we called it, on change text. So it'll be a function that doesn't return anything, void. And now we can make that on change text right here instead of this dummy callback function. If we now do that, looks like I didn't properly define the type. Here, we're getting something as the first parameter, and it is text of a type string. So if I fix that, you can see that the error goes away. And now if I start typing something like Batman, you can see that the search results change immediately right here below. I can type Marvel, that works as well. It works incredibly well. And as soon as I delete it, the search results go away. Great. But finally, what matters most is rendering the movies that match that search term. So I'll create a new use effect right here below. This use effect will have a callback function, and a dependency array. We want to recall it every time that the search query changes. So I'll say if search query dot trim exists. So if there is something that the user has searched for, then await, and as a return value of the fetch, we're also getting access to the refetch function, which we can rename to load movies, because that's exactly what it does. And also we get access to reset. So now if there is a search term, whenever the search query changes, just await load movies like this, else simply reset the state. And since we're using await right here, we'll have to wrap this into an asynchronous function. So I'll say const func, and I'll make it equal to an asynchronous function that then has this if within it. That'll look something like this. And now we can call this function just below. If I do that, initially you'll see no movies. But if I search for Iron Man, you can see all the movies that match that search term. And if you start deleting it, you can see that we get back to, well, I think we got back to whatever the letter was there before we actually removed it. So this is the letter I movies. And then, yeah, if we remove it, we have nothing. Now there's a couple of problems with this. And that is that, let's say that I want to type a normal movie name, like Iron Man. Like what happened here is that the app made a request to the API for every single letter that I type. That is a lot of different requests. And for each one, we're getting many movies, but hey, I just wanted to see the ones that I get back once I type the entire search term. So to not overload our application with too many API requests for every single keystroke, what we need to do is something called debouncing. We can debounce a search term by wrapping it into a timeout function. So I'll say const timeout ID is equal to set timeout, and then we have this function, and we can close it here as well. And in this case, you don't have to call it, but we do have to give it a second parameter, which is a number of milliseconds of how long it'll wait for the next keystroke. I'll explain what that means soon. And now we can return a callback function where we can clear the timeout with that specific timeout ID. This is just to make our application work more efficiently. We need to clear out all the timeouts. But with that said, check this out. If I type very quickly, you'll see that as long as I continue typing, no request will be made. But as soon as I stop typing for 500 milliseconds, which is half a second, immediately I'll get the results. This means that a user that types fast can only make a single request and get the data they would usually get as well. But this time in a single request instead of a dozen. Great. But now what happens if I search for something that just doesn't exist? We're left with a completely empty screen, something that you never want to see within your application. You always want to show some kind of an empty state. And believe it or not, once again, I think you can now start seeing what I was saying from the start. In React Native components, there is a prop for everything. From the data, render item, key extractor, to defining how a header will look like, to even defining how an empty state will look like. Yep, list empty state is a valid flat list prop that allows us to specify what the user will see if there's nothing in the list. So I'll say if there is no loading and if there is no error, in that case, and of course if we're empty, we'll show a view with a class name equal to margin top of 10 and padding x of 5, a text element with a class name of text-center and text-gray 500, and within it we can say search query dot trim. If the search query exists, we'll say no movies found, but if a search query doesn't exist, we'll say search for a movie. And of course, if there is a loading on error, we'll just return null for the empty list component because we want to display something else. So currently we get no movies found. And if you wanted to, you could display a nice illustration right here and say, go ahead and search for something cool, or here's a movie recommendation that you might want to watch based on your history. There's a lot of things you can do on empty states, but hopefully the users won't be staring at this for too long as they're going to put our search to use. Great. So in this lesson, we recapped what it means to create a React Native screen that uses our custom hook, fetches data from a third-party API, changes it based on the search query that the user types in using their keyboard, as well as how to debounce a search term to optimize it further and not make too many requests, and finally, how to use a flat list component with all of its props to properly render the layout. Doesn't get much better than this. Now, in the next lesson, we'll bring our app to the next level. We'll implement an algorithm that displays trending movies. So I'm not talking popular or searched, but rather show the movies that match what the users within our app are searching for. That can kind of give you an idea of who your users are and how we can further customize the app. So let me show you how to implement it in the next lesson. So, hey, custom algorithm, right? Well, technically, yes. You'll implement a feature that displays the movies that the users are searching for within the app. To be more specific, the more frequently a specific search is performed by multiple users, the higher its trending status becomes. This requires tracking and analyzing search patterns over time. For example, if many users search for Avengers, that search term becomes trending. And to track and analyze these searches, we need a place to store that data permanently. This is where a database comes into the picture. It keeps all the information organized and accessible. And traditionally, implementing this would mean building a full stack application. You'd have to create a server, set up a database, connect them, host everything together, and then integrate it into your React Native project. While this approach works, it can be a lot of effort and requires diving into backend development, which is a whole different area of expertise. An easier way to get backend functionality without starting from scratch is using a backend as a service platform. It'll provide you with APIs and tools to let you store your data, manage auth, and more without needing in-depth backend knowledge. In this course, I'll use Appwrite because it's simple, open source, and free to use. Plus, it'll save us from diving headfirst into backend work when we really just want to focus on making a React Native app great. So click the link in the description and create your account, and then head over to your console. If you haven't already, create your project or just head over into the one you already created and copy its ID. Back within your app, head over into our .env file, and let's create our second environment variable, Expo public Appwrite project ID, and simply paste the one you just copied. Now we'll have to set up a platform for our project. In this case, Appwrite already comes with React Native, so let's select it. And you'll have to choose Android or iOS and give it a name. I'll do JSM movie app, and as the bundle ID, you can type something like com.jsm.movie app like this and click next. It'll give you some dependencies you want to install. So copy them, open up your second terminal, and paste them right here to install Appwrite. Click next. Next one more time because we'll do this together, and go to the dashboard. And now we can set up the rest of the backend together, specifically create a database and some collections within it. So let's do that next. Just to give us some extra space to work with, I have hidden my mobile screen from here for now, and I'll create our first database. I'll call it movies and create. As soon as you create it, you'll be given a database ID. Copy it and store it within your editor within the env file as expo public Appwrite database ID. Next, create a new collection within that database. Call it metrics. You'll also be given the ID of the metrics collection, so copy it and paste it as the Expo public Appwrite collection ID and paste it. Now you'll want to create different attributes for the metrics collection. The first one will be a string of search term. So let's say search term. Let's say that it can have maybe 1000 characters, and let's make it required. After that, we'll do an integer of count. It won't be required, and we don't need to enter the min and max size, but the default can be set to 0. So this is how many times has a user searched for each specific movie, or rather for a specific search term. Let's also create another attribute of a type URL and call it poster_URL. I'll make it required. So we can store the poster of the movie that people are searching for. We can also save an integer called movie_ID, and I'll make it required. And finally, we want to save the title of the movie people are searching for. I'll enter the size of 1000, better to have more than less, and I'll make it required. Great. And now we just want to make sure that we give this collection all the necessary permissions to be able to update it. So head over to settings, scroll down to permissions, and click any, and tick create, read, update, and delete. This is the easiest way to do it, just to make sure that we don't have any permission errors. Now, we just want to make sure that we can read any kind of value from Appwrite. So to be able to do it, let's create a new file within services, and let's call it appwrite.ts. Within it, we'll implement two functions. The first function will track the searches made by a user. It'll have to accept two different params. So let's code it out. Export const update search count. And let's make it equal to an asynchronous function that accepts two different props. The query of a type string, so what the user is searching for, and then the first movie that matches that search query. So I'll say movie of a type movie. Then we have to perform a couple of steps. We have to call the Appwrite API to browse the database and check if a document already exists for the given search term. So check if a record of that search has already been stored. Then, if a document is found, simply increment the search count field. But if no document is found, in that case, it means that it's a new search term, so we want to create a new document in Appwrite database, and then we want to initialize its count to 1. So how would that look in practice? Well, something like this. First, we want to check everything that we have in our Appwrite database by saying const result is equal to await, and now we have to call the Appwrite database. But before calling it, we actually have to set it up to be able to make that call. That looks something like this. We can first define our environment variables by saying const database_ID is equal to the variable coming from environment variables, process.env.expo public Appwrite database ID. And make sure you don't have a typo like I do right here. And at the end of that line, you can add an exclamation mark, which tells TypeScript that we know that this value will be there, because it cannot know what we have within our envs, but we do know it. And I'll also create another one. Const collection ID will be equal to process.env.expo public Appwrite collection ID. Just like this. Now we can set up a new Appwrite client. Const client is equal to new client. And make sure to import this client coming from React Native Appwrite. And we want to call a method called setEndpoint on it, to which we want to pass the default Appwrite endpoint, https:// cloud.appwrite.io/v1, And we want to choose our project by passing the ID of our project. That is the process.env.expo public Appwrite project ID. Perfect. So now we have our Appwrite client and we are ready to set up our database instance belonging to that Appwrite client by saying const database is equal to new databases. This is coming from Appwrite, so make sure to import it. And to it, you can pass the client that we want to initialize this database on. Once you do that, we can go back to where we were. Result is equal to await database dot list documents. And you want to pass in a couple of things. First is the database ID, within which we want to list the documents. Then we have to specify within which collection do we want to fetch it, collection ID. And then you want to pass the actual query. So query dot equal. And we want to match the search term with the query that the user is currently passing. And of course, this query is also coming from React Native Appwrite. Oh, and make sure to put it within an array, not within an object, because there can be multiple queries or multiple criteria that we're searching or listing the items by. So let's go ahead and console log the result. And before we try to get back any result, let's make sure to reload our application by stopping it from running and then rerunning npx expo start. When you change your environment variables, you might want to always reload it just to make sure the changes are taken into account. So I ran the application, and now back on the search page, we want to call this update search count function. So let's head over into search within tabs, and I'll add it for now just here at the top of this use effect. Call the update search count and make sure to import it from services Appwrite. If you do it properly and navigate over to the search function, you won't be able to see anything yet. But if you pass the search query into the update search count function, as well as the movies 0, so the first movie that you get back for that search query, you'll see that you'll get back documents 0, total 0, which means that we're successfully accessing the Appwrite database, but there's nothing to be fetched yet. This is good. This is the only thing we wanted to see for now. And if you don't yet see it, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Now we'll actually create our first document, and then we'll be able to fetch it. So now we have to check if a record of that search has already been stored. So I'll say if result.documents.length is greater than 0, then we want to search for the existing movie. So const existing movie is equal to result.documents 0. So this is the top movie that shows for that search term. In that case, we want to say await database.update document. So if the movie already exists, and we need to pass it the database ID to be able to know within which database to update, within which collection to update, and then finally the ID that we want to update. That's going to be existing movie.$ID. And finally, what do we want to change? Well, we want to set the count to be equal to existing movie.count plus 1, because some other user has already searched for it before. Else, if a movie doesn't yet exist, then we can just create that metric by saying await database.create document within our database ID, within this specific collection ID, and we also want to give it a unique ID. So say ID and import it from React Native Appwrite .unique. So we're now creating a new document in our Appwrite database that will allow us to store the searches that people have entered. And we can then define an object of how that record or document in the database will look like. And we can say search term will be equal to query movie_ID. So the first movie that shows up will be the movie.id. The count will be set to 1 by default. And the poster URL of that movie will be equal to https://image.tmdb.org/t/p/w500, and then we append the movie.poster path, similar to what we did on the homepage, or rather in the movie card. And we can put all of this within a try block. Everything from where we're trying to get this result. Try to do this. Everything we have here. So let me close it. There we go. And then catch. If something goes wrong, well, that must mean that we have an error. So simply console.log the error message, as well as throw the error. Great. So with this code, we should be successfully updating the Appwrite database to store the metric of what the user has searched. So let's head back over into the search, and right below where we say await load movies, that means that the search has actually been made. Check if movies (length) is greater than 0, and if movies (0) exists, then we can await update search count, pass the search query, as well as the movies 0. If I zoom it out, that'll look something like this. So now let me show you how that works. I'll go ahead and search for something like Avengers, and the first movie that shows up is Avengers Infinity War. I'll search one more time for Iron Man, for example. I'm on a roll with these superhero movies. And again, please let me know which movies do you like. You can let me know in the comments below this lesson. And I'll search for Avengers one more time, just to replicate as if some other user has searched for that search term as well. Now we can head back over into the database, head into movies, metrics. Oh, and I don't see any documents yet. That's interesting. Oh, check this out. Missing required attribute title. So back in Appwrite, where we're creating a new document, we want to actually pass the title equal to movie.title, so we can store that as well. Oh, that was my bad, but thankfully we were getting some logs back. Now, if I go ahead and restart this search and go back and reload, immediately a new document has been added to the database. Avengers Count 1 with the stored poster URL, the movie ID, and the title. So this means that right now, this is the top searched movie. Now, if I go ahead and search for something like Avatar and reload right here, check this out. In our permanent data storage, we're now getting back 2 different documents. And now if another user goes ahead and searches for Avengers, oh, I misspelled it, that's okay. There we go. Now this count should update to 2. Oh, but it didn't. It is still 1, but let me try one more time. Maybe it didn't send out the request. I'll remove one S, Avenger, and I'll re-add it right now to repeat that search. And if I reload, you can see that even the Avenger and then Avengers gets added. So we have the count of 2. If I remove it, and if I search for it one more time and reload, now we're looking at the count of 3. This is great. It means we're actually storing the data of the top trending movies that the users are searching for within our app. So in the next lesson, let's go ahead and display them at the top. In this lesson, we'll first create a function that queries the Appwrite database to retrieve the top movies our users have searched for, and then we'll display it in a cool Netflix-like carousel at the top. So first things first, let's collapse this update search count function. I'll zoom out a bit, and right beneath it, create a new function, export const get trending movies. It'll be equal to an asynchronous function, and this one doesn't have to get any props, but it'll just return a single promise of trending movie array, just like this, or undefined, in case something goes wrong. So here we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, if there's an error, we'll simply console log that error and return undefined. But in the try, will actually try to list out those documents. And we have already done that at the top of the update search count, because to update, we first have to fetch them. So let me copy this starting part and paste it here. Const result is equal to await database.list documents, database ID, collection ID, and this time I'll say query.limit to 5, so we only want to get the first 5 elements, and query.order descending based on the count field. So we only want to show the top 5 movies that people have searched for, sorted by the count. And we can say return result.documents. Just to make TypeScript happy, we can say as unknown as trending movie array. This way, TypeScript will know exactly what we're returning. Next, we can call this function within our homepage. So head over into index.tsx. I'll zoom it out once again so you can see a bit better. And right above the first useFetch call, we're gonna add the second. Const, we know how it works. You can call it useFetch, but this time to it, we're gonna pass the get trending movies instead of fetch movies. And we get back the same things. The data, which this time we can rename to trending movies, the loading, which we can rename to trending loading, as well as the error, which we can rename to trending error. Now, just below where we have the activity indicator, we can say if movies loading or trending loading. And same for the error, if there is movies error or if there is trending error, show an error. That error can be movies error, or maybe it is trending error, message. Here to the search bar, we don't have to pass the value because we're searching within the search page. So we can make this value optional right here. And what else is optional? On press placeholder, what are we missing? On change text. Yeah, we don't need it right here in the homepage. Next, right below the search bar, I'll say if trending movies exist, so if trending movies, then show a view. This view will have a class name equal to margin top of 10, and will render a text element that'll say trending movies. Of course, let's go ahead and give it a class name so we can see it of text-lg, as well as text-white, font-bold, and margin bottom of 3. Let's open up our terminal and reload the app just to see where we are. Sometimes it gets stuck, so you have to reload it. You know that by now, don't you? And now you can see trending movies title right here below the search. So how are we going to render the trending movies? Well, believe it or not, it's going to be a new flat list to which we can pass the trending movies as the data. And I'll pass the render item to be equal to, as before, we'll destructure the item as well as the index from this function. And then for each item, for now, I'll simply return the item.title. But of course, we have to put it within a text. So let me actually expand this and return a text element within which I'll render the item.title. And let's give it a class name equal to text-white text-sm, just so we can see it. Now, if we properly close this flat list, you'll be able to see 3 top movies, Avengers Infinity War 3 times. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name of margin bottom of 4 and margin top of 3. And I'll put each one of these props in a new line, just so it's easier to see what's happening. There we go. Data, render item, and then we render a text. Below render item, we'll have the key extractor. It is a mandatory thing where we get access to the item, and the ID will be coming from item.movie_ID.toString. And currently, the top 3 movies all seem to be Avengers Infinity War. I guess that's because for all three of these, it saved that as the title. Let me actually delete those documents and let's try it one more time. Now, there should be no latest movies. So now if I reload my application once again, right off the bat, you'll see an error right here saying that virtualized lists should never be nested inside plain scroll views with the same orientation because it can break windowing and other functionality. What this means is that we cannot have, at least not the list with the same orientation. But don't worry about that for now, because very soon we'll change the orientation of this flat list to horizontal, because that'll make it look more like this. So for now, if I go back to my app, go to search and try with something like avatar, and then I delete that and maybe search for alien. Okay. And now if I go back to Appwrite, looks like the metrics are not getting added. So let's debug it together. I love it when something obvious doesn't work when I'm recording because it gives me the opportunity to go back into the code. And I think that sometimes you can learn more that way than just watching me code everything out, because you can see exactly how I would approach the debugging process. First, we have to ask ourselves, where is the error coming from? In this case, we know that the documents are not getting added to the Appwrite database, so we have to ask ourselves, where is that within our code? And that is within the search page. So if you head over to the search page, you'll see that we have a single use effect. Now, within this use effect, we have both await load movies as well as update search count. And these two can race together and we never get back the meaningful results. So we have to split them into two separate use effects. So I'll copy this if statement, and within this first use effect that gets executed whenever the search query gets changed, here we just want to await load movies. But in the second one that I'll create right now, use effect, where we have a callback function, this one will change whenever the movies themselves change. And here we want to check if movies.length is greater than 0, and if movie first exists, then we want to open up a code block here, and we can simply call the update search count without the use effect like this. Now, if we go ahead and search for something like avatar, we'll get back the movies. I'll go ahead and search for something like, let's do cats. There we go. And if I head back to Appwrite, you'll see that we have two different movies stored right here. We might as well go for the third one. So I'll go with Iron Man. There we go. Looking good. And if I reload, it gets saved. And of course, what we care about is what if another user searches for a similar movie. So if another user searches for Avatar, for example, there we go. Does the count get updated? And this time it does. So now if we go back to the home page and head back over here, where we're trying to show a flat list of the top movies, let me just make sure to reload the page. You can see that right here, we get 3 different movies: Avatar, Cats, and Iron Man, which is great. That means that our trending functionality is kind of working. But of course, we have to improve it further. Check this out. We can pass just a single prop called horizontal, and if you just pass it like this and save it, immediately the orientation will change to horizontal. We can also say shows horizontal scroll indicator and set it to false. And we can also render the item separator component, and I'll make it equal to a simple view that is self-closing and has a class name equal to wAuth4. Now we can see that this looks a bit better. Oh, and this latest movies was supposed to be just above the other flat list, not this one. So I'll go below this one, and here I can paste it. It says latest movies, and right here at the top, we have trending movies. Great. But of course, we don't just want to show 3 pieces of text. We want to show full-on cards that look like this with these top trending numbers. So to do that, let's create a new component in the components folder, and let me call it trending card.tsx. Run rnfe to quickly create it. And now, instead of this text where we're rendering the item title, we can render the trending card. just like this, a self-closing trending card component to which we can pass over the movie equal to item. This is an alternative way of just spreading everything out. Sometimes this is preferable because then you can console log the entire movie itself and then know what properties does it have. And let's also pass the index of that movie equal to index so we can show that number. Now let's head over into the trending card and let's get it implemented. As with the cards before, I'll wrap this card with a link because we want to make sure that the entire card is clickable and that it leads to the movie details page. So I'll add an href of /movies/movie_ID, and I'll say as child because we want the entire touchable opacity to be clickable. So it'll inherit link properties. Now, where is this movie ID coming from? Well, we can destructure the movie right here from props. And from the movie, we can further destructure the movie ID, the title, and the poster URL. And outside of this movie destructuring, we can also get the index. And we can say that all of these are of a type trending card props. Now, within each link, let's render a touchable opacity. It'll have a class name equal to W-32, relative, and padding left of 5. And immediately within it, we can render an image. This image will have a source equal to URI is poster underscore URL, a class name equal to W32, H48, and rounded -LG with a resize mode equal to cover. And there we go. Now you can see the cover photos or the posters for the top 3 searched movies. Right below it, I'll render another view, and this view will be absolutely positioned. So I'll give it a class name of absolute. That's because it'll serve as an overlay over the poster. So somewhere at the bottom left, we want to show that number 1, 2, 3. So I'll say bottom -9 minus left -3.5, padding X of 2, padding Y of 1, and the rounded -full. And now within it, we want to achieve some kind of a masked layout. I'm not sure if you can see it here, but the number here will be a bit masked, like it is under some kind of a darker mask, like it'll have a slight gradient. And we can do that using a package called masked view. This one right here has about 265,000 downloads. And as the package says, it creates a masked view where the text appears as a cutout over an image. So let's simply copy the installation command. That is npm install @React Native mask view /mask-view. While it is installing, we can put it to use. Right here within this view, I'll create another masked view, and you have to provide a mask element. In this case, it'll be a single piece of text. So I'll do it right here. Text, inside of which I'll render the index +1. So that we don't start at 0, we start at 1. Of course, I'll give this index a class name equal to font-bold, text-white, and text-6XL. We want to make it extra large. Let's fix the class name spelling right here. And within the mask view, I will render the image that'll have a source equal to images coming from constants dot ranking gradient with a class name of size-14 and a resize mode set to cover. Now let's fix a typo where we have it. There we go. I think we're good. And take a look at these numbers right here. Looking good. 1, 2, 3. And if you try scrolling, you'll see that this one has a horizontal scroll, whereas you can scroll the entire page up and down. So before we had that virtualized list error because we had 2 vertical lists in the same file, or in the same screen, should I say, but now one is horizontal and one is vertical, so we're good. Now, just below this view, not the mask view, but the other one, we can render a piece of text. That'll simply render the title of the movie, and it'll have a class name equal to text-sm, font-bold, margin top of 2, and text-light 200. And we can also make it take 2 lines maximum, so number of lines 2. And with that, you have implemented this trending card layout, which is looking great. So if we go back to the index, no warnings or errors here. And if I go ahead and search for a new movie like Avengers, there we go, and go back to home and reload. You have to keep in mind this search functionality update is not something that has to happen in real time. When you open the app again, you'll be able to see all the new searches that people have made. And there we go, a fourth number appeared right here, Avengers. That is perfect. And the more users search for the same movies, the higher they will rank. Wonderful. Now you have not only implemented the typical API fetch call, but also implemented a backend as a service tool that allowed us to store a persistent data within a database that we use to then show the top trending movies. Great job. Oh, and now that everything is looking so good, we might as well make it a real mobile app by hiding the time and the battery percentage. No need to show it here within our movie app. And even though having it here is totally fine, having it within our movie details page, which we will code next, is not ideal. Because if the poster is very light or very dark, depending on your theme, these numbers will not be visible at all, and they would just clutter the poster image. So to hide them, you can head over into our app_layout. It is this layout right here, the primary one, not the tabs one. And right below the stack, you can say StatusBar, import from React Native, and simply give it a hidden property set to true. If you save it and open up your terminal, you'll see that the layout children must be of type screen and all other children are ignored. That's why this status bar is not taking effect. So what you have to do instead is wrap everything with an empty React fragment, just like this. And then right next to the stack, or on top of it, in other words, you can save it. And there we go, it gets hidden away. Immediately, the app looks so much cleaner as the time and battery are not impacting our view. Looking great. And all of these are just fundamentals of React Native. Everything from flat lists to layouts to knowing how to hide the status bar if you need to. But this is just the beginning. There's always more to learn, bigger projects to build, and exciting things to ship to production. So if you want to apply some of the knowledge you've gotten today to practical production level, check out JS Mastery Pro, where I dive deeper into JavaScript, React, React Native, Next.js, and more. And the best part is that it is a subscription-based model, which means that it is more accessible to get started, and you can always learn something new every month. So I'll see you in there, as it is the new biggest chapter of JavaScript mastery. But with that said, I do want to give you a glimpse of the kind of optimizations that we do on the production level. So in the next lesson, I'll show you one big mistake that we've made in our homepage. Yep, it is hidden right here within this file, but understanding it requires reading a lot of docs and fixing it. Well, I'll show you how to do it in the next lesson. But just before I show you how to tweak that little homepage optimization, I want to make sure that we focus on the movie details page. We've been staring at the search result and the homepage for such a long time, even the trending movies right now, but we were never able to fetch and show all the movie details. So let's do that next. First, we have to create a function to gather all the movie information. So head over into services, api.ts, and right below fetch movies, we want to create a new function, export const fetch movie details. It'll be equal to an asynchronous function that simply accepts a movie ID of a type string, which will return a promise that'll ultimately resolve into movie details. And now we can open up the function block. I'll open up a try and catch block. In the catch, you know the drill. If there is an error, simply console log that error and throw it, just so we can catch it somewhere else. And in the try, we can make a fetch request similar to the one we made above, but this time to a different endpoint. So let's say const response is equal to await fetch. And now we can form the URL by first getting to the TMDB config dot base URL /movie ID !API_key is equal to TMDB config movie.api key. So we have just crafted the endpoint which we want to call. As the second parameter, we want to provide it an object where the method will be set to get and the headers will be set to TMDB config dot headers. We already prepped everything beforehand. Finally, if the response is not okay, we simply want to throw a new error saying something like failed to fetch movies or movie details. That's a bit more precise. But if response is okay, we want to get the data by awaiting the response.json. Typically, when you use fetch, you need to say response.json to extract the data. And finally, we want to return the data, which in this case is the movie details. So now that we have created this function, let's head over into the page that we haven't touched so far, which is this one, Movies ID, a dynamic route that displays the details of that specific movie. Let's start with the JSX. We're wrapping everything with a view that has a class name equal to bg-primary and flex-1. If I save it, how do we get to that page? Well, you just have to click on one of the touchable opacities or one of the buttons. So choose whichever one you want. I'll go with the gladiator. And now we can render the movie details. I'll render them within a scroll view because it is possible that the height of the details will span more than the height of the device. And I'll give it a content container style equal to padding bottom of 80. Within it, I'll display a view. And within that view, I'll display an image that'll have a source equal to URI. And we once again have to have that starting part of a photo, https://image.tmdb.org/t/w500, and then we render the movie ?poster path. But of course, we first have to fetch the movie details. So this is exactly where that function that we just created comes into the picture. First, we need to get the ID of the movie that we're trying to get the details for. And we can do that by destructuring the ID by using the use local search params hook. Once we have the ID, it is pretty simple. We just say const, destructure the data, rename it as movie, also accept the loading, and make it equal to the use fetch hook call, within which we can have a callback function that then calls the fetch movie details. And we need to pass the ID as string right into it. So now we get access to that movie. And if you click on one of those movies, you can see that we get redirected. We no longer have an error, but to be able to see the poster, we have to give this image a class name of wfull. And let's do something big like h550 pixels. There we go. So now it takes that upper part of the screen. Looking good. We can also give it a resize mode equal to stretch. There we go. So now it is looking even better. Now below that view, we can render another view that'll have a class name equal to flex-call, items-start, justify-center, margin top of 5, and padding x of 5. We're just creating some space for the text elements that'll go within it. So let's create the space for the first text element that'll render the movie ? title. And we can style it by giving it a class name equal to text-white, font-bold, and text-XL. There we go, Gladiator 2. We can go below this text and render another view. This view will have a class name equal to flex-row, items-center, and a gap x of 1 in between the elements, as well as a margin top of 2 to divide it a bit from the elements above. Within this view, we can show one more text. This one will have a class name equal to text-light 200 and text-sm. And within it, we can render the year. We already learned how to do that. movie question mark dot release underscore date question mark dot split by the dash and get only the year. Oh, but the index of 0 has to come after the split. There we go, 2024. Right below this text, we can render another text with the same styles. So that'll be a class name of text-light 200 and text-sm. And within this one, we can render the movie question mark dot runtime. So this one lasts for 184, and we can add M at the end, which stands for minutes. Now we can exit this view, and we can create another view below to show some more information. This one will have a class name equal to flex-row, items-center, bg of dark 100, padding x of 2, padding y of 1, rounded-md, gap x of 1, and a margin top of 2. And within this view, we can render an image that'll have a source equal to icons coming from constants icons dot star, as well as a class name equal to size of 4. And there we have it, one little star right there. Right below that image, we can render a piece of text that'll have a class name equal to text-white, font-bold, and text-sm. And within it, I'll put a dynamic block of code and round up the current score by saying math.round movie question mark dot vote underscore average. Or if it doesn't exist, simply take 0 just so it doesn't break. And we can say out of 10. So this one is 7 out of 10. Right below it, we can also render another piece of text that'll have a class name, that'll have a text-light 200 and text-sm. And within this one, we want to show the number of votes. So in parentheses, I'll say movie question mark dot vote count, and then I'll say votes. So this one got 2,947 votes. It matters, right? We want to know how many people have rated it, on average 7 out of 10. And now we want to show a couple of these movie labels, like the overview, release date, status, genres, and so on. Each one has a little title on top, and then the actual content. That means that we can turn it into a reusable component. So right at the top, I'll create a new reusable component and call it movie info. So const movie info is equal to a function that'll destructure the props of label and value. So for each value, there is a label. They'll be of a type movie info props, which we can define just above by saying interface movie info props. And it has a label of a type string, as well as an optional value of a type either string or number or null. Perfect. And then we can open up a function block with an immediate return, which means that we just put parentheses right here and not curly braces. So what do we return? Well, it'll be a view with a class name of flex-call, items-start, justify-center, and a margin top of 5. And right within it, first, we show a piece of text that has a class name of text-light 200, font-normal, and text-sm. And within it, we render the label. And next, we can have a text just beneath it with a class name of text-light 100, font-bold, text-sm, and margin top of 2. And within it, we render either the value or a string of NA. Value doesn't exist. And now we can use this movie info a couple of times right here below our view that contains the vote count. So let's go right below it and let's render a couple of these movie info components. The first one will have a label of overview, and the value of movie question mark dot overview. And if you self-close it, check this out. Immediately, it looks super nice. Let's also render one more just beneath it. This one will have a movie info of genres, and the value will be movie question mark dot genres question mark dot map, where we get each individual G as in genre, and then we can say return G dot name, and then outside of that function, we can say dot join them with something like a dash in between, like this, or say NA, doesn't exist. So if you do this, you'll see action, adventure, drama. Looking good. Now let's create one more view below this movie info. This one will have a class name of flex, flex-row, justify-between, and a W of 1/2, so that is 50% of the width. And within it, I'll show another movie info component with a label of budget and a value of $ movie question mark dot budget, and we can divide it by 1 million and then render the data in millions. That'll look something like this. Budget is 310 million for this movie. Still within the same view, but just below this movie info, we can also show the revenue. So the label of revenue and a value of, we want to do the same thing right here, but we can round it up a bit. So we can say a template string of math.round movie question mark dot revenue. And once again, we want to divide it by 1 million and save it. And at the start, we can add a $ as well, right here. So now we can see that the revenue is 458 million, which means that this movie is already profitable. Finally, we can go below this view that wraps the two of them, and we can create one more movie info. This one will have the label of production companies, and it'll have a value equal to movie question mark dot production underscore companies dot map, where we get each individual company, and for each one, we return its name, and we can join them by a dash, which will look something like this. Or if it doesn't exist, we can simply say NA. There we go. So now we can see Paramount Pictures, Scott-Free Production, and more. Many people worked on this movie. Finally, just below this entire scroll view at the bottom, we can render a touchable opacity, a button to go back to the previous page. So it'll have an image that'll have a source equal to icons.arrow with a class name equal to size-5, margin right of 1, margin top of 0.5, and rotate 180, and a tint color equal to #FFF. So if you render it, you can't see it just yet, but below it, I'll render a text that'll say go back, and I'll give it a class name equal to text-white, font-semi-bold, text-base, and now you can see it. But of course, we have to style this touchable opacity a bit better by giving it a class name of absolute, bottom-5, left-0, right-0, margin X of 5, BG of accent, rounded-LG, padding Y of 3.5, flex, flex-row, items-center, justify-center, and a Z of 50, so it appears above other elements. And there you have it, a movie details page with a go back button. Of course, to actually make it work, we can use the router functionalities. So let me give it an on press and call the router, which we can import from Expo router, dot back. If you save it and click go back, take a look at that. It actually goes back, but you can also just scroll or swipe from left to right on iOS to go back as well. And now you can see the movie details for all of these different movies, not only the popular ones or the trending ones, but also the ones that you search for. So if you have your favorite movie, I don't know which one it is. Once again, let me know down in the comments. Well, you can find it right here and see all of its details. And I gotta say, the app is super, super responsive. It works very well, and you can see as I swipe up and down and as I open different pages, it is just super efficient. And this brings us to the end of the movie details page. And we're almost done with the entire app. This is pretty amazing, I gotta say. Just before we finish it off, I wanna make sure that we have something on the saved and profile pages too, because right now they look super blank. So let's head over into those two pages, starting with the profile, and I'll just tidy them up a bit. So we have a nice blank screen, but then if you want to, you can go ahead and implement additional functionalities. This is an exercise for you to improve this app even further and to put the skills you've gained from this video to the test. First things first, let's get rid of this ugly white screen by rendering a class name to this view and giving it a BG primary, as well as a flex of 1 and a padding X of 10. That's better. Within it, let's also render another view, which we'll use to center our icon in the middle. So I'll give it a class name of flex, justify-center, items-center, flex-1, flex-call, and a gap of 5. Within it, we can render an image that'll have a source equal to icons.person and a class name equal to size of 10, as well as a tint color equal to #FFF. Oh, and make sure to import the icons from constants and then reload the app. While it's reloading, we can also add the text element right below it that'll simply say profile. And we can style it by giving it a text-gray-500 as well as text-base. So now if you head over to the profile, you see a little profile icon in the middle waiting for you to implement that profile screen. What we can do is also copy this entire view, head over into saved, and override the saved as well. But this time it's not gonna be icons.person, it'll be icons.save, as well as it'll say save. So now if you head over into the saved, you can see that it looks great as well. Again, I don't want to simply give you everything in this course, because then there's not going to be an incentive for you to try some things out. So I invite you to go ahead and implement that save movie functionality to save your favorite movies into a collection. You'll have to work a bit with Appwrite to have some persistent storage, and it'll be very similar to tracking our metrics right now. Instead of searches, you'll be tracking the clicks when somebody clicks a heart on a specific movie, for example, and then you'll have to create a second function that'll fetch all of the favorited movies. Pretty cool, right? I know it might sound difficult at first, but trust me, as you get a hang of React Native, it'll all start making sense very soon. Especially if you dive into JS Mastery Pro, where we dive a bit deeper into how React Native works under the hood, as well as how we can optimize it for bigger applications. Great. That's it for this lesson. This was a big one. And to finish this course off, I want to show you one little gotcha that I found. It's those little things that you don't find in the documentation very easily, but rather it's a best practice that you have to dig through GitHub discussions to figure it out fully. I zoomed out this code so you get a better understanding of the entire homepage that we have right now. Notice a couple of things. We have a single scroll view right here where we said show vertical scroll indicator is set to false. But it doesn't matter that we're hiding the indicator. This scroll view is a vertical view. And within that vertical view, we also have another flat list, this one right here, which renders all the movie cards. those movies are also in a vertical view. And it is not generally recommended to have two virtualized lists or scroll views or flat lists in the same orientation. See, this flat list is not a problem. This one is horizontal, and that's okay when it comes to the performance. But having two huge flat lists that are of the same orientation is generally not considered a good practice. We're using a scroll view to render most of the movies. And if you go to the docs, it's gonna say scroll view versus flat list. Which one should you use? Well, scroll view renders all its children components at once, but this has a performance downside. Imagine you have a very long list of items you want to display, maybe several screens worth of content. Creating JS components and native views for everything all at once, much of which may not be even shown, will contribute to slow rendering and increased memory usage. And this is where the flat list comes into play. Because flat list is smart. It renders items lazily just before they're about to appear, and it removes the items that scroll way off the screen to save memory and processing time. So in other words, when you have large lists of vertical elements, you want to use a flat list and not a scroll view. And in our case, if you look at the flat list, we technically didn't allow it to reach its full potential because we have set scroll enabled to false, which technically means that we let the scroll view do its job, even though it is totally fine, perfectly fine for our use case as we don't have many elements and we wouldn't even been able to harness the power of the flat list. For bigger applications, it makes a big difference. And that's exactly why I wanted to leave this for the end of this video. While it is totally fine for smaller apps, for larger apps, you just gotta be smarter and utilize everything that the software allows you to do. In this case, React Native's built-in components, like the flat list, are super powerful, but you gotta know how to use them. Below this lesson, I'll leave the improved codebase for how the homepage should have looked like if it had hundreds or thousands of elements. So if you wanna check it out, you can go ahead and do that. But this is just one little optimization out of hundreds or thousands that we go over on JS Mastery Pro. So check it out, cancel at any time, or get a refund if you don't like it. But given how many resources we have in our knowledge base and within our paths, it's hard not to find something that you can learn from and that'll help you advance your career. With that in mind, great job on coming to the end of this phenomenal project, allowing users to find their favorite movies, search for them, and then the algorithm that actually checks which movies have been searched most often, and therefore they get displayed right here on the homepage. Looking good, feeling good, it is responsive, and it is the best of mobile development that React Native offers. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on jsmastery.pro. Have a great day. Are you tired of seeing applications with dull, forgettable interfaces that look like they were designed in a corporate cubicle in 2005? In a world of AI and humanoid robots, most government apps still look like relics from the dial-up era. Clunky, confusing, and painfully outdated. Every time you've encountered one of these digital dinosaurs, something inside you probably whispered, I could do so much better than this. And you know what? You absolutely can. So hi there, and welcome to a brand new React Native course you've been waiting for months. Today, we're building a full stack real estate application from scratch. Yep, from a blank screen, no pre-made templates, shortcuts, every line of code explained in detail. With authentication with Google for secure user sign-ins, a homepage showcasing the latest and recommended properties complete with search and filters, an explore page to browse all property types, a property details page to dive into specifics, and a profile page with customizable settings. This may sound simple, but don't let the simplicity of 5 screens fool you. Almost every single mobile app in existence has those 5 screens. So this app will teach you some serious skills on how to implement authentication with authorization, structure dynamic routing for seamless navigation, build your own mini version of the TAN stack use query for centralized data fetching, master local and global state management, design database architecture for scalability, write reusable, type-safe, clean code, and so much more. But the best part of all is I will do everything from scratch. No pre-made styles. I'll explain everything line by line as you requested. And we're doing it with the latest tools. Expo SDK 52, the officially recommended framework for React Native, featuring the new architecture. Appwrite, the open source backend as a service solution powering our backend, TypeScript for type-safe code, and Tailwind CSS for fast, responsive, and modern styling. By the end of this video, you won't just know how to build apps. You'll know how to build them better than most developers out there. And alongside this course, I've also prepared a complete Figma design, so you can choose to build along or just try to rebuild the app on your own, as well as a complete React Native handbook that you can use alongside this video to optimize your learning. Of course, everything is completely free, and the links are down in the description. So let's turn that I could do better into watch me do better. To get started building a great application, we'll start from bare beginnings by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. I'll call it React Native Restate, but feel free to call it however you want. Once you do that, you can open it up within your code editor. In my case, I'll be using WebStorm. It used to be paid, but as of recently, it became completely free for non-commercial use, and I enjoy using it since because IDEs do indeed have some advantages over regular text editors, and I'll show you some of the cool things it can do throughout this course. So once you open it up within your editor of choice, let's initialize our application. To build our app, we'll of course use React Native, as you have to learn React once and then you can write it everywhere. You can use it to write desktop applications, web applications through Next.js or other frameworks, and what we'll do in this video to develop mobile applications on both Android and iOS operating systems. If you head over to Get Started, it'll show you exactly how you can start using React Native. And they say that they believe that the best way to experience React Native is through a framework, which is a toolbox with all the necessary APIs to let you build production-ready apps. You can use it without a framework, but we found that most developers benefit from using a React Native framework like Expo, providing you with features like file-based routing, high-quality universal libraries, and the ability to write plugins that modify native code without having to manage native files. In simple words, Expo is to React Native as Next.js is to React. So of course, we'll choose it as the recommended approach of starting a new React Native application. So let's go ahead and follow the first step, and that is to create a new Expo project. We can copy this command right here, and then type it in right within your terminal. npx create-expo-app, add latest, and then add the / to create it in the current repository. It'll ask you whether you want to install the following package. That's the installer for the Expo application, so we'll say why, of course. And now it'll create an Expo project using the default template. So as it's doing that, we can take a look at all of the files and folders that it has generated. And the WebStorm conveniently asked me whether we want to install all of the dependencies, so you can either run npm install, or I think Expo start will actually do it for you. While that is happening, we need to set up Expo Go, which is our development environment for mobile applications. Basically, where you can run your projects, even if you don't have an Android or iOS device. So first things first, you have to choose where you want to develop. We recommend using a real device to develop, since you'll get to see exactly what your users will see, and you'll be able to test your application directly on your phone. So feel free to choose any option from here. I'll go with my real iOS device. You can develop using Expo Go, and then it'll simply give you a QR code to download Expo Go from the App Store. Similarly, if you choose Android device, then it's going to give you a link to download it from the Play Store. These are the two quickest ways, because for the Android emulator, you'll actually have to download Android Studio, which is a very heavy application that takes a lot of time to download and a lot of energy to run. Similarly, if you want to develop on the iOS simulator, you would need to install Xcode, which also takes a lot of processing power. So it's much better to run it natively on your device, as Expo makes it so simple. Once you download it and open it up on your device, it should look something like this. So let's go ahead and start developing. To start the development server, we need to run npx expo start and then open the app on our device. So let's do just that. I'll head back to my application and run npm expo start. As soon as you do that, you'll notice that it'll immediately run it. And if you scroll up, you should also be given a QR code that you can scan. If you're using Android, you can scan it directly through the Expo Go application, or on iOS, you'll have to go to your camera app. And that should look something like this. Just scan it and click Open in Expo Go. That'll download all the necessary files needed to make it run. And there we go. We are now live. So now that our application is running, it says go to tabs index.tsx, which is right here under app, tabs index.tsx, which is our homepage. You'll notice that this looks very similar to basic React or maybe even Next.js. So the only thing you have to do to actually modify the code is to delete it. So let's actually remove everything from here besides a parallax scroll view and just render a piece of text. That's gonna look something like this. We can use theme text, why not? And within it, we can say something like, welcome to your new application with a type of title. And there we go. You can see how easily you can modify your app. Now, before we dive into styling everything further, let's actually explore the entire file and folder structure so you fully understand everything we'll be doing to this application. Let's start from the bottom. First things first, we have a tsconfig.json. This file contains the rules that TypeScript will use to enforce type safety throughout the project. Next, we have a package.json, which contains the project dependencies, scripts, and metadata. We have the app.json file, which contains the configuration options for the project and is called the app config. These options change the behavior of your project while developing, building, submitting, or updating your application. So let's go through these changes a bit further. First, we have the Expo object, which is the root object containing all the app configuration. Next, we have the name, which is the application display name, which is shown on the home screen or the app list. You can check your Expo app and make sure that it has the same name. Or if you want to, you can rename it. Next, we have the slug, which is a unique identifier for the project used by Expo, used for defining the URL of your project if you want to check it out in the browser. Next, we have the version of your application. Next, we have the default orientation, whether it should be portrait or landscape. We have the path to the application's icon, a scheme, which is a custom URL to enable deep linking. Let's actually rename this to restate, so we can have some links that say restate and then some path like this to more easily open some specific parts of our app. Next, we have the user interface style, which determines whether it should be light, dark, or automatic. We have the new architecture enabled, which uses newer versions of React Native for better performance. And I actually want to take a second here to explain what's happening. This new architecture is also known as a bridgeless architecture, meaning that before we had to have a bridge that would communicate between JavaScript and native mobile application code. This communication was solely based on that bridge, leading to issues like performance bottlenecks, delays, jerky or empty frames, and so much more. But in the new architecture, we don't have that bridge at all. React Native has introduced new methods like Fabric for rendering, Turbo modules for native modules, and JSI to allow direct synchronous communication between JavaScript and native code without the bridge. With these, React Native eliminates performance issues we had with old Arc and others. And the best thing is that as we're talking about this, Expo immediately supports this new architecture without you needing to do anything. And along this, you can also use the latest React features like transitions. Moving ahead, we have the iOS-specific features, whether we want to extend them on tablet devices, and same thing for Android-specific properties. Similarly, we have some web-specific properties as well. Now, coming out of the app.json, we have some other files, like the git ignore, where you can choose which files and folders you want to ignore from Git. After that, we have a scripts folder, which is used for resetting the project to bare minimum code, and some boilerplate code like hooks, constants for storing constants, some assets, and finally, the app folder, which contains the routing functionality similar to that of Next.js, only with a bit of difference. As you can see, there is a tabs group, which has more files. If you modify the tabs index.tsx as we did, it'll show up immediately. So instead of us having to manually remove some of the other stuff as well, let's run the reset project script to see how an empty project would look like. So I will open up a new terminal window by pressing plus right here, and then I'll run npm run reset project. If you do that, it'll run it completely, and now we need to rerun npx expo start to start the development server. So let's do just that. I will stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C, and I'll run npx expo start. Once that happens, you can just use the R on your keyboard in your terminal to reload the application. And then you can remove the app example folder, and we only have a very clean app folder which contains an index.tsx file that says edit app index.tsx to edit this screen, which means that we have now properly set up our development environment for developing mobile applications on both Android or iOS devices, depending on what you prefer. But actually, you're developing for both systems at the same time. So with that in mind, in the next lesson, let's go ahead and set up our project routes. So let's create all the necessary routes for our application. To make that process and the rest of the app build much easier, I've also prepared a complete Figma design of the application we'll build. It's linked in the description of this video. So just get the link and head over to the design part. I even provided a couple of different variations, but we'll be using this blue color scheme that indicates trust when purchasing or renting real estate. We have different colors here. We have the splash screen, the authentication screen, as well as the home, details, search, filters, and profiles. Everything that a mobile application needs to have. If you look more closely, you'll notice that there is an Auth screen, where we'll use Google to authenticate the users. Then there are different screens like the homepage, which has the tabs at the bottom. And that one is similar to Explore page, which also has those tabs at the bottom. And the same thing goes for the profile. Finally, there is another details page screen, this one right here, which doesn't have the tabs. So we'll have to keep that in mind when configuring our screens. We have to make sure the tabs are only available on specific screens. So first, let's create a new file within the app, and let's call it signin.tsx. That's sign-in.tsx. WebStorm asks me if I want it to be tracked. Sure, let's go ahead and add it. And let's just create a simple React arrow function component in it. But actually, can we do rn fce, maybe something like this, React Native functional component, or React Native functional component with exports. Yep, this is looking great to me. So it's rnfe, which is a snippet that quickly creates a new React Native component. You can get the snippet by heading over to your code editor and then heading over to plugins or packages. And then you can search for something like React or React Native snippets. You should be able to very quickly find it. In this case, I'm using modern React snippets. So as you can see, we have a simple page that uses a view, which you can think of as a div in regular web development, and text, which you can think of as a paragraph. But in React Native, it's a text. Now we want to move our app index.tsx, which is this one, into a new folder so we can show the tabs. So let's create a new folder. Let's call it, in parentheses, root. And then within the root, let's create another route group and let's call it tabs in parentheses. And now we can move the index.tsx within the tabs. Now within it, we can create two other screens that will include tabs. And that'll be explore.tsx page, where we can also run rnfe to quickly spin it up. And we can create another one, which will be called profile.tsx to show our user profile, rnfe, and we should be good to go. And finally, outside of the tabs, we'll also need to show property details. So let's create a new page under app, root, but not within the tabs. And let's create a new folder called properties. And since we're using the file-based routing similar to Next.js, we can actually create a new file where you can put square brackets, ID, and then .tsx. So here it's a bit different. Instead of declaring a new folder, that'll be within square brackets, like in Next.js. Here, you do it directly within the file. You can also run rnfe. We can call this one property, as in property details, real estate properties. And I can show you how we can also extract this ID at the top. Similar to Next.js, you can say const destructure the ID from use local search params. And this you can import from Expo router. It automatically provides you with the functionality to get that ID from the routing parameters. So now you can say property, and then you can declare the ID so we can see on which property we're on. Finally, we can modify the homepage by heading over to tabs, index.tsx, to see if the routes are working. I'll remain within the view and remove this piece of text. And instead, I will add a new link that'll have an href equal to /sign in, and it'll say sign in. We of course have to import this link component by saying import link coming from Expo router, and we can duplicate it 3 times. The second one will point to the explore page. So we can say explore, and the text will also say explore. After that, we can have the profile page. So that's going to be /profile. And finally, we can have /properties /1 as the default example property that we have, which will lead to property details. So if I save this, I'll now need to open up the terminal and press R to reload the application. I'll also click allow right here. And you can see that now on the home page, we can access the sign in page. If I click, you can go to it. And the pretty cool thing is that on iOS, you typically swipe from the left to the right to go back. And you can see that this motion is natively implemented. Same thing as the top back button. On Android, it's going to be a bit different, but the key thing is that it works on both operating systems straight out of the box. And we can now navigate all of these different pages we have created. They're not looking good and they're not containing any code whatsoever right now, but they will soon. Before we code them out though, we'll want to set up some kind of a theme for our application to make the styling easier. After all, we want to achieve this beautiful design, right? On web, we would use something like Tailwind CSS, but in React Native, we'll use NativeWind. Do you like using Tailwind CSS to style your apps? Well, this helps you do that in React Native. It's not a component library, it's a styling library, allowing you to just more easily style your components. So let's head over to getting started with Expo router, and here we can follow the installation steps. First things first, switch over from npm to Expo, and then copy the installation command. After that, we can head to our second terminal and paste the command. npx expo install, NativeWind, Tailwind CSS, and all the other good stuff. When that gets installed, run npx tailwind css init. This will create a new tailwind.config.js file, which you can find right here. Now we want to modify it a bit, so simply copy this tailwind config from here and paste it in here. And I also noticed that I missed running the npx pod install to finish the installation of React Native Reanimated. So let's also paste that into the terminal as well. Should be pretty simple. Once that is done, we can create a CSS file called globals.css and add the Tailwind CSS directives. So let's head over into the app and let's create a new file called globals.css and simply paste the Tailwind CSS directives. After that, we have to add the Babel preset. So copy this babel.config.js code and create a new file called babel.config.js and paste it right here. It has to be outside of the app, so within the root of your application. After that, if your project does not have a metro.config, you can set up a new metro config file. So let's copy npx expo customize metro config and paste it to your terminal. This will generate a new metro config file. So make sure to copy and paste the code from here into it. It'll make sure that it includes NativeWind. Finally, we can head over to our app_layout.tsx, which is right here. And here we can import the globals.css by saying import /globals.css to add Tailwind to our application. That was the 5th step. And optionally for TypeScript, we need to add an additional file called nativewind-env.ts. So let's create a new file right here, new file called nativewind-env.d.ts. And within it, you can add this piece of code. That's it. Now we can restart our server one more time by going to our terminal and pressing Ctrl C to stop it from running, and then pressing npx expo start again to rerun it on our application, and then press R to reload. Finally, let's head over to our index.tsx of the tabs. And by the way, to immediately switch to a file like what I have done right now, you just have to press Command or Control P and then start typing the name of the file you want to switch to. It's much easier than going here and then manually heading over into it. So let's test it out. I will add a new piece of text right here at the top. And it can say something like, welcome to Restate, which is the name of our application. And to make sure that Tailwind CSS works, we can give it a class name equal to font-bold, text-lg, and margin Y of 10. If you save it and reload, the changes did not take effect, and we got one warning saying route nativewind.d.ts is missing the required export. Ensure a React component is exported as default. Oh, it looks like I created it accidentally within the app, but it was supposed to be right here outside in the root of the directory. So now that error is gone, but Tailwind CSS is still not activated. We are importing the globals.css within the layout, and we have properly created all of the necessary files like Metro, Babel, and even the Tailwind config. If we head over into the Metro config, you'll notice that the second parameter of this with NativeWind function is actually the path to our globals.css file. And I just said /globals.css, but it was supposed to be /app/globals.css. So if we fix this, and also if we head over into tailwind.config.js, here, alongside tracking the changes in the app folder, we'll also have to track the changes in the components folder. So let's copy this path, paste it here, and say /components, and then everything else is the same. Now the changes will not take effect until you stop your application from running completely by pressing Ctrl C and then rerun it with npx expo start, and only then reload the application. I struggle with this all the time. I make some changes, but it's not like doing web development where everything happens instantly. Still, sometimes whenever you change routes or some big setup things like this, you will need to stop your application and then rerun it entirely. But with that in mind, you can now see that if you head over to tabs, index.tsx, the font bold, text LG, and margin Y of 10 are actually getting applied on this welcome to restate text. So that's great. That means that NativeWind has been successfully set up. In the next lesson, let's set up the fonts and assets we'll use throughout this application. To make this project look as good as it does in the design, we have to have many different assets that make it what it is, such as this splash screen icon, or this icon showing different properties, or even these little icons right here that show the user how many beds, bats, and square feet there is. Now, what you could do is manually download each one of these icons from the design by just clicking on it, like right here, heading down, and then exporting it as a PNG or SVG or whatever. You can totally do that. But just to make that process a bit simpler and to show you how you can properly name the downloads or the exports from this Figma file, I provided you with the complete zip file of all of the assets and fonts. So just head over to the GitHub repo, scroll down to the README and snippets to copy, and just download it. First, you'll be able to find the assets. So delete the current assets that you have here by deleting them, and then download, unzip, and paste the new ones right here in the root of your application. It should contain the fonts, the icons, and the images we'll use throughout the rest of the project. You can do the same thing with constants. Copy them and paste them right here. Constants will include some predefined data for the cards, the imports of all of the icons, as well as the exports, so we can use them more simply, as well as the imports and exports of all of the images. No code that contains logic here, just plain old static data. Now, let's head over to our app.json, and within here, we can manage our icon. That's the icon that'll be displayed in the splash screen. This one is looking good, and it already points to the icon.png that we have added right here, but we have to change this one right here to point from adaptive icon to just icon.png as well. Let's see what else do we have. The favicon is looking good. Next, we have images, splash-icon.png, And finally, we have to add the fonts. So right above experiments, add a new array right here. And within it, create a new string called expo-font, which is a special package which we'll install right now. And as the second parameter, add an object saying fonts. And then within it, we can declare different fonts right here. We can import them coming from /assets/fonts/Rubik-bold.ttf. And you can keep repeating that for all of the other variations of the font that we have, such as Rubik bold is going to become extra bold. After that, we're going to have a Rubik-medium. We can also have Rubik-light. Let's have Rubik-regular. And finally, Rubik-semi-bold. All of these, if properly structured, let's just make sure that happens. We have to put it right here, one space above. There we go. So now it's properly structured, and remove this extra comma. And this one, because we're working with the JSON file. So you can see we're simply importing all of the fonts from assets fonts right here. So we can use them within our application. And another thing you can notice right here is a new way of setting up a splash screen within Expo using Expo splash screen package. Instead of saying image width is 200, we can remove this image width altogether, change the resize mode to cover, and then we can also add enable full screen image _legacy. I found this field to help with showing the splash screen on the full screen. But the important thing to take away is that this is all completely new in Expo. Before, there wasn't a specific Expo package that you can use to set up splash screen, but now there is, and you can configure it just like this as shown in the documentation. Everything is right here within Expo docs. And absolutely the same thing is happening with Expo fonts, allowing you to do it all within a single config file. Now let's head over to our _layout and let's load all of these fonts by saying import use fonts, and this is coming from Expo font. Next, we can load them by saying const fonts loaded is equal to use fonts, and to it you can pass a map of all of the fonts and their font's name, such as Rubik-bold, and here we can require and then a path to that font, such as /assets/fonts/Rubik-bold.ttf. And we can duplicate this and do the same thing for different fonts. So let me duplicate it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more times. We can go from Rubik bold to Rubik extra bold. We can also change the font name to Rubik extra bold. After that, we can do Rubik light and change this to light as well. Finally, we have Rubik medium. After medium, we of course have regular. And after regular, we have semi-bold. So that'll look something like this. Finally, we can use a use effect right here, still like in good old React, and say if fonts loaded. In that case, we can run splash screen coming from Expo router dot hide async. So if fonts have loaded, we can hide the splash screen and continue to the app. So as a dependency, I will check whether the fonts have loaded. Also, if for whatever reason fonts don't load, so if not fonts loaded, we can simply return null, and else we'll return the stack of the router, meaning show us whatever page we should be on. Now, in order to use those custom fonts and colors, we have to head over to tailwind.config.js, and we need to extend our theme. So here under extend, we can choose the font family, and then we can put an object where we can call a font Rubik by its name, and then we can provide an array of all of the different fonts, such as Rubik-regular, and then sans serif. We can do the same thing for other fonts, such as Rubik-bold, and choose Rubik bold. That's going to look like this, or sans serif. We can repeat that for extra bold, and we're going to say extra bold right here. We can repeat it a few more times. I notice it's spelled bold 2 times here. So from extra bold, we're going to go to medium. Here, we're going to also go to Rubik medium. After that, we're going to have Rubik semi-bold. Same thing here, Rubik semi-bold. And finally, we'll have Rubik light. So let's change this over to Rubik light, as well as Rubik light right here. Now we can also extend the colors besides just extending the font family. So we have to do it within the extend part, right next to the font family, and that's going to be colors. Now, conveniently, this auto-filled some of the colors for me, but we don't want to get those colors. We want to get the colors from our design. And we're going to have multiple versions of each variant. So for the primary, we'll have a variation of 100. Next, we're going to have a variation of 200. And we're going to have a variation of 300 as well. So where can we find those colors? Well, you can find all of them within the design. Obviously, blue is our primary color. So if you choose one shade of blue right here, you can see that it is this color right here. And then we apply different opacities of that color to get different shades of the primary color. Same thing for our black variant. So let's copy this first one and put it right here. After that, we can get the second one, but you can notice that it is actually the same color. So if we copy it and paste it here, it's going to say that it's the same thing, but we can apply different opacities by saying 0A at the end, and on this one saying 1A, different shades or different opacities of the color will be applied. So this is applying a 10% opacity right here. And then finally for the 300, it'll be the base variant of that color. So now we can see the difference between those three. We can do the same thing for the accent color. For that one, we're going to have just one variant of 100. That's going to be hash FB, FB, FD. That's going to be a whitish color. And finally, we're going to have a black color. For the black, we're going to have a default, which will just be pure black. So that's the default. And then after that, we'll also have variants for 100, which is going to be something like hash 8C8E98. That's going to be a grayish color. After that, we're going to have 200, which is going to be something like 666876. And another shade of 300, which will be a hash of 191D31. Finally, we need a red color, which will be called danger. And danger will be hash F75555. That's kind of an orangish reddish color. Great. Now to test whether everything works as expected, let's stop our server from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then rerun it by saying npx expo start, and then press R to reload. If you reload, back in your Expo application, you should now see that favicon that we selected, React Native Real Estate. There we go. That's looking amazing. So you can see how easy it is to change the splash screen. Now, after each new reload, a splash screen will appear, and then it'll load the fonts. So to check out the fonts, we can head over to our index.tsx, right here where we have the text, and we can say font-Rubik, and we can also maybe add a text-3XL instead of text-LG. If I save this, you can see that now it has a completely different font. Now, before we proceed doing anything else, if you check out the constants, you'll notice that there are errors happening, saying that our imports don't actually exist, or something like cannot find module, or its corresponding type declarations. This issue is actually coming from TypeScript, and I'll show you how we can fix it. Right in the root of your application, create a new file called image.d.ts. D stands for declaration, and here we can declare different TypeScript rules. So let's say declare module *.png, so all PNG files, const value will be any, and export default value. So we know that we're just exporting different PNGs of a type any, and that's okay. Now we can duplicate this 1, 2, 3 more times, or let's do it 4 times for different type extensions. We can have a .jpg, .jpeg, maybe a .gif, as well as a .svg. And now we have declared the types for all of these images. So if you open it up within constants, you should see that those type errors are now gone. Great. So now we not only have the routes, but we also have the fonts as well as the base theming of our application So soon enough, we'll be able to start coding out our first screen. The first screen we'll develop is of course the sign in screen because it's the first thing that a user sees. But before we do that, let's modify all the screens to remove this ugly default header at the top. Go to _layout and modify it to hide the navbar. We can do that by saying stack screen options and say header shown will be set to false. If you do that and reload, it'll immediately be gone, but now our text will be moved to the top left of the screen. That's not a bad thing because now we will implement the real UI of that page. So let's head over to sign in, and instead of having a view, let's actually change this to safe area view. Safe area view, coming from React Native safe area context, ensures that whatever you're trying to show safely fits within the borders of your screen, no matter which screen that is, be that an iPhone, Android, or something else. You can see how now that sign in came from the top left all the way to here within a visible zone. I'll also give it a class name equal to bg-white as well as h-full. Next, I'll remove this text and I'll add a scroll view, allowing the user to scroll if their device height is too small to be able to see the full thing. And I'll import it from React Native. To this scroll view, I will apply a content container class name equal to h-full to give it a full height. Within it, I will render an image coming from React Native as well. This will be a self-closing image tag that'll have a source equal to images.onboarding, a class name equal to w-full and h-4/6, and a resize mode equal to contain. So that's going to look something like this. But of course, we have to fix this typo in the class name, and we have to import images coming from constants images. So that's going to be import images from @constants/images from where we're exporting all of the images we're creating. That's going to look something like this. If you head over there, you can see all of them. And immediately this image pops up right here and makes our application look so much better. Right below that image, let's render a view. And as I already told you, view in React Native is just like a regular div in web development. So let's give it a class name of padding x of 10 to create some space. Within it, let's render a piece of text that says, welcome to restate. We can style it a bit by giving it a class name of text-base, text-center, uppercase, font-rubric, and text-black-200. There we go. That's just a smaller subtitle. Below it, we can render another piece of text. This will be the primary heading with a class name equal to text-3xl, font-rubric-bold, text-black-300, text-center, and a margin top of 2 to divide it a bit from the top. Within it, we can say something like, let's get you closer to, and then we can create some space right here by putting a new line character. And then within it, we can render another piece of text that'll say your ideal home. Now make sure to properly close it. And there we go. Let's get you closer to, new line, your ideal home. We can also change the class name on this text to be something like text-primary-300. Much easier than having to manually type the hexadecimal value of that color, right? We just get it from Tailwind. Now below this text that's containing the smaller one, let's create another text. And this one for now, we'll simply say login to restate with Google. And here we can render a class name of text-lg, font-rubric, text-black-200, text-center, and a margin top of 12. Now below that text, we can render our first button, but it's not called a button here. It's actually called a touchable opacity, coming from React Native. A bit of a weird name, I know, but if you think about it, you're not clicking a button, you're actually touching it. So that's why it's called a touchable opacity in React Native. You can give it an onPress handler, which can be equal to handle login. So once we click on it or press on it, you can then call the handle login function. So let me create it right here at the top by saying const handle login is equal to an empty React arrow function for now. And this touchable opacity can also have a class name equal to bg_white shadow-md shadow-zinc-300 rounded-full w-full padding y of 4 and margin top of 5. And now we can slowly start seeing this button appear, but it'll be much more visible once we render a Google image right within it. So that'll be an image with a source of icons.google with a class name equal to w of 5 and h of 5 for width and the height, and a resize mode equal to contain. Of course, icons is coming from constants like images, so we have to import it right here. Import icons from constants icons. And with that, you should be able to see this Google icon. Let's see if it shows up if I reload. Head over to sign in. And no, it's still not there, even though I'm properly linking to the Google icon. Interesting. Let's try to put it within a view first to properly center it. So I'll create a new view that'll have a class name equal to flex. And now I'll put this image right within that view that is then within the touchable opacity. So that's going to look something like this. I'll also give it a flex-row and items-center, as well as justify-center. And then right after the image, still within the view, I will render a piece of text that'll say something like continue with Google. And I can style it further by giving it a class name of text-lg, font-rubric-medium, text-black-300, and a margin left to divide it a bit from the logo. But why is the logo not showing? Oh, I see. It's my web development self sabotaging me. And that'll happen a lot when developing React Native applications. Even though the goal is to make it so similar to web development, some things will be just a bit different. Like here, to the image, instead of passing an src, you would need to pass a source. I think that's the same as in Next.js, so actually we're good. But yeah, this is looking good now. And hey, believe it or not, this is it. This is our first screen. Yep, in a matter of minutes, you have successfully developed the UI and the UX of our first screen. Is it only an image, a piece of text, and a button? Sure, it is. But hey, you've developed it. And you can actually click on this button, you can scroll up and down to see more, and it's just looking great. But now we have to actually make it work. So in the next lesson, I'll show you how we can set up a backend as a service tool, which we'll use to host our database and which will help us with the auth. If you watched more than a couple of my videos, then you already know that I love using Appwrite, as it allows me to set up my entire backend within minutes. It's open source and it allows you to implement auth, databases, storage, even messaging, and more. So if I scroll down a bit, you can see that without the hassle, we can get secure login for all of the users, databases where we can store, query, and manage data, and even fully customize our backend. Now, why am I telling you this? Isn't Appwrite just for web applications? Well, not at all. If you head over to the docs, you'll see Apple and even React Native supported as one of the technologies we can use to start building with Appwrite. In this course, we'll use it for auth, databases, and storage. And later on, you'll be able to work on this project further to improve it by making it into a CMS where other users or agents can add their own real estate properties right to the application. So with that in mind, click the special Appwrite link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing during the setup. You'll also get some free credits, even though you won't be needing them, because Appwrite is completely free for unlimited projects that never get paused, and you get plenty of storage. So let's get started. I already have quite a couple of projects active, but this time let's create a new project. Let's call it something like JSM_, and then you can put whatever name you want. In this case, I'll do restate, but you can use something else. Next, you can choose the region. So far, only Frankfurt is available, but in the future, there's gonna be many other regions, and new project has been created. Once you open it, you'll be able to choose React Native as an option right here, and you can enter your application name. I'll call it restate once again, with a package name of com.jsm.restate. And then you can copy this command that allows you to install Appwrite SDK for React Native and the required dependencies, and you can paste it right here within your second terminal. While that is installing, let's go to the next step. You won't have to initialize the SDK right here by following the steps, as I'll teach you how to do that very soon. So, all set, let's go to the dashboard. And where were we? I believe we were setting up the auth. So let's head over to the auth part, go to settings, and choose Google Auth. It'll be right here in the middle. And now we need to keep this page open, copy the redirect URI, and then we have to set up oAuth on the Google side of things. So head over to console.cloud.google.com, and it should lead you to a page that looks like this. There, you need to create a new project, and I'll call it Restate. Click Create, and it'll be created within a minute. Now, select Project, head into it, and then at the top, you can search for Google Auth, and this will lead you to the Google Auth platform. Head over to Clients and get started. Here, you can enter the app name, such as Restate, as well as the support email. You can say that this app will be used externally with other users, and you can put your contact email address. Finally, agree to sell your soul, and continue. Now, create a new oAuth client. Application type can be web, as it's most similar to a React Native application, and it doesn't really matter. And add an authorized redirect URI, the one that you copied from Appwrite. Yep, this one right here. Click Create, and there we go. You have your Google OAuth client. So now, copy the client ID and the secret. You can get the client ID from here, and then paste it over to Appwrite. And you can get the secret by clicking on the web client and zooming out a bit. And there we go. Client secret is right here on the right. You can add it right here under App Secret and click Update. There we go. Google Authentication has been updated and it has been enabled. Now, before we dive into code, we'll have to register another platform type in Appwrite to make sure that this auth works. That's because Appwrite is handling the oAuth sign-in for us here. So the redirects will be of the Appwrite domain. These redirects will create a session for our application and then redirect us to our app. So head over to the overview and scroll down and create a new platform. Choose Web App, enter a name, something like Restate Web, and set the host name as asterisk, meaning everything, just to make sure we can reach it. Click Next, and we'll deal with the setup later. So now just skip these optional steps and copy the project ID right here at the top. Go back to your app and create a new .local.env, or rather .env.local file. There, you can say expo_public_Appwrite_project_ID and make it equal to the project ID that you just copied, as well as expo public Appwrite endpoint, which will be equal to the endpoint of the Appwrite service. So that's https://cloud.appwrite.io/v1. And now that our Appwrite project as well as the Google Authentication have been set up, in the next lesson, we'll focus on integrating Appwrite's SDKs right within our code. The entire setup of our Appwrite SDK will be happening in a single file, just to keep everything organized. So within the root of our application, create a new folder and call it lib, as in library. And within the lib, create a new file called appwrite.ts. Within it, we can set up our Appwrite client. We can do that by first exporting our configuration object by saying export const config is equal to an object where we can define the platform that we specified before. I believe that was com.jsm.restate. For you, it might have been something different. You have entered this during the setup. And I'm not sure if we can actually get to the same name that you used once again. You can just go here and see the name, but not the actual platform that you entered. So hopefully you can remember it. If not, you can rewatch the video to see what I used, or just create a new platform. After that, we can define an endpoint, and that's going to be equal to process.env.expo_public_Appwrite_endpoint. So we're simply referring to our environment variable. And then we can have another one for the project ID. which will be equal to Expo public Appwrite project ID. After that, we can define and export a new version of the Appwrite client by saying export const client is equal to new client. This client is of course coming from React Native Appwrite. And then we can say client.set endpoint to be equal to config.endpoint. Now, TypeScript is not sure whether we have added this environment variable or not. So to let it know, hey, I know that it is here. I entered it. We can add an exclamation mark right here at the end. After that, we can call a .setProject and pass in the config.project ID. And finally, we can call the .setPlatform and set that to be equal to config.platform. Next, we'll have to define which different functionalities we're going to use from Appwrite. So we can say export const avatar. We'll use avatars to generate an image avatar based on the user's first and last name. So that's going to be new avatars coming from React Native Appwrite, to which we pass the client we created. And we'll also do export const account is equal to new account, which is also coming from React Native Appwrite, to which we pass the client, which will allow us to create new user accounts. Now that we have this setup out of the way, we can create a new action. I'll call it export async function login. Yep, we're implementing the functionality to authenticate our user. I'll open up a try and catch block just to make sure that everything goes right. But if it doesn't, we can catch it and we can deal with it. So in the catch, I'll simply say console.error, error, and I will return false, meaning something went wrong. But what if something goes right? Well, first things first, we need to generate a redirect URI to handle the oAuth response. So once we go to Google, we have to go back to our application, letting us know that we have authenticated. So for that, we'll use an Expo module for handling deep links and redirect URLs called Expo linking. It's already added as one of the dependencies of Expo, so it's super simple to use it. At the top, you'll just say import everything as linking from Expo linking. And then right here, you can generate that redirect URI by saying const redirect URI is equal to linking dot create URL, to which you pass just a / URL pointing to the homepage. And this URL should all be uppercased. You can see how as soon as WebStorm found a method of create URL right here, it automatically told me that the first parameter of that method is actually the path by letting me know right here. Pretty cool. And if it had more, it would tell me what they are. Now, once we have the redirect URI that we want to redirect back to, we have to request an oAuth token from Appwrite using the Google provider. And we can do that by saying const response is equal to await account dot create oAuth 2 token. And to it, we have to pass a couple of parameters. The first parameter is the provider. So that's going to be equal to oAuth provider dot Google. So let's find it here. And then as the second parameter, we can pass the redirect URI. And of course, this oAuth provider is actually coming from React Native Appwrite. Perfect. Let's actually put this in multiple lines so we can see it more easily. That is await account dot create oAuth 2 token. As the first parameter, we pass the oAuth provider dot Google, and as the second, the redirect URI. After that, we can check if no response exists, then we can throw a new error saying something like failed to login. But if we have successfully created the oAuth 2 token, then we can open up a web browser session for oAuth process to continue by saying const browser result is equal to await open auth session async, to which we can pass the response dot to string. So this is the response from Google, as well as the redirect URI. You know how when you're in a mobile application and then sometimes it opens up that mobile browser within the app? Well, this is what we're doing here, and it is needed to properly use oAuth and authenticate using Google. After that, we can check if browser result dot type is not equal to success, In that case, we can simply throw a new error and say something like failed to login. Or you can be a bit more descriptive if you want to. But if everything went right, we can parse the newly returned URL to extract the query parameters by saying const URL is equal to new URL of browser result.url. And then we can extract the secret as well as the user ID by saying const secret is equal to url.searchparams.get secret question mark dot to string, because we want to get the string of that. And then we can do the same thing for the user ID. We can extract it from the URL by saying url.searchparams.get user ID to string. Finally, if no secret or no user ID exists, we can throw a new error saying failed to login. But if we pass that check, then we can finally create a new account session by saying const session is equal to await account.create session and pass in the user ID as well as the secret. Finally, if no session exists, we can throw a new error saying failed to create a session. But if we have successfully created a session, you can either return the session or just return true, meaning we're successfully logged in. Now that we have the login function, we also have to very quickly create a logout function. So I will collapse this function right here, and right below it, I'll create a new export async function logout. And of course, it'll be much simpler. I'll open up a try and catch block. In the catch, I'll cancel the error and return false. But in the try, I'll say await account.delete session and then pass in the current, which will delete the currently existing session. And we have to create another function, which will allow us to fetch the information about the currently logged in user. That'll look something like this. Export async function get user. We can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can cancel the error and return null. But in the catch, we can try to fetch the response by saying await account.get. And finally, if there is a response $ID, in that case, we want to form a new user avatar, meaning generate an image containing that user's initials. Appwrite makes that super simple by saying const user avatar is equal to avatar.get initials. And to it, you can pass the result.name, which we get from Google. In this case, that's going to be a response. Finally, if that goes right, we can put the return response right here, and we can return an object where we spread the entire response, as well as set the avatar to be equal to user avatar.toString. So we can use it nicely on the front end. Great. So this was the major part of Appwrite SDK integration done, specifically the part allowing us to sign our user in. So in the next lesson, we'll use these functions we've created to integrate them directly within our beautiful sign-in screen. To integrate Auth within our screen, let's go ahead and implement the login function right within the handle login function within the sign-in screen. I'll make this function asynchronous because within it, we have to call this login action we have created. So I'll say const result is equal to await login. Of course, coming from lib Appwrite. Next, if we get back the result, we can either navigate to the home screen, or for the time being, we can just put a console log of login successful. So that's going to look something like this. Else, if we don't get back the response or the result, we can just do an alert, .alert, and that can be something like error, failed to login. And this alert is coming from React Native. So it's all built right into it. Now, we're not going to test the login just yet. First, we want to integrate a function that will fetch the user session to see if they're logged in or not. We can manually call it and handle all the related states, like loading, errors, and more. And this will be the same for all other Appwrite requests. Quite some boilerplate code. Error handling, loading states, and so much more. So instead of doing it for every single request, repeating ourselves, we can create a 10-stack query-like hook that handles loading, error states, and gives us back our data depending on function parameters that we pass in, along the ability to refetch or request the same API again. So let me teach you how to make your code more scalable and reusable. I'll head over into the lib and create a new file called useAppwrite.ts. Typically, when a file starts with use, you know it'll be a custom hook. Now, in this file, I'll give you special code that you can copy from the description down below, head over to the GitHub README, code snippets to copy, and then just paste it right here. I want to make sure that you can paste it so we can together go through it and I can explain everything. The whole goal of this file is to create a new custom React hook that helps us manage Appwrite API calls with state and error handling. Now, since we'll be managing different kinds of calls, like get calls for properties, create calls, filter calls and search calls, and many other calls, we want to make sure that this function works for every single type of Appwrite call. So for that reason, we have to use some kind of generic TypeScript parameters like T and P, which allow us to not immediately define the type of a property. Rather, we can assign it once we actually pass some things into the function. So this function accepts different params, and we will define those params as P once they come in. So the P type will actually be different depending on the type of call we're making. That's why we had to define some of these interfaces here, just to make sure everything is type safe. Now, what is happening within this function? Well, we define the states for the data itself once it gets here. We then define the states for loading as well as error handling. And then we have a simple fetch data function, which tries to fetch the corresponding data with the right parameters. And once it fetches it, it simply sets it to the state. What it also does is sets the errors and loadings. Finally, we call it and return all of the necessary data with the possibility to display loading states, error states, and even the ability to refetch the data if needed. This function will make a lot of sense very soon as we start using it within our other screens. Now, in addition to getting this data, we'll also have to protect our screens and properly redirect users. First, we'll create a global auth provider and fetch the current user. And if the user is not there, then we'll redirect to the sign-in screen, or if it is, to the home screen. So let's create a new file within the lib folder, and let's call it globalprovider.tsx. Within it, we'll use React context. So we can say const global context is equal to create context coming from React. We can say that it'll be of a type global context type, which we can define soon, or undefined, and we can set undefined as the default value. Now, let's define how this global context type will look like. We can do that by defining an interface right here at the top called global context type. First, we'll have an isLoggedIn property, just to let us know whether the user has been logged in, of a type Boolean. Let's make this in uppercase. After that, we'll get the user, which will be of a type user or null. But hey, how does the actual user look like? Well, let's define another interface called user, which will have a $ID property equal to string. It'll have a name equal to string, an email equal to string as well, and finally an avatar equal to string too. Alongside the user, we want to have the global loading state of a type Boolean, as well as the refetch function. This refetch will be a callback function that accepts new params based off of which we can call that refetch function, and it'll be of a type record that accepts a string and then a string or a number, and it will return a promise of void. There we go. So finally, we can create a global provider by saying export const global provider, which will be equal to a React functional component that accepts children, and we can define the type of that children to be equal to React node like this. We of course have to import it from React, and finally we can open up a function block. Within it, we can immediately return the global context dot provider, And then, as you know, with the React context, you can return all the children immediately within it. The goal of this component is not to render any data, it is to wrap the screens with the global context app provider, which then has access to the values that we want to keep. So in those values, we want to have things like is logged in, user data, and more. And thankfully, we can get all of that by calling the custom use Appwrite hook we have created. So now you'll get to see how we can use it. I'll say const and then destructure something and call it use Appwrite. To it, we need to pass an object of options, specifically a function that we can call. And here, the function will be get current user, which is one of the functions we have defined. So let's actually import it at the top, coming from Appwrite. That'll be equal to import get current user coming from /Appwrite. Remember, it's the function we have created. Let's see if I can find it here. We have login, logout, and then get user. We can call it maybe get current user, so it makes more sense because it's the session of the currently logged in user. There we go. So now we have the get user. We're calling the get user, and then immediately out of that, we're getting back a couple of things. We get back the data, which in this case is the actual user. We get the loading state, as well as the ability to refetch the user if necessary. You see how simple it is to call this use Appwrite custom hook once you know what you need to pass in. You just simply pass in the function that you want to call. Later on, you can literally reuse this part, which handles the loading, the error states, and more, by just changing the function you're trying to call. Next, we can also just define whether the isLoggedIn property is true by saying const isLoggedIn, and it'll be equal to ! user. Now, why are we doing a double exclamation mark? Well, if you call the exclamation mark on null or an empty user, then it'll turn to true, and you want to call it once again on true to get access to false, meaning user doesn't exist. But if you call it on an existing user, so if you call it on an existing object that has maybe a name of Adrian, then this will actually turn false because an object is truthy by default. So if something is there, you will get a true Boolean value. So in simple words, we use double exclamation mark when we want to turn truthy or falsy values, such as nulls or objects, into Boolean values. After that, we can also console.log the user to see some data about it, maybe by saying json.stringify user null2. This will simply allow us to nicely display the user information in the console. And we can pass all of those values right here into the global context so we can get them from anywhere in the code, such as is logged in, the actual user data, loading, and refetch. And finally, we need a function that will allow us to more easily consume this data from the context. Let's create it and call it use global context as a hook, which will be of a type global context type. And within the function block, we can say const context is equal to use context coming from React, to which we can pass the global context, which we want to call. If there is no context, then we're going to throw a new error saying use global context must be used within a provider, else we'll simply return .context. And let's not forget to export default the global provider so we can actually wrap all of our screens with it. So let's head over to _layout and let's wrap our entire application with the global provider. That'll look something like this. I'll put this return statement in multiple lines, and I will start wrapping it right here by calling the global provider, which we just exported, and then we can put the stack right within it. What this means is that every single screen will now have access to the data within the global provider. You can see user role guests missing scope account. If I head back to local and reload, we have this great splash screen, and we can head back over to sign in, and it's looking great. Now, I believe this warning right here will be gone as soon as we sign in, but if it appears later on, we can easily deal with it. For now, I'll just dismiss it, and I'll say continue with Google. You can see now it says Expo wants to use Appwrite.io to sign in. Yep, we'll continue. I chose my JavaScript Mastery account and I'll click continue. And now the browser closed and we got a console log of login success. This is the only thing that we needed to see. So let's give it a shot. Let's head over to signin.tsx, and instead of simply saying login success, let's redirect the user to the home screen. We can do that by first getting access to a couple of things from our global context, such as refetch, loading, as well as is logged in. And that's going to be equal to use global context. There we go. Now, what we could do is just redirect, but we are already redirecting whenever we do a refetch. So right here, we can just do a refetch and that'll automatically redirect to the home screen. So let's go back, reload. And as you can see, now we get back all the information about this specific user. But hey, why can you still go over to the sign-in page? Shouldn't you be automatically redirected to the home? Well, yes, let's go ahead and add a check. I'll say if not loading and if is logged in, we can automatically return a redirect coming from Expo router pointing to a /, meaning homepage. So if I save this, whenever you try to go to sign in, you will automatically be redirected back to home. Great. But before we conclude Auth, let's make sure that if a user is not there, the user should not see any other pages and must be automatically redirected to the sign-in page. So instead of applying the same but reverse check in every single screen from homepage, explore, profile, and properties, we can do it in a parent layout of these screens. So let's create a new file under app, root, and create a file called _layout.tsx. This is a special layout for the properties and tabs, meaning all the pages that the users have to be authenticated to be able to see. Within here, we can export default function app layout. Within here, we can get access to the loading state and is logged in state by simply calling our use global context. How convenient that is. After that, if it is loading, we can return a safe area view, and within it, we can show an activity indicator. Think of this as a loader with a class name equal to text-primary-300 and a size of large. Now, maybe we can make this always true for now so we can see what we're working on. And if not is logged in, we can simply redirect to the sign-in page. That'll look something like this. href of the redirect will be equal to /sign-in. Of course, the redirect itself is coming from Expo router. And if we're not loading and if we are logged in, then we can simply return a slot, meaning the current screen that we want to show. The slot, of course, coming from Expo router. Perfect. Let's give this safe area view a class name equal to bg_white, h-full, flex, justify-center, and items-center. Now, let's try to reload the app. And now you can see this beautiful activity indicator, but it should only happen if we are loading. So if loading, then show the activity indicator, else if not logged in, point to the sign in, else just give me the screen. And that's exactly where we're at right now. We're logged in, we have the currently active user, and we have successfully implemented the auth. So whenever you make some file changes, like adding a new layout, always remember to go to the terminal and press R to reload. Now let's head back over to the global provider and let's remove this console log because we indeed know that the user is there. So in the next lesson, let's go back to our index.tsx and let's turn these ugly links into a tab navigation system that looks much cleaner. To start working on our app's primary navigation, also known as tabs, let's go ahead and create a new file right here under tabs. I'll call it _layout.tsx. Yep, we'll have yet another layout specifically for the 3 pages that we'll be able to navigate through tabs. So we can create it as a shared piece of UI among all 3 pages directly within here. I'll create a new RNFE to quickly spin up a new layout, and I'll call it tabs. We need to reload our application. Don't forget to do that often. And now you can see just tabs at the top left. What we have to do now is wrap everything with the tabs. So tabs is actually a special component coming from React Native. So that'll look something like this. But of course, we cannot have 2 of the same names. So I'll rename this to tabs layout. And then this will be tabs coming from Expo router. Now, these tabs also have some extra options. So let's say screen options is equal to tab bar show label will be set to false. We don't want to show the label. After that, we have a tab bar style, and we can define it by choosing a background color. It'll be of a color white. We can choose a position. We want to choose absolute. We can next choose a border top color, which will be our primary color, #0061FF1A, and we can choose a border top width of 1, as well as a min height of about 70. And now you can see the tabs appear right here at the bottom. Within the tabs, we can define different screens. So let's create the first screen by saying tabs.screen. It'll be a self-closing component, so we can do it like this, and provide a name equal to index, which is our homepage, with some additional options, such as a title of home, a header shown for that specific screen of false, and then also for each one of these tab screens, we can also choose how we want to display our icon by saying tab bar icon, and we'll do it completely custom by, for now, just returning a piece of view that has a text of home. But as you can see, you can't really fit a lot of text right here as an icon. So instead of that, let's create a custom tab icon component at the top. Const tab icon is equal to a function with an immediate return that looks like this, that returns a view, and within the view, it'll render an image. This image will of course come from React Native, and we can pass a couple of props, such as, is this the currently active one, or focused icon? What is the icon, and what is the title we want to display? And we can define different types for this. Focused is a Boolean, icon can be any, and title will be of a type string. We can also import all the different icons by saying import icons from add /constants /icons. And now we can render source icon coming from props. So instead of rendering a piece of text that says home, let's actually render this tab bar icon by rendering tab icon. And to it, we can pass an image equal to, or no, it was icon, equal to icons.home. If I do this, you can see a big home icon appear. We can also give it a focus state equal to focused, and that is coming directly right here through props of the tab bar icon function. And finally, we can give it a title equal to home. Now we can dive into this tab icon component and style it further. We can style this view by giving it a class name of flex-1, margin top of 3, flex, flex-call, and items-center. Next, we can give this image a tint color depending on the focus state. So if it's focused, we can give it the regular color of #0061FF, else it can be #666876. This is our secondary color. We can also give it a resize mode equal to contain, as well as a class name equal to size of 6. And now it looks a bit nicer. Right below it, we can also render a piece of text that has a class name equal to. Now it'll be dynamic depending on the focus state. So if focused is true, then we can render a text primary 300 with a font of Rubik medium. But else, if it's not focused, we can give it a text black 200 with a font of Rubik. And it can also have a text extra small, W full, text-center, as well as margin top of 1, always, no matter the focus state. And within it, we can render the title. There we go. So now we have a nice home icon. Now it'll be super simple to reuse this for other screens. I will simply copy this entire tab screen and duplicate it 2 more times. For the first one, I'll change the name over to Explore. It has to match the name of our page or the screen with a title of Explore. I'll pass in the icons.search as well as the title of Explore. And finally, for the last one, I'll give it a name of Profile, a title of Profile, and icons of Person, because we want to show the profile page. And now you can see how nice those 3 icons look like at the bottom. And if you click on each one of them, you can see it actually navigates to a different screen and the active state changes. This is looking amazing. And it was pretty simple to make, right? I'll reload the application just to make sure that everything is looking good. And I can even head over to index.tsx to remove the navigation from here. There we go. Now we have the home, the Explore, and oh, it says home. Looks like I forgot to change the label or the title. In this case, it was supposed to say Profile. There we go. This is now looking amazing, and we are ready to continue. Now, we could either focus on the home or the Explore first, but actually, I want to tackle the profile page first, because on the profile page, we'll have a logout button. So that way, we can complete the auth cycle by allowing users to log in, but also to log out. So in the next lesson, let's implement the profile screen. To start implementing the profile screen, let's head over to tabs profile.tsx. And first, we'll develop the UI. So let's start right at the top by defining a function which we'll have on this page called handle logout. And that'll be equal to an async callback function, which for now we'll leave completely empty. Right within JSX, since we'll have more elements on the screen and some smaller height devices might not be able to fit all of them immediately, I will wrap it into a safe area view coming from React Native safe area view. Now let's switch over to profile on our phone so we can see it. And you can see that profile now fits nicely within there. I'll also give it a class name of h-full, as well as a background of white. Instead of having a simple piece of text that says profile, within this safe area view, I'll put a scroll view so we can nicely scroll in between the elements if they don't fit on the screen. This scroll view will have 2 different properties. The first one will be shows vertical scroll indicator, and I will set it to false. And the second one will be a content container class name set to padding bottom of 32 and padding x of 7 to create some space. Of course, let's import this scroll view coming from React Native. Right within it, we can now display a view. This view will contain a piece of text that simply says profile, and we can style it a bit further by giving it a class name of text-extra large, as well as font-rubric-bold. And right below it, we can render an image that'll have a source equal to icons coming from constants icons dot bell, which is the notification icon, with a class name of size of 5. And let's not forget to import the image itself, which is a component coming from React Native. So now we can see this little bell. Let's nicely position this on the screen by giving it a class name equal to flex, flex-row, items-center, justify-between, and a margin top of 5. There we go. So now we have a nice simple heading. Let's go below this view and let's render another view that'll have a class name equal to flex-row, justify-center, flex, and a margin top of 5 to divide it a bit from the profile header. Within it, we can render another view, and this view will have a class name of flex, flex-call this time, so we'll put the elements in a column, items-center, relative, and a margin top of 5. Right within it, we will render an image. So let's say image with a source of images coming from constants dot avatar. And let's give it a class name equal to size of 44, relative, as well as a rounded dash full property. So now we can render a fake avatar image right here. Later on, we can replace it with a real avatar coming from Appwrite. And right below this image, let's render a touchable opacity, which is actually a button. And within it, we can render another image with a source equal to icons.edit, allowing the user to edit the icon with a class name of size-9. So that's going to look something like this. There we go. And we can, of course, style this touchable opacity a bit by giving it a class name of absolute, bottom-11, right-2. And let's not forget to go below the touchable opacity and add a text. That'll render your name. For now, we can put it statically here. Later on, we can get real data. So I'll put Adrian, add JS mastery, and I'll style it by giving it a class name equal to text-2xl, font-rubric-bold, and a margin top of 2. I think I can just say JSM here, and now this will look even better. Perfect. Now let's go below this view and below one other view to create a view that will contain some settings. I'll create a view that'll have a class name equal to flex, flex-col, and a margin top of 10. And within it, we can display some settings items. Of course, I'm referring to these list items. So each list item will follow a specific structure, such as it'll have an icon, a title, and then a link to visit more info. So we can create it as a custom component right here above the profile, and I'll call it const settings item is equal to an immediate return component that returns a touchable opacity, because each one of these links will be clickable. And then within it, we can render a view. Within that view, we can render an image, within which we'll render a source of icon that we decide to pass into it, as well as a piece of text that'll simply render the title. Of course, if you run this now, we won't be able to use it because we have to pass some props to each one of these settings items. We have to accept things like an icon, a title, an on press, a text style, in case we want to style it a bit differently, as well as a show arrow, which by default will be set to true, because we want to show the arrow for most items besides the logout. Let's also say that all of these are of a type settings item props. And now we can define those props right here so we know what we need to pass in. That'll be an interface of settings item props, where we accept an icon, which will be of a type image source prop type coming from React Native. We also get a title of a type string, an onPress, which is a callback function that returns nothing, as well as a text style, which is optional of a type string, and a show arrow, which is optional of a type Boolean. So now let's actually call this settings item right here below. Within this view, I will call our first settings item, and you can see how WebStorm immediately fills in all of the necessary props and gives me the possibility to edit one after another. So icon will come from icons, coming from constants, and then the title will be set to my bookings, and I think we don't even need an onPress on this one. So now if we save this, it's going to say my bookings, where we get the icon, but it's complaining a bit, saying that icon is not assignable. So let's see what that is about. We can also make onPress optional, as we won't need it with every single component, and this is looking good to me. Of course, this was supposed to be icons.calendar. So now you can see my bookings and then the icon. I'll also duplicate this settings item one more time below, and I'll actually make this a bit smaller so it nicely fits in one screen. There we go. I think this is much easier to look at. The second one I will change to settings.wallet, and I'll rename it to payments. Now, if we modify our settings item, we can give it some styles by giving this touchable opacity a class name of flex, flex-row, items-center, justify-between, and a padding Y of 3. That's going to create some space. Once we click it, we can also render onPress and make it equal to the onPress that we pass in as a prop. We can further style this view by giving it a class name of flex, flex-row, items-center, and a gap of 3 in between the elements. To the image itself, we can change the size by setting the size to be equal to 6. And then for the text, we can render some additional styles, such as a class name equal to text-lg, font-rubric-medium, and text-black-300 for the color. And if we want to apply some additional styles, we can render this dynamically, and it dynamically here as well. And then we can also render the text styles, the additional ones, after these base styles that we pass as a prop to different settings items. And finally, right here below this view, we can render a dynamic block of code that checks if show arrow is true, and only if it is, then we render an image with a source equal to icons.right arrow with a class name of size of 5. There we go. So now this is looking more like a real settings page. Now we can go a bit down below this view containing the first 2 settings items, and we can render another view. This time with a class name equal to flex, flex-col, margin top of 5, border of t, padding top of 5, border-primary-200. This will just add a little border to divide some settings from other settings. So now we can map over these settings coming from data.ts, .slice, and we'll slice over the first 2 initial ones, and then we'll map over the remaining settings. By saying map, we get an item for each one of these, as well as an index. And then we simply show a new settings item for each one of these settings. So let's render a key since we're mapping over it. That'll be equal to the index. And we can also spread the rest of the item. Item, because it'll contain the icon, the title, and more. And now immediately we get all of these other options available. And how did they get here? Well, if you command click into the settings, you'll notice that we have them under constants data.ts, where it's a simple list of objects where each object has a title and an icon. Nothing more. Finally, we have to implement a button to log out. So let's go below this view and let's actually copy that view to create one more border. There we go. And then within that view, we can render another settings item, but this one will have an icon equal to icons.logout with a title of logout, a text style equal to text-danger, a show arrow set to false, and on press, we'll simply call the handle logout function we have declared at the top. And now you can see this logout button. It is at the bottom, and that's where you typically want to place it in all app settings, because that's not an action that people frequently do. But as you can notice, even though I have a device with a lot of height, you can still scroll up and down to get to more settings. So now, before we implement the logout, let's fetch the real user data so we can display it right here instead of this fake one. I'll do that right here at the top by using the global context we have declared before. I'll say const and destructure the user as well as a refetch function, and that's going to be equal to use global context, just like so. Alongside this, we can also declare the function to log out, which will be equal to the function called logout that we created before. So I'll say const result is equal to await logout. Make sure to import it at the top. And if we do get a successful result, we will then run an alert by getting the alert functionality .alert, and we'll say success, you have been successfully logged out. Else, we'll simply do an alert saying error, an error occurred while logging out. With that in mind, we can now use this real data right here where it says images.avatar. Instead of that, for the source, I will actually pass an object called URI and set it to be equal to user .avatar. And now we get a real avatar for JavaScript Mastery for my specific account. And I can also change my name right here by rendering a real user .name. JavaScript mastery. Perfect. If you want to, you can also implement the edit profile photo later on. But for now, let's implement the logout functionality to complete the entire authentication flow. We're already doing that right here, as we're already passing the handle logout to the logout button. And one more thing we can do is after a successful logout, we can run refetch, because in refetch, we're revalidating the currently logged in user and then renavigating it to the sign up page if needed. So with that said, let's go ahead and test out the logout functionality by simply pressing the logout button. Perfect, that works as expected. We'll deal with this little error message later on once we dive into the role and scope system. For now, I will dismiss it and I will sign in once again to test out the login. And there we go, I have been redirected to the home screen and we can now move between home, explore, and profile. Great. Of course, the next big thing is to implement the page that we get redirected to right after we log in, and that is the home page. So let's do that next. To start implementing our home screen, let's head over to our index.tsx under root and tabs. And let's remove everything from there besides a simple safe area view and then a simple piece of text. That'll say something like home. Perfect. Now we can first start by implementing the header of our homepage. Our header will be a simple view. So let's add it right here. View that'll have a class name of padding X of 5. And we can also make the entire screen white by giving this safe area view a class name of BG white and H-full. Now within this view, we'll have yet another view that we'll use for positioning our elements around. That'll have a class name equal to flex, flex-row, items-center, justify-between, and a margin top of 5. Within it, we'll have another view which will contain our image, and this view will have a class name equal to flex and flex-row. Within it, we can display our image. Of course, this image is coming from React Native, and it'll have a source equal to images.avatar, and images has to be imported from constants. So that'll look something like this. Of course, later on, we'll replace it with your own avatar image. We can give this image a class name equal to size of 12 and rounded-full. Below it, we can render a view, and that view will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, items-start, margin left of 2, and justify-center. Within it, we can now display a text that says something like good morning. This is just to implement some kind of a personalization to each user. So we'll have a piece of text that says good morning, and then below it, we'll have another piece of text that will refer to the person's name. So for now, I'll say Adrian, but later on, we'll of course modify it. So let's get a class name to this first text, and this one will be a bit smaller with a text-XS for extra small, font-rubric, text-black of 100. And this below one will have a class name equal to text-base, font-rubric-medium, and text-black-300. Now we can head 2 view elements down and then render another image. And this image will have a source equal to icons coming from constants .bell for notifications with a class name of size-6. There we go. So now we can show the number of notifications that that user has. And that is a simple header. But now we want to create a search component. You can see that on the design right here. This is what we're trying to achieve. But this search component will also be reused on the explore page right here. So for that reason, we have to turn it into a new component. So let's create a new folder right here in the root of our directory, and let's call it components. Within the components folder, we can create a new file called search.tsx and run rnfe to quickly spin up a new search component. Now we can import it within our index right here below the header. We can do it below this view with a padding X of 5. So that'll be search. There we go. You can see it right there. And now we can head over to that search and implement it. To make our search optimized, we'll use a use debounce package, a package that allows you to make your searches more performant. And it has 1.5 million weekly downloads. I mean, just imagine creating such a cool package that 1.5 million developers use it every week. So let's install it by opening our terminal and then running npm i use-debounce. And with that, we can start implementing the search. First things first, like in Next.js, here in React Native, we can modify the search parameters by taking a look at the imaginary URL that we're currently on. It's not going to be a real URL like in the browser, but we can still keep track of the path that we're currently on. Because even though this is a screen, you can still go back and forward like you can in the browser. So let's say const path is equal to use path name coming from Expo router. And let's also extract the params by saying const params is equal to use local search params coming from Expo router as well. From it, we get back a query, or rather an object containing the query, which is of a type string. So we can define it like this. And finally, we can create a new use state field called search. Set search at the start equal to whatever is in the params.query. And later on, we'll be able to implement the handle search function. So for now, let's just make it a regular function that accepts a text of a type string, and then it simply sets the text into the search. It'll look something like this. And now we can build the UI of this search component by first wrapping everything into a view with a class name equal to flex, flex-row, items-center, justify-between, w-full, padding X of 4, rounded-lg, it's starting to take shape, bg of accent 100, border, border-primary 100, margin top of 5, and padding Y of 2. And now we can see a little search input. Now, within this view, we can create another view, and this one will have a class name equal to flex-1, flex, flex-row, items-center, and justify-start, as well as a z-index of 50 to make it appear on top of the other elements. Within it, we can render a simple image. Of course, that image is coming from React Native, and it'll have a source equal to icons, which are coming from constants, .search. And then we can have a class name equal to a size of 5. Right below that image, we can render a text input. This is the first time we're using this kind of a component from React Native that allows us to enter some kind of information with our keyboard. And in React Native, it's not called an input, it's called a text input. It works very similarly as it does in React applications. It accepts a value, in this case of a type search, an onChange handler, in this case equal to handle search, a placeholder equal to search for anything, as well as a class name equal to text-sm, font-rubric, text-black-300, so we can see it more clearly, margin left of 2, and flex-1. And now this is starting to look more like an input, and you can actually click on it for your keyboard to open. And in this case, instead of saying onChange handler, this was supposed to be onChange text. So there we go. I'm glad that it was actually blinking red, so it let me know that I typed something wrong. And finally, right below this view, we can create a touchable opacity. Of course, that's a button. And within it, we can render an image with a source of icons.filter with a class name equal to size-5. So later on, in case we want to add some additional filters, we can click on that button on the right and lead the user to a new page to show more filtering options. With that in mind, how can we now actually handle the search? Well, it's easier than you might think. You can already start typing things in there, and start searching for things like, let's do house. Yeah, we're searching for different houses, right? So you can already do that, and it works very well. But now it's up to you to use that piece of info and then search some data based off of it. But if you want to make API or database calls based on inputs, it's never good to make an input based on every keystroke, because then a user that wants to get search results for the house will first get the search results for H, and then for HO, and then for HOU, and then for the entire house, right? The user will have made 5 requests only to get back the data for one that they initially wanted to make, which is the full search term of house. So to optimize this search, we use something known as a debounce. So let's create a const debounced search and make it equal to use debounce callback that accepts a callback function of a text string, and then simply returns the router dot set params, where it sets the query to be equal to the debounce text. And of course, this router is coming from Expo router. So let's import it right here at the top. And instead of just simply setting the search, we can now call the debounce search and pass over the text that we want to pass into it. So now we won't be modifying the router every single time. We'll only modify it after some time has passed. And if you want to, you can manually put the wait time. But typically what I do is pass a second parameter, which is the wait. So that's going to be about 500 milliseconds. So if a user types house very quickly without 500 milliseconds between each keystroke, the router params will have been only sent out once instead of 5 times. I hope that makes sense. So now that we're setting this router params, we'll be able to pull that search query later on once we need to make a call to fetch all of the properties matching that query. But for the time being, we can get back to the homepage and we can implement a new section, which is going to be a featured section right below the search. We can do that by declaring another view with a class name equal to margin y of 5 to divide it a bit from the bottom and the top. Within it, we can have another view that'll have a class name equal to flex, flex-row, items-center, and justify-between. Within it, we can render a piece of text that'll say featured, and then below it, we can render a touchable opacity that'll render another text that'll say see all. So that's going to look something like this. First, let's style the featured text by giving it a class name equal to text-xl, font-rubric-bold, text-black-300. And we can also style the see all text with a class name of text-base, font-rubric-bold, and a text primary of 300. Let's of course spell this properly by calling it a class name. There we go. And I just noticed that this, as well as the search, has to be put within this inner view of padding x of 5. So we want to collapse this other view right here, but actually the search and the featured section need to be within the view that has a padding x of 5, because that will push them a bit more to the middle, giving them some room to breathe on the sides. Perfect. So now we have the featured header implemented as well. Now, what it is that we're featuring? Well, real estate properties, of course, or houses and apartments. So how are we going to make each one of these cards look like? Well, we'll have 2 different types of cards, one for the featured section and another for a regular search. So one has to look like this and the other has to look like this. But if you think about it, they both are getting in the same exact pieces of data. The ones on the top are just a bit more prominent, a bit more featured. So what do you say that we implement both cards so we can reuse them later on as we want? I'll go ahead and head over into components and create a new component called cards.tsx. Within it, I'll run rnfe, and now we have cards. Instead of calling it cards, I'll rename this component to featured card. So we can do it something like this. And I'll actually make it a named export because we'll have 2 different exports from this component, the featured card, as well as a regular card, which we can call just card. So what do you say that we first implement the featured card and then do the other one next to another? I'll do that by importing both of these cards right here below this view. I'll simply say featured card as well as a card. There we go. And now we can see cards. They're both saying cards, but I can make this one say featured and I can make this one say card. There we go. So now we can start implementing them and we can see the changes that we make live on the home screen. Let's start with the featured card. Once we click it, it actually has to lead somewhere. So we have to know what happens once we press on it. So I'll pass or receive an on-press event, which will be of a type props. And then we can declare those props right here by saying interface props is equal to onPress will be optional, and it will just be a function that returns nothing. It just redirects somewhere. Now this feature card in itself will simply be a touchable opacity, meaning a button, because the whole thing will be clickable. Once we click it, we'll call the onPress function, which will most likely just do a redirect. We can also give it a class name equal to flex call, items-start, W of 60, age of 80, and a position of relative. And within it, we can render a new image component, which will look something like this. And for now, we can give it a fake image, source equal to images coming from constants .japan, as well as a class name equal to size -full and rounded -to XL. There we go. So now we have a nice featured Japanese apartment card. Right below this image, we'll also render another image with a source of images .card gradient with a class name equal to size -full, rounded -to XL, absolute, and bottom -0. This will add a bit of a darkish overlay to the card so we can show some more info at the bottom without it being too busy with the image in the background. This way we have white text on an image, but we still apply a bit of dark so we can clearly see the text. So let's create that view right here below. And within it, we can render an image with a source equal to icons.star. And the icons, of course, are coming from icons constants with a class name equal to size-3.5. And now if you pay close attention, you can see a little star right here beneath the card text. We'll position it properly later on. Within this view, we can also render a piece of text that'll say something like 4.4, which is right now just a fake piece of data for the rating of this property. Later on, we can make it real. Let's also style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-extra small, font-rubric-bold, text-primary-300, and margin left of 1. Now let's position this nicely on the card by giving it a class name of flex-row to make them appear one after another, items-center, BG white over 90, padding X of 3, padding Y of 1.5, rounded-full, absolute, with a top of 5 and the right of 5 to move it a bit on the top right side. And this is looking much better. I believe these cards should have also been within this view with a padding X of 5. So let me put them there so they have some nice padding. There we go. That's more like it. Now we can head below this view and create another view. This view will have a class name of flex-call, items-start, absolute, bottom of 5, and inset-x-5. This will simply apply a bit of a left and right property of 20 pixels. Within it, we can now display a piece of text. So let's say that this text will be the title, something like modern apartment. Of course, later on, we'll actually pull the real data. For now, let's give it a class name of text-xl, font-rubric-extra bold, since this is the title, the most important thing, and text-white. And we can also give it a special property of number of lines equal to 1. So it will not pass one line of text. What's the second most important part? Well, it's the address. So right below it, let's render another piece of text that'll say something like, let's do 22W 15th Street, New York, USA. Something like this should be fine. Of course, feel free to enter anything. Let's style it now by giving it a class name equal to text-base, font-rubric, and text-white. And we don't need to enter the postal address. I think this should be enough. Now we can go below this text and render another view that'll have a class name equal to flex, flex-row, items-center, justify-between, and W-full for full width. And within it, we can render another piece of text that'll display the price. So let's say something like 2,500. This could potentially be the rent and not the purchasing price of this property. So now it's totally up to you whether you want to make this an application where people can buy properties or whether they can rent them. I'll give this class name equal to text XL, font-rubric extra bold, as well as a text of white. And now we can see the price on the card as well. And now this is becoming much more similar to the original card. The last thing we have to do is render the heart icon in case you want to save it to your favorites. So below this text, let's render an image with a source equal to icons.heart with a class name of size of 5. And this is our featured card. But now, how would a regular card look like? It follows more or less the same principles, but we have to use less absolute positioning. We have to use it just for the rating at the top. The rest of the content will simply be displayed below the image. So let's head down and let's start implementing the skeleton of the card by turning this view into a clickable, touchable opacity, which can call the onPress equal to onPress when clicked. And it'll have a class name of flex-1, W-full, margin top of 4, padding X of 3, padding Y of 4, rounded-LG, BG of white, shadow of LG, shadow black 100/70. I found that color to work the best, and it'll have a relative positioning. Now, of course, we also have to get the onPress from the props. So let's simply destructure onPress and make it equal to the type of props. That'll look something like this. And now we can see this card layout at the bottom. Within it, we can render a lot of the same content that we had in the other card, starting from this view, which contains the rating, and then below it, we have another view which contains the rest of the content. So let's actually copy those two views and paste them right here in between this touchable opacity. And I think I just missed copying one additional view. If I do that, everything will break, but don't worry about that because now we'll make additional changes to this touchable opacity to implement that second look of the card. The first view within it will have properties of flex, flex row, item center, but we can change the rest of the properties. It'll have a property of absolute, padding X of 2, top of 5, right of 5, BG white over 90, padding of 1, rounded-full, and a Z index of 50. That's going to be for the rating. And then we show the same thing inside of it, but with a bit of a smaller size and a margin left of 0.5 since the card is smaller. Now we can go below that view and we can render an image. This image will have a source equal to images.New York with a class name equal to W-full, H of 40, and rounded-LG. And now we get this second image for the smaller card. Below that image, we can render another view, which will contain the property information. It can simply have a flex, flex call, and maybe a bit of a margin, so margin top of 2. Within it, we are rendering a piece of text that's going to be of a size text-base, font-rubric of bold, no longer needed to do it extra bold, and the text will actually be black 300 instead of white, as now it is on a white background. And here we can say something like Cozy Studio, and no longer it has to be number of lines of 1. Below it, we can render the address in text-extra small, font Rubik, and text-black-200. Below it, we have the view, flex row, item center, justify between. And here, instead of W full, we can do margin top of 2. Within it, we are rendering a text-base and font-Rubik-bold for the price, with a text color of primary 300. And then we're showing the heart icon that'll have a class name of W5, H5, as well as a margin right of 2. And we can also give it a tint color equal to #191D31. But now what's happening here? We still cannot see all of this content, as I'm guessing it's being hidden by the image. I'll go to my terminal and reload, just to make sure, you never know. And it says text strings must be rendered within a text container. Where is it that we're trying to render something that looks like a text, but it's not put within a text element? Maybe we can get more info in the terminal. Nope, it just says it's within a view, but we don't know where that is happening. I'm not actually sure where we're trying to render a string outside of text. It seems like all strings are indeed within the text elements. If you find it, that's great. But for the time being, I will simply dismiss that error and try to see what's happening with the UI, because this card isn't really looking like the card on here. And that's because of the layout. Here, I'm rendering the card at once, but it will never actually show like this. It'll always show in a row of 2. So let's head back over to the home page and let's improve the layout for both cards. Right below the view that is below the touchable opacity, we can render the UI of our cards. I'll do it like this. First, I'll render an additional view that'll have a class name of flex, flex-row, gap of 5, and a margin top of 5 as well. And within it, I will display 2 featured cards, one after another. That'll look something like this. And right now, we cannot really scroll through them, which is not ideal. So if you added a third, you would not be able to see it. After that, we want to duplicate this entire view talking about a featured section, and we want to paste it below this view and below one more view. So that'll look something like this. And this time, instead of saying featured, we want to say something like our recommendation. That'll look something like this. It'll say the same thing, see all. And then right here, below this touchable opacity and below this view, we can render another view with a class name of flex, flex-row, a gap of 5, and a margin top of 5 as well. And here we can render 2 regular cards, 1, 2. And now this is looking a bit better. You can see that they nicely fit on the screen and all information is clearly visible. Whereas the larger featured card takes a bit more space and definitely more height, so it's more prominent. Let's say that some real estate developers or some real estate agencies want to advertise some of their properties. Well, they would be able to pay you to put them right here in the featured section. If they don't, they're going to be right here in the regular search. Perfect. Now you can see as I'm hovering or clicking over this element, it actually appears like it's clickable. So as soon as we implement the functionality, we'll be able to re-navigate to the property details page. Beautiful. Another big issue is that right now we cannot scroll through these featured properties. So that's something that we'll have to do next. But at least now we have created these reusable cards that allow us to quickly check out all of the properties featured on your app. Now, in the similar way, we have created a reusable search component, which shows right here on the top. And also later on, it will show on the top of the Explore page. We want to implement the filters component right here that shows on top of the recommendations. We want to do it as a reusable component because it'll also show right here in Explore. So going back to the code, we can create a new component called filters.tsx and run rnfe. And we can quickly import those filters right here below our recommendation by saying filters and rendering it as a self-closing component. We can head into it and implement them right here. They'll work similarly to the search component in a way that they will modify the local search parameters. So we can say const params is equal to use local search params coming from Expo router. But this time we will actually get back a type of filter, which will be an optional string property. Next, we want to create a new use state field to keep track of the filters we're setting. I'll call it selected category and set selected category. At the start equal to either params.filter if we have already selected one, or simply a string of all. Make sure to put the uppercase A here so we can properly categorize it. After that, we'll have a function to handle the category press. So let's call it handle category press, which will take in a category of a type string and do something with it. Finally, we can implement the UI of our filters by wrapping everything into a scroll view. And here's an important thing. We'll give it a prop of horizontal. So we'll be able to horizontally scroll through all of these filters, even if they don't fit on a single screen. Let's make sure to import the scroll view from React Native, and let's give it a show horizontal scroll indicator and set it to false. We'll make it apparent that people can scroll. We don't necessarily have to show the indicator. And let's give it a class name of margin top of 3 and margin bottom of 2. And it looks like I'm missing the letter T right here in horizontal. Now, instead of showing this piece of text, we can map over the categories coming from data.ts by saying categories.map, where we get each individual category item as well as the index. And for each one, we want to return a touchable opacity because each filter will be clickable. And within it, we'll display a piece of text that will render the item.title. So it should look something like this. All houses, condos, duplexes, studios, villas, apartments, and more. But of course, we want to style each one of these pieces of text. So let's give this touchable opacity a class name of flex, flex-call, items-start, margin right of 4, padding x of 4, padding y of 2, and the rounded dash full. Now we have given them some space to breathe. Let's also give it an onPress property. So once we click on it, we want to call the handle category press and pass in the item.category. So this was supposed to be handle category press right here. And instead of items, it's actually item, that specific one that we clicked on. You can see how as soon as you wrap something into a touchable opacity, it always appears like it's clickable. Like if you click it with your finger, it appears like you're clicking it. Now, how do we figure out which one is currently clicked? Well, based on the state. So we can change the styles by making this dynamic. And then we can say if selected category is triple equal to the item category, meaning if the current one is equal to the one we're currently editing the styles for, that's going to be item.category. In that case, we want to apply a BG primary of 300, and else we want to apply a BG primary of 100 with a border and border dash primary dash 200. And that now looks something like this. They actually seem like clickable chips that you can click and select what you want to do. Now we can style the text right here by giving it a class name. It'll be dynamic and it'll always have a text dash small. But if selected category is triple equal to item.category, in that case, it'll have a text dash white, else it'll have a text black of 300 with a font of Rubik. But if it's selected, it'll have a font Rubik bold with a margin top of 0.5. There we go. So now this is looking exactly as it does in the design. Perfect. And you can see how even though we don't have any indication that a user can scroll right, they can see that Studios is kind of cut off. So immediately, if people have been using their phones a bit more, they will know that they have the option to actually horizontally scroll, or should I say swipe with their mouse right here. Perfect. And now we can implement the logic of actually selecting a category. Here, we don't have to use a debounce because for each property, the user is only clicking once. So what we can do is say if selected category is triple equal to category, meaning if they click the same category that has been selected right now, what do we want to do? Well, we want to set selected category to be equal to an empty string, meaning nothing. because they want to reset their option. And we want to call the router coming from Expo router dot set params and set the filter to be equal to all. And we want to exit out of this handle press function. But if they haven't selected the same category, if they want to click on a new one, we will set that new selected category, as well as call the router dot set params and set the filter to be equal to this newly selected category. So now if I go to houses, you can see that gets selected. Condos, duplexes, it works. If I click on a property once again for the second time, it'll actually reset to the all category. Looking great. And with that, we have now also implemented the filters, which means that most of our homepage has now been completed. Great work on that. But what still hasn't been finalized is that we cannot scroll the homepage. You can see later on we'll have many more cards right below, but right now we cannot scroll down. Not only that we cannot scroll down, we cannot scroll left, right, we cannot do absolutely anything on this homepage besides see this 4 cards. I want to be able to see more and explore more of the application. And on mobile apps, you do that by swiping, not by navigating to many other pages. So in the next lesson, let me teach you how we can make this screen actually make sense, so you can scroll through featured cards as well as swipe down to see more of the regular cards. Great work on completing this big lesson. In the previous lesson, we created this great looking homepage UI, but it's not that functional, is it? It's not scrollable, neither up, down, nor left or right for these feature cards. Now, while we could use the scroll view in the similar way we used it in the profile screen, there are 2 different things to consider. There is a component called a scroll view, which is what we have used so far. But here, we can use something known as a flat list. Normally, flat list is used over scroll view for lists of items when you have dynamic data, as it only needs to load the elements currently visible on the screen. It's more memory efficient compared to the scroll view. And there's another thing. You can't have 2 flat lists in different directions on the same screen. The same goes for the scroll view. You can't have the scroll view, which is vertical, and then a flat list inside it, which is horizontal on the same screen. Basically, no 2 virtualized lists can be added in 2 different directions. So to address this issue, instead of using a scroll view, we'll use a flat list as the main element of the screen and then render the rest of the UI as its head component. It'll make sense once I show you how it works. First things first, right here within the safe area view, let's render a flat list, a component coming from React Native. You can immediately see that it wants me to add 2 things into it, data and a way in which we can render that data. So for the data, right now, I'll simply say an array of 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say that I want to render 4 different numbers. And then for the render item, we can display a callback function, which will take in that item, and then it'll simply return it. Maybe something like this, or within a piece of text, just so we don't hit some React Native limitations, like this. So if we render this right here on top and reload, you can see 1, 2 barely on the top left of our screen. And if you kind of move it around, you can see that it scrolls from 1, 2, 3, 4 as well. But now let's make it look nicer. Instead of rendering just a piece of text for each one of these elements, let's render a card. And now we have some cards at the top, but we can barely see them. And it's pretty crazy how extensible this component is. You can do everything through props, such as define a list header component. So how will the header of this list look like? And as the header of this flat list, we'll actually put everything that we have here, this entire view we have created so far. I'll explain soon. Just copy it and put it right here as the list header component. Right now, you can see that everything is exactly the same, but now we have these additional cards that are being rendered as a part of this flat list. What I'll do for now, though, is remove the additional cards that we are rendering because we want to render them through a flat list, not just like this. So I'll remove them. And I will also remove these 2 cards right here. So you only want to keep the things that are needed. Okay, I hope this makes sense now. So I have rendered a flat list and I have passed 4 different elements. Maybe let's do 2 so it makes more sense. These 2 are the cards that you can see here. We are rendering them, each one as a new card. And then you can define how the header of your flat list will look like. In this case, our header is everything from filters to different headers, search, and more. Now we can continue passing additional props to the flat list to style it further, such as the key extractor, which is a way for us to provide a key to each one of the elements. And that'll be equal to item, and then we can simply return item.toString. Basically, each one will have its own ID. We can also choose a number of columns to render, and in this case, I'll make it 2. I'll reload the application, and there we go. Now we have 2. I'll also change the content container class name to give it a padding bottom of 32, meaning some space. I'll also change a column wrapper class name to make it equal to flex, a gap of 5 in between the elements, and a padding X of 5 as well, which will create some spacing. I can also choose whether I want to show the vertical scroll indicator, and I'll choose to hide it by setting it to false. And now we can see we have a similar view that we had before, but now we're actually within a flat list. So you can easily just pass additional pieces of data here, such as 3 and 4, and you can render and see those cards. Now, what we'll do in this case is pretty cool. I'll head below the featured section, which is right here, go below the touchable opacity and the view that says see all, and within here, I'll render yet another flat list that'll render additional pieces of data, such as 1, 2, 3, and within here, I will render item not as a card, but as a featured card. And that'll look something like this. We have the 3 featured cards on top, and then we have additional cards at the bottom. Now, of course, let's give these a key extractor so we can differentiate each one. And that'll be equal to item, where we get the item.toString, where each one of these is just a number, which is a unique key identifier. And the big thing is that we're going to make this horizontal. So if you do that, now we have managed to have 2 flat lists, one within another, whereas the second flat list, this one right here, is within the header component of the first flat list. Okay, so now we have the featured list on top, and then we have additional information. Great. Of course, let's further style this flat list. We have the data, render item, key extractor, and I also want to give it a bounces property set to false, because if we don't include this, you'll be able to move it left and right, but sometimes also up and down. And I only want to have the horizontal scroll here, so that's why I'll set the bounces to false. I'll say show horizontal indicator set to false as well, and a container class name equal to flex, gap of 5, and a margin top of 5 as well. There we go. Now this makes more sense. And if we turn off bounces, you'll see that now if you go, they will actually jump around as you scroll. You can move them up and down, but we only want to have horizontal scroll, which is where we're going to turn that off. And this is now looking amazing. You can actually scroll left and right on the featured section, as well as scroll up and down to see additional data coming from the first flat list. Finally, we can also render real user data now by saying const user is equal to use global context. How simple that is. And now we can render it where needed. That'll be right here under this image source, where I can now change it to be equal to URI is user dot avatar, as well as the name right here. I can change this to user dot name. And now this is fully customizable, and the UI not only looks good, but now it actually behaves as mobile applications should. In the next lesson, we'll fetch real data from the database, so we no longer have to work with these dummy pieces of data. To change this data from fake dummy data to real data, we'll have to create different collections in the database to store property details and all of the associated information. For example, a property has a name, type, which can be apartment, studio, home, and more, rating, image, number of beds, baths, associated agent with the overview, facilities, gallery, and so much more. it's important to understand the data that we need to display on the UI, specifically the structure of that data, so that you can know how to set up your database backend structure properly. So let's create different collections in our Appwrite database. Go to Databases, click Create Database, and call it Development. Once you do that, copy the ID of that database and add it to your .env.local as Expo public Appwrite database ID. There we go. Now, inside the database, you'll have to create different collections. First, let's create a collection for the agent, the person that is listing that property. We can do that by creating a new collection, and let's call it Agents. You'll immediately be given the ID of that collection, so copy it and paste it right here by saying Expo public Appwrite Agents collection ID. Now, you can try to figure out which properties do these agents have by looking at the design. In this case, I think they have a name, an email, which we have to display somewhere or make sure that we can contact them, maybe even a phone, and a type. Is it an owner or somebody else? But for now, I'll do a simpler version of that. I'll go to Agent Attributes and create a new attribute. Of a type string, the attribute name will be name in this case. And the size can be about 500 characters, and we can make it required. So let's create it. Let's also do another one for the email, but this will be of a type email. So let's call it email, and let's make it required. And finally, I'll add another one, which will be of a type URL. And this one will be called avatar. So it'll be for their avatar URL, and let's make it required. Great. Finally, one thing that you must not forget to do is head over to Settings, Permissions, and for the time being, we can set permissions to any and give all different options, just to make sure that we can properly read the data from this collection. And now let's do a similar thing for all of the other collections we'll need to have. The second collection will be called Galleries, and this will contain the images associated with each property. Again, make sure to copy its ID, and you'll have to save it. In this case, let's save it to something like Expo public Appwrite. Instead of saying Agents collection ID, in this case, we'll be saying Galleries collection ID. And then we have to head over to the attributes, and the gallery collection has only one attribute, and it'll be an image of a type URL. So, image of a type URL, and it'll be required. Let's also not forget to set the permissions by heading right here, choosing any, and ticking all the boxes. Great. Let's create our third collection, which will be called a review. This is to store all the reviews associated with each property. So let's call it reviews. Let's copy its ID, and let's create another env, which is going to be called Expo public Appwrite. And this will be, of course, reviews collection ID. And each review will have 4 different attributes. First, the name of the person reviewing it. So it'll be called name with a size of 500, and it'll be required. We'll also have a URL, which will be the avatar. So let's choose a URL property of avatar. The third one will be a string of a review itself. So let's say review with a size of 5,000, a bit longer and required. And finally, the last one will be a float, which is simply a number, and it'll say rating. So this is a rating from a minimum of 0 to a maximum of 5, and it'll be required. Now we'll need to associate each review with its property, but we'll do it by creating a properties collection. So let's do our fourth and final collection called properties, and let's copy its ID and store it to our envs. That'll be Expo public Appwrite, and then finally properties collection ID. A property will have many different attributes just to make sure that we can fit all of its info, such as a name, type, description, address, pricing, number of beds, bats, and more. So let's actually create attributes for each one of these. The first one will be a string of a type name and 5,000 characters. And let's make it required. After that, we'll add an enum, An enum is a special field. You can think of it like an array of predefined options. So let's call it type, and let's add different elements, such as house, townhouse, condo, duplex, studio, villa, apartment, other, and I think this will be good. Finally, let's set it as required and create. Each property will also have a description, so that'll be a string of description with a max of 5,000 characters, and it will be required. We can also have an address, which will be of a type string, address of 2,000 characters, and required. We'll also need the price, so let's put it as an integer, price, with a min price of 0 and required. We'll also need the square footage, or the area. So let's create a new float, which will be area, with a min of 0 and required. We can also have another integer, which will be called bedrooms, which is the number of bedrooms. So let's make it required. We can do the same thing with bathrooms. So integer of bathrooms, required as well. We'll have a float of rating. So this is the rating for the property itself. We could later on hook it up with the ratings collection. And we can also have some kind of a list of facilities. So let's create another enum. Let's call it facilities. And here we can have things like laundry. Maybe it has a parking, or a gym, or Wi-Fi, or it's pet friendly. These could be some different things that could impact buyer decisions. And let's make this into an array and create. Finally, we'll have a URL, which is going to be the image of the property. So let's say URL called image and required. And let's also create a string called geolocation, which I'll make about 5,000 characters. And this will contain the actual geolocation, meaning geotargets on X and Y axis of where this property is located. So I'll click create. Oh, it looks like I reached the maximum number. So maybe we'll have to make it a bit smaller. 1,000 will do. And finally, now we can create 3 more attributes, which are going to be very special because they will be relations to other 3 collections we have created so far, to agents, galleries, and reviews. So let's do agents first. I'll scroll down and I'll call it a relationship. It will be a one-way relationship with the agents collection. The relationship will be many to one, and the attribute key, just remove the S, will be equal to agent. That means that properties can contain only one agent, but agent can belong to many different properties. And choose Cascade as a deletion option and click Create. Now we can do something similar to galleries as well by creating a new relationship attribute, which is a one-way relationship to galleries. Let's call it a gallery because it'll be a one-to-many relationship, meaning that properties can contain many galleries, but gallery can only belong to one property. In this case, doing it one-to-one would also be okay, because maybe once you take pictures of one apartment, it will not appear in others. And let's also choose Cascade and Create. Finally, let's do a similar thing for the reviews. I'll create another relationship. This will be a two-way relationship with reviews. In this case, we can keep calling it reviews because we can have multiple reviews, but we can rename the key to property because one property can contain multiple reviews, and we'll use a many to one relation here, and I'll choose Cascade as well and create. Finally, make sure that you have all of these collection IDs as well as the database ID, endpoint, and the Appwrite project ID all right here. If you haven't copied them so far, you can get them right here under each one of these collections. And for the properties, let's not forget to head over to permissions and set it to any and tick all the permissions just to make sure that we can nicely access them. Now we can head over to our appwrite.ts file, and where we're configuring it, we can get access to all of those additional environment variables we have created, such as a database ID equal to process.env.expo underscore public underscore Appwrite database ID. We can do a similar thing for the galleries collection ID equal to process.env.expo public Appwrite galleries collection ID. We can do a similar thing for reviews collection ID, which will be equal to process.env.expo, not explo, expo public Appwrite reviews collection ID. We can do a similar thing for the agents collection ID, which will be set to process.env.expo public Appwrite agents collection ID. We can also have the properties collection ID, which will be equal to process.env.expo public Appwrite properties collection ID. I believe that should be it. And finally, we have to put this database to use so we can actually call it. So alongside using avatars and accounts functionality from Appwrite, now we'll also use the databases functionality. So we can say const databases is equal to new databases, to which we can pass our client, and make sure to export it as well. So in this lesson, you'll learn how to take a look at the design and figure out how to structure your database. After that, we have created different collections and given each one of these collections the necessary attributes to then be able to create specific documents within each one of those collections, so we can then render that data within our app. In the next lesson, I'll teach you how we can quickly populate the data of agents, galleries, properties, reviews, and more, so we can work with it within the application. In this lesson, we'll focus more on the UI side of things and fetching the data from the database. This will help you build a strong foundation before we move over to the backend. You already learned how you can create collections in Appwrite. So instead of writing all of the CRUD operations again, we'll use a concept known as seeding the database to quickly set things up. See, whenever you join a company, you'll be given a development version of a specific code that'll depend on some kind of a dummy data that you can test. Instead of going to manually create every single one of these properties to test it out, to speed things up, we use a process known as database seeding, which is simply a process of populating a database with the initial set of data. Common to load data such as initial user accounts or dummy data upon initial setup of the application. You can add data in 3 ways right here. The first one would be to build a completely new application, be that a mobile app or a web app that allows agents, not users searching for properties, but rather agents to create and list different properties by uploading the images, property data, and so much more. That's something that if this video goes well, we can explore in another video where I can teach you how to add an admin management dashboard to these real estate properties. Or if you're brave enough, you can explore doing that on your own after finishing this course. The second way we can add data is through Appwrite Cloud, and you can do that by simply head over to some of the collections like properties, and then manually create each one of these documents by filling in pieces of data, such as a name. We can do modern apartment. We can also choose a type, enter the address, and so much more. But this would take a lot of time if you had to enter a lot of properties. So we'll use a third way, and that is through seeding the database. We'll take some initial data and a seeder function that creates random agents, reviews, galleries, and properties, and links them together to form relations. So first, let's get to that data. And you can get to it by heading over to the GitHub repository, linked down in the description. Head over to snippets, and here you'll see libdata.ts. And simply copy it, go to the lib folder, and create a new data.ts. And paste this here. You'll see that this simply contains a list of images for different galleries, agents, reviews, properties, and more. And alongside that, we also have to have a seed function. So copy it, and create a new file called seed.ts and paste it right here. You'll notice this is a very long file, but don't worry about it. Seed functions are created very easily using any kind of an AI nowadays like ChatGPT, but I'll still guide you through it. What we're doing here is importing all of the data belonging to different images. We get different collections. We get different property types. And there's one thing that I want to ask of you right now to do, otherwise your application will not work properly. Make sure that the property types that we specify here exactly match the properties that you had listed as attributes right here. So if you head over to type and check out this enum, you see it says house, townhouse, condo, duplex, and so on. So in your seed function, make sure that it says townhouse, not townhouses, condo, duplex, studio, villa, apartment, and other. it has to be the same. And the same thing goes for every single other attribute. If you misspell something here, since we're working with real data, it might not work later on. So make sure that it is exactly as it is. We have the facilities, which I also changed, I believe. So if you head over to facilities right here, you'll have to copy these ones right here instead of the ones that I listed there. So that'll look something like this. I'll just make sure to provide string signs at the end of each one. That'll look something like this. And let's not forget about the commas. Perfect. When seeding the data, the hardest part is actually making sure that you're creating data with real attributes that you have listed in your database columns. After that, we try to get a random subset of items. So basically, we're pulling from all of these different types, all of the different images, all of the different reviews, and we're simply randomizing data by shuffling the random copies. It even listed the name of the algorithm that it uses to shuffle here. So trust me, I did not write this code. I just gave it to ChatGPT. And after that, we simply insert all of those documents into Appwrite collections. Same thing for reviews, galleries, and so on. And once we call this function, it should actually generate a list of randomized properties that have all of these different fields attached to them. So let's give it a shot. I'll now head over back to our homepage, and right here above the flat list, I'll add a button from React Native with a title of seed and an onPress function, which is going to call the seed function coming from our app seed.ts. So make sure to import it right here at the top. So you see this button at the top, it's barely noticeable. It's in the middle of the screen. If you click that button, it'll run a seed function. We only need to do this once. So let me reload the app, make sure that we are ready, and let's try to see what happens when we try to seed the database. Before you press it, you have to make sure that all of the property names are exactly as they are in the seed function. And you also have to make sure that you have successfully gave all permissions to all of these 4 categories to make sure that we actually have the permission to create them. With that in mind, I'll now press seed right here at the top. And I immediately get an error saying error seeding data, Appwrite exception, the current user is not authorized to perform the requested action. I was telling you about the permissions and how they could stop you from making that happen, but it looks like I caught myself in it. So let's quickly check it out. For properties in settings, I have added permissions, but if I go over to reviews and check out the settings, it looks like I forgot to add them. So let's select any, and let's tick all 4 checkboxes and click update. Perfect. Now let's go back to our app. Now I also noticed that I made one more mistake, and that is that back in the properties attributes, I created a relationship right here under properties for reviews, but I actually want to go ahead and delete that attribute that forms a relationship in between reviews and properties. And we actually want to create it on a separate collection, on the reviews collection itself. So head over here, go to attributes, and create a new relationship. It'll be a two-way relationship in between properties, which we'll call property, and reviews, with a many-to-one relationship and cascading deletion. So create it, and now we'll be able to test everything out. But before we do that, head over to the README of the repo, where I'll put a list of all of the attributes and their types. So if you found it a bit fast to follow along with my video and you want to make sure that everything is properly structured, you can very quickly and easily just make sure that everything is good, and then we can proceed with the seed function. Because if one of the names of those properties is not exactly the same as it is in our seed function, the seed function might not work. So once you verify it all works, reload your application. In the seed function, also make sure that you're calling these in the same way you're calling it within your Appwrite. Let's look into some of the errors that we have. It says text strings must be rendered within a text component. And I think this issue is coming from the cards. Now, this is a very weird issue because this 4.4 text indeed is within its own text element. But check this out. For some reason, I put it within the same line as the image. What has to happen is it actually has to go on its own line. And I think I had it one more time somewhere here. There we go. This piece of text is on the same line, but it should be on a new line. So if I save this and reload, let's see if there is any more errors. And now we have a different error saying that each child in a list should have a unique key property. I think that's because here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then here we have 1, 2, 3. So instead of that, let's simply put maybe 5, 6, and 7, and then reload. Hopefully this will get rid of that last warning, and we are then ready to try to seed our application with the real data. Nope, we still get that same key issue, but no worries, we're gonna deal with it once we fill everything with the real data. So let's go ahead and open up our terminal. You can press the letter C to clear it, and then press the seed on your phone right here at the top. It's this button right here at the top of the screen. I got an error seeding the data, so let me try to actually reload once more, and I'll click the seed button one more time. This time it said cleared all existing data, seeded 5 agents. Now it is seeding reviews. Finally, it is seeding galleries, and then it's seeding property 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There we go. We have a lot of properties to check out, which all of them will have been added to our Appwrite database, and very soon we'll be able to fetch them from our code. So data seeding is completed, which means that the seed function has done its job. So we can actually head over to the index and remove it from the top, remove this button, because we won't need to click it anymore. So if you head over to any of these collections, you should be able to see 20 properties right here of different types. And then you can actually modify the data for each one of these, and you can see it has a relationship with different images, and even some have some reviews. So with that in mind, in the next lesson, let's implement a lesson that fetches the latest properties so we can show this real data coming from the database on the home page. To fetch the properties, let's head over to Appwrite.ts, which is where we're dealing with everything regarding Appwrite from avatars, accounts, and databases. We have already implemented the login, logout, and get current user functions, but now we'll focus on fetching the properties we have seeded the database with. So right here, let's say export async function get latest properties. We can open up a new try and catch block, inside of which we get the error. Within the catch, we'll simply console.error, the actual error, as well as just return an empty array because it means we cannot fetch anything. And then in the try, I'll try to get the result by saying const result by calling the await databases dot list documents. Yep, it is so simple to fetch the documents using Appwrite. We just need to provide a couple of things to let it know what we need to fetch. First, we need to provide it the database ID, which we have stored under config.databaseID. And since it's coming from envs, TypeScript wants to make sure it's there. So to let it know, hey, we know it's there, you need to add an exclamation mark at the end. After that, you have to provide a collection ID, and then finally the actual query you want to fetch the data with. So the second thing is config.properties collection ID. And finally, we want to create a query, which is going to be equal to query object coming from Appwrite dot order ascending, and we'll sort it based on $ created at. And we're going to limit the query to 5. So query.limit will be equal to 5. Finally, the only thing we have to do is return result.documents. And now we are ready to call this on the front end, or should I say on our phone. But before we do that, we'll create one more function, because the get latest properties could technically be named get featured properties, because we're only going to show 5 of them right here. But we also have to create another fetch function that'll allow for querying, filtering, and more. So let's create a new one called export async function get properties, which will accept an object with a couple of things: filter, query, and limit. And these will be of a type: filter is a string, query is a string, and a limit is optional, and it is a number. So we can define a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console.error, the actual error, and return an empty array as before. But in the try, we need to start building the query. Let's start by saying const build query is equal to an array where we call the query dot order descending based on the attribute of created at. And then we're going to append additional things to the query, such as if a filter exists and if filter is not equal to all. In that case, we want to apply the filter to the query as well by saying build query dot push query dot equal type, and then we're going to match it with the filter. So we will only return the properties where query is equal to the filter. That's going to look something like this. Maybe we can put it in a new line just so it's a bit easier to see. There we go. And if a query exists, meaning the search query, in that case, we want to run build query dot push, and then we can push a query dot or. So we're going to search either query dot search by name. So maybe what we're searching for is contained within the name of the property, like a modern apartment. Or maybe it's query dot search address, or maybe query dot search type if somebody types house or condo. So we want to match all of these different queries. Finally, if there is a limit, in that case, we want to say build query dot push query dot limit, and we're going to limit it to a specific number of properties. So we're just crafting a meticulous search query that we can then pass over into the list document function. So I will copy that function right here, const result, await databases list documents, and then return result documents. And I will paste it right here at the bottom. The only difference here is that we don't have to define the query manually here. We can just pass it as build query because we have already crafted it above. Finally, we can return result.documents. Great. So now that we have those two functions, in the next lesson, let's use them within our homepage to make sure that all of this data is real and coming from the database. To display our data, we can head over into our index, which is the homepage. Then we have to extract the local search params, such as the query and filters that users might have entered before. We can do that by saying const params is equal to use local search params, and that'll be of a type object containing the query of a type string, also containing the filter, which is optional, of a type string. And then we can use that data to fetch the properties using the custom hook we have created before by saying const destructure the data as well as the loading by calling the use Appwrite hook, which then allows us to pass a function we can call, and in this case, we'll call get latest properties. The data we're referring to in this case will actually be the latest properties, so we can rename it that way, latest properties, and loading can be latest properties loading. You can also call it featured properties. Either way is fine. And now we can do another Appwrite call by saying const do the same thing, data loading. We can also get the refetch here, and that's going to be equal to use Appwrite. But now, instead of the function being get latest properties, it'll be just get properties. So this one will fetch all of them. And get properties also accepts some params, such as filter, which will be equal to params.filter, query equal to params.query, and finally a limit. In this case, we can limit it to 6 elements per page. Now, why is it saying that a query is not there? Well, we have to make sure that we say, hey, query will be provided. And we can also provide an additional parameter of skip. So we can skip a specific number of elements if needed. Finally, whenever the filter or query changes, we actually have to recall this function to show the latest data. We can do that with a use effect. So we can define a use effect with a callback function where the dependency array is gonna be recalled whenever params.filter or params.query change. And then we can simply call the refetch function, to which we can pass the new filter equal to params.filter. We can pass a new query equal to params.query, and we can also pass a limit of 6. Great. And in this case, we can just rename data to properties because this data is referring to the properties. Finally, the last thing we have to do is put that data to use. right here in the first flat list, I will provide the data of properties. And flat lists should be smart enough to immediately map over them. While we're here, let's also provide the latest properties to the featured collection. Right here, latest properties. And now I will reload the page by heading over to my terminal and pressing the letter R. Now, why is it that we're just still seeing the same old plain data, even though we can see a different number of that plain old data? Well, that's because we're mapping over the real properties now, but if you head over to the cards, which we are returning for each one of these, you can notice that we're not passing a real property data to each one of these cards. So now what we have to do is turn these cards from static to dynamic, and we can do it like this. First things first, I'll define an additional function called const handle card press, which is going to be equal to a callback function that accepts an ID of a card and then simply calls the router dot push to a dynamic string of / properties / and then the ID. So this will make sure to push to that specific page, to the details page of each card, and make sure to import the router coming from Expo router. Once we have that, we can head over to this card right here, and we can pass over an item. Item will be equal to item. You see, a flat list is very smart in a way that you pass an array of something into it under data, and then under render each item, you can extract each individual piece of data and pass it to the rendering part. We can also pass the onPress, which will be equal to a callback function that calls the handle card press, and to it, we can pass the item dot $ID. And we'll have to repeat this over here for the featured card. That's going to look something like this. I will simply replace it, but instead of saying card, I'll say featured card. Now let's head into the card and the featured card, and let's make it accept that real data. First things first, I'll accept an item right here at the top, and that item will be of a type models coming from Appwrite .document. And now we can take all of the data from that item and make it real. So for example, for this image right here, it won't say images.japan. It'll actually say URI is equal to the item.image. And as soon as I change that and save it and reload the page, you can now see different images loading for each one of these featured cards. And already that is making our app look so much better because it feels so much more like a real application. Let's head down. Next thing that we have is the item.rating. Of course, instead of item, you could have called it property, or what you could have done is just immediately destructured all of these properties like image, rating, and then you would have been able to simply say URI is equal to image, rating is equal to rating. So let's actually do that for other properties. We'll also need a name, we'll need an address, a price as well. And I think that's it for now. So here we're rendering the name. Below that, we are rendering the address. And finally, we are rendering the price. So now if I save this, you can see property 1, property 2, property 3. I could have been a bit more creative with the names, but the most important part is that it actually shows the real data. Now don't click on one of these properties yet, because you'll have to reload the app like I have to right now, because we don't yet have the property details page, but soon enough we will. With that in mind, this is looking good. And let's do a similar thing for the regular card. I will copy this destructuring of the properties at the top and paste it right here. And now we can do a similar thing. Instead of saying images New York, we can do URI is equal to image. Cozy Studio will now become a name. This will become an address. And finally, we have a price. There we go. And now we can see the images have changed. Now, it is possible that some of these images will repeat because we're using a randomizer function, but that's totally okay because maybe both of these two houses right next to each other are on sale. Same thing right here. Perfect. And while we're here, let's also make sure that something happens in case we have no properties. So for example, if I set the number of properties to an empty array, you can see that then we show nothing. And in a similar way, if I do it here for the latest properties, our application will look like this, but we never want that to happen. So let's actually implement a new component right here in the components folder, and let's call it noResults.tsx. I'll run rnfe, and let's implement the view for noResults. It'll be fairly simple. We can have a view with a class name equal to flex, items-center, and margin y of 5. Next, we can have an image, and this image will have a source of images coming from constants dot noResult, as well as a class name of w of 11 over 12 and h of 80, and finally a resize mode equal to contain. Right below it, we can have a piece of text that says noResults with a class name equal to text-to-excel, font-rubric-bold, text-black-300, and a margin top of 5. And below that text, we can have another piece of text that'll have a class name equal to text-base, text-black-100, and a margin top of 2. We could say we could not find any results. There we go. And now we can import this right within the home. And this is also pretty cool. You can pass it right into the flat list. You see how we have this flat list with many different properties. One can be list empty component. I mean, how convenient this is. You can just define it right here, and then it'll show if a list is empty. So we can say something like if it's loading, then we can show the activity indicator with a size is equal to large, as well as a class name is equal to text-primary-300 and a margin top of 5. Else, if it's not loading and there are no results, we can render the noResults component we just created. So now it'll load, and then it'll show no results. Looking much better than before, right? And then for the featured, we can do something a bit different. We can completely hide the entire featured section in case there are no featured properties. So that'll look something like this. Right above the flat list, we can say if latest properties loading, then we want to show an activity indicator with a size of large and class name of text-primary-300. Else, if they're not loading, we can check if there are no latest properties, or if latest properties dot length is triple equal to 0. In that case, we can show no results. So it'll end up looking something like this. Now let's properly close it. The question mark was supposed to go here, and then a colon was supposed to go there. So one more time, if latest properties are loading, then show the activity indicator. Oh, but then we have to close the activity indicator here. And then if no latest properties or latest properties length is 0, then render no results, but else render the flat list. Yep, that's what I forgot. So if there are results, then we want to show the flat list. So that'll look something like this. Let's just make sure that we're properly closing everything. Yep. But now, instead of simply displaying no data, since we have real data, we can actually display it. So let's display latest properties down below, which is going to appear as featured properties. And then right here, we can render all the properties at the top. Perfect. So this is now looking great. Now, let's see if the search works. What if we search for something like 19, as in property 19? Unfortunately, we get no results and a server error. Now, why is that? Well, to be able to index these properties, meaning search through them, you have to create something known as indexes. So head over to Properties, Indexes, and create a new index. We need to be able to search through properties based on 3 indexes. The first one will be a full text, and it'll be based on the attribute of name in an ascending order. The second one will be a second index, also full text, and it'll be based on the address field, so that'll look something like this. And then finally, the third one will be a full text based on the type. So now if I create it, go back to my app, remove this 19, we get all the properties. And then if I search for 19, it looks like nothing got returned. But what if I try to filter it, like in a studio or villa? Okay, there we go. In this case, we have 3 different villas. What about houses? Yep, we have 3 different houses as well. So the filtering is working perfectly. We don't have any condos or duplexes, but we do have villas and houses. For you, it's going to be different because the data is completely randomized. To show you that the search works, maybe we can search for something like a house, and now we get back all the houses. Yep, even though we have a filter for that, that works too as well. Perfect. So now that we know that we're getting the featured properties, the recommended properties, and we can search and filter, it's time to implement the Explore page. Just before we begin working on the Explore page, let's quickly look into this error at the bottom, saying that each child in a list should have a unique key property. And we can try to fix that by actually passing the item.$ID right here to the key extractor of the flat list. So do it right here at the top. And you also need to do it at the bottom. So that's going to be a key extractor where we have a flat list and you have a key extractor of item.$ID. But it looks like that's not the thing that's complaining here. The issue is in the scroll view. The issue seems to be somewhere within the filters. So let's head over to the filters component and let's see how we're mapping over all of these filters. We have categories.map where each one of these touchable opacities is being mapped over, but it looks like we're not providing a specific key. So if I do that, and if I now reload, hopefully now we will have no more warnings or errors on the homepage. Perfect. This is looking great. So now we can head over into our new page, which is the Explore page. It's going to be under App, Root, Tabs, and Explore.tsx. So let's go ahead and implement it. And implementing the Explore page will be super simple, as it is very similar to our homepage. If you think about it, they're almost exactly the same, besides we don't have access to the featured properties, and we're showing both the search and the filters on top. So to start off with the Explore page, let's actually copy the entire index.tsx, everything, copy it and paste it right here into Explore. And then let's save it. Let's navigate over to the Explore page, of course, after reloading our application, and then we can clean it up a bit. For example, we will no longer need to fetch the latest properties, so we can remove it. We don't need to have the info about the user here because we don't need to greet them. We can rename this to Explore. We can keep the use effect and the other fetch. And then we can start modifying this part. We show all the properties and we render a card for each one. But we will change up the list header component. It'll be significantly simpler than before. So let's actually remove it entirely by deleting this entire view. And let's recreate it, specifically for the Explore page. We'll do that to hide the feature properties. So head over to Explore, and let's give this view a class name equal to padding x of 5, and immediately within it, let's render the search component. Every time you reload, you'll have to head over to Explore manually. And now, as you can see, we only have the properties. Nothing else is being visible. So let's create another view right below the search with a class name equal to margin top of 5 with a text element that'll say found, and then we can render properties dot length properties like this. So how many properties match our search term? And we can also render filters right here above that piece of text. So if we further want to filter them, we can. Let's also give this text a class name equal to text-xl, font-rubric-bold, text-black 300, and let's divide it a bit from the top by giving it a margin top of 5. Perfect. So now we have the home, which looks like this. It greets you, says good morning JavaScript mastery, has the list of featured properties and more. But then if you want to explore it further, you head over to Explore and you can search for more properties. What you can do here if you want to is change the limit. So for example, on the Explore page, we can change the limit from 6 to 20. And immediately you will get a list of 20 different properties instead of 6, because here we have more space to scroll and explore them. And you can also filter them based on house, condo, duplex, villas, and so on. Now we can also modify it just a tiny bit by adding this part at the top as well, the back arrow, as well as the title, search for your ideal home, and then the notifications bell. I'll do that within the list header component by creating an additional view right here below the first view that'll have a class name equal to flex-row, items-center, justify-between, and a margin top of 5. And within it, we can render a touchable opacity, which is that button. And on press, we can call a callback function where we're going to call the router dot back. So we'll simply head to the page back. In this case, it'll most likely be the home page. We can also give this button a class name equal to flex-row, bg-primary-200, rounded-full, size of 11, items-center, and justify-center as well. Of course, we have to put something within it. So let's actually render an image. And this image will have a source equal to icons back arrow, as well as a class name equal to size-5. And if we save it, looks like my screen got frozen there for a second. But now, as you can see, there's a back arrow, which actually takes you back to the previous screen you were on. This makes it very simple to go back to the home page. Now, let's head below this touchable opacity right here. Still within the same view, I'll render another piece of text. And this one will say search for your ideal home. And we can also give it a class name equal to text-base, margin right of 2, text-center, font-rubric-medium, as well as text-black-300. Finally, to the other side, we can render an image that'll have a source equal to icons.bell with a class name equal to w-6 and h-6 as well. Of course, we have to nicely position these three elements. So let's see the view that they're within. It's this view right here that has a class name of flex-row, item center, justify between. Oh, this was supposed to be between. And now it's nicely positioned right here at the top, differentiating the home page from the explore page. Just to make sure, the search and filtering functionalities still work. So that is great. And believe it or not, our explore page is now done. We have a beautiful looking homepage, the explore page, and then also a profile page that allows you to log out. The last remaining piece of the puzzle of this great application is, of course, the property details page right here under property ID that we get redirected to when you click any one of these properties. And since you developed all of this so far, we were working with fetching different pieces of data and displaying that data on the homepage, I actually wanted to test your knowledge a bit to see whether you can put what you've learned so far into practice. So in the next lesson, I'll share with you a quick exercise I prepared for you. Oh, and one more thing before we do that. It looks like I forgot to put the $ right here before the price on the cards. So let's head over to the cards and let me add the $ right here, or feel free to add your own currency sign. I'll add it to both of the cards. There we go. Now our homepage and explore sections are truly completed because we are reusing the same cards there. So with that in mind, let's move on to the assignment. And welcome to the final lesson of this course. In this one, I want to put your skills to the test and see what you have learned from this course. What I think you learned is how to fetch data from an external source, such as a database, in this case from Appwrite, and then display it on the homepage. You also learned how to implement authentication, but now I want you to fetch some additional pieces of data, such as property details, and display it on the longest screen of this application, and the most beautiful one as well, where you have to create a gallery component showing different photos of that property, and then show the title, rating, amenities, agent info, the overview, facilities, gallery, location, reviews, and more. But I won't simply tell you, hey, go ahead and do this. That's it. You have the design. Now it's your turn. Nope, we'll do it JavaScript Mastery Pro style. Yep, I prepared an additional active lesson for you. Active lessons are not new. Well, they are new to YouTube, but not to JS Mastery Pro. See, in our Ultimate Next.js 15 course, we have scattered many different active lessons throughout the course. For example, one of these active lessons is implementation of the left sidebar. So if you open it up, you'll see that we have a video explaining that lesson, as well as testing you on what you've learned so far, giving you practical hands-on experience. You get a task, resources, hints designed to enhance your understanding, and then it's up to you to build it. So that looks something like this. The entire task is explained in detail. Then I give you examples of what you need to make it happen and resources that might help you in making it happen. And finally, if you're stuck, you even get a complete hint that helps you implement it. Now I prepared a similar thing for you for this last lesson in this course. The task is to create a dynamic route by fetching data from an Appwrite database, helping you understand how to develop React Native screens with data fetched from a specific source. If you haven't yet gotten the design, you can do so here. Here you have the resources to make it happen, and here's an explanation of what exactly you need to do with step-by-step explanations for each part. And if you're still confused on how you need to do it at the end, I have also provided some final code. So with that in mind, take some time right now and go ahead and build it. And let me know in the comments on how did you do. Make sure to pause this video right now because I will continue with implementing this final solution in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so let's do it. I'll just grab the final code, but hopefully you implemented it on your own. I'll head back to the appwrite.ts file below get properties, and I'll create a new function, get property by ID. After that, I'll copy the code for the actual screen. It's a long screen, I know. And finally, there's an additional component called comment.tsx that we're using within this screen. So I'll head over to components and create a new component called comment.tsx and paste the code right here. If you do that and click on one of these properties, you'll be redirected to a property details screen. Looking great, right? And you can now also go back and check out some additional properties. Beautiful. Hopefully you are able to complete at least some parts of this screen on your own. If not, try to really look into the final code in detail so you can understand what's happening behind the scenes. With that in mind, great job on building this entire application. And it just feels so good being able to hold my phone in my hand and swipe through the screens that we have created. It feels a bit different than moving across a website with your mouse or with your keyboard. This feels much more natural, and it feels so good knowing that we're able to develop mobile applications by using the power of React. With that in mind, thank you so much for coming to the end of this amazing course. More React Native content is coming very soon to jsmastery.pro. So if you haven't checked it out yet, head over to jsmastery.pro and be one of the first people to sign up for our new platform, which will have a lot of React Native content. Once again, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day. What separates junior developers from senior developers? It's not just writing code. It's designing systems that scale and stay simple for users while staying rock solid under the hood. Most tutorials stop at screens and styles. You never see how real apps handle state, authentication, database complexity, or debug and monitor errors in production. That leaves you stuck, shipping half-baked clones. I'm Adrian, and in this video, we'll build a 6-screen food delivery app in React Native that's both pretty and functionally solid. You'll learn to think like a product engineer and not a copy-paste developer. You'll implement every core feature mobile apps need: email and password authentication, tab and stack navigation for fluid routing, home screen with real-time food offers, search screen with name and category filters, user profile screen, and a production-style cart and add-on logic, error monitoring, and crash tracking too. We'll use clean architecture, reusable hooks, and polished UX. Plus, I've dropped a video kit link down below with a free code repo, free Figma design, and a free ultimate React Native roadmap. So you always know what to build next, and so that you can use it if you get stuck. I'll teach you how to spin up your React Native apps fast with Expo, style them with NativeWind, manage state with Zustand, power your backend with Appwrite, and ship bug-free code with Sentry. This is the go-to stack for building professional React Native apps. So if you're done with half-baked clones and ready to think like a senior engineer, from database design to bulletproof error handling, this is the video you've been waiting for. So grab a coffee, hit subscribe, and let's architect something you'll brag about. Before we start setting up our application, we first need to set up and initialize our project using Expo. Expo is an ecosystem of tools that helps you develop, review, and deploy native applications with React that run on Android, iOS, and on the web. So to get started, let's head over to the docs. And right at the top, you'll see a quick start. npx create-expo-app add latest. So let's copy it or follow along and type it with me by heading over to your IDE and creating a new empty folder, which you can call however you'd like. I called it fast food. Throughout this course, you'll see me use WebStorm, a truly powerful JavaScript and TypeScript IDE. For the longest time, WebStorm was a paid editor, which means that mostly companies and enterprises used it. But as of recently, it became completely free for non-commercial use. And for that reason, I would highly recommend you to check it out and download it. I'll leave the link down in the description. So whenever there's some interesting tooltips or visual hints happening right here within the editor, if you don't have it on yours, it's most likely coming from WebStorm. Oh, and on top of it, I'll also show you how to use Junie, JetBrains' smart coding agent. It'll significantly speed up your coding process where you can just tell it what to do and it'll apply the changes across hundreds of files within your application, not just changing a couple of lines within a single file. So more on that soon. So once you've set it up, you can open up a new terminal window and we can set up Expo. I'll do it by pasting the command I just copied over from Expo, npx create-expo-app add latest, and I'll also add the / at the end so it creates it in this current folder called fast food that I created before. And just press enter. It'll ask you whether you want to install the Expo installer, so I'll say yes, please do. And then it'll extract all the files and run npm install for you to automatically install all the dependencies needed for you to run your application. While it's getting installed, let's create an account on Appwrite, as we'll need it later on while building our app. I've put a special link down in the description that'll let you follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing in this video. And even though Appwrite is completely free, you'll even get some additional free credits if you ever decide to take your app public. Just create an account, as we'll use Appwrite to authenticate our users, store menu items, and manage our images. We'll also use Sentry, an application monitoring software considered not bad by 4 million developers. And it's my favorite way of shipping bug-free production code. I also use it on jsmastery.com. Sentry is also free, but if you think you'll need 50,000 more errors, you can get them with my special link in the description. Then sign up with Google or GitHub, and you're good to go. Oh, and Sentry recently announced Seer, their AI agent that solves the bugs for you, so I'll show you how to use it too. Now, the first command we have to run is npx expo start. Now, npx stands for download if necessary, and then execute, the expo start command. This command will start the Metro bundler, the JavaScript bundler that ships with Expo. You'll see a couple of things appear right here. First, we have a large QR code, and then we have shortcuts for various actions, such as opening on Android, iOS, or web, opening the debugger, reloading the app, and doing all sorts of things. But the beauty of Expo is that you don't need to rely on heavy tools like Android Studio or Xcode. Instead, we can opt for the easiest method to develop with React Native, which involves using the Expo Go app on your phone. And it doesn't matter whether you're using an Android or iOS. Expo Go is a mobile app that lets you quickly develop, test, and prototype applications on both Android and iOS, built with JavaScript and React Native. So you just have to head over to your App Store on your device, whether it's the Google Play Store or the Apple's App Store, and then search for Expo Go and just install it. Once you install it, just open it up, and you'll have to create an account. Once you do that, you can see that it says that we can run npx expo start, which we have already done. And then if you're on Android, you will be able to scan your code directly from the app. And on iOS, you can just open your camera app and then scan over the QR code. And there you go. If everything worked out well, your app should now be running on your phone. It is possible that you have to enable some additional settings on your device. On the iPhone, for example, I know that you have to head over to the settings, head over to the Expo Go application, and then allow it access to the local network if it hasn't asked you that already. Also, you can search for VPN and head over to the setting that you can see and then disable it. Sometimes if it's turned on, it has trouble connecting with the application that we're running. With all of that done, you should have your application up and running on your phone. Now, before we start adding all of these amazing features, let's open up our File Explorer and let me teach you what all of these files that got installed for us by Expo actually do. Let's start near the bottom where we have our tsconfig.json. This file contains the rules that TypeScript will use to enforce type safety throughout the project. Then there's the package.json, which contains all of the project's dependencies, scripts, and metadata. There's also the app.json, which contains the configuration options for the project and is called the app config. These options change the behavior of your project while developing, building, submitting, or updating your app. And a lot of stuff is happening in this file. So let's go through it together. The Expo object is the root object containing all of the app's configuration. It contains the app's name, which is very important as that is the name that will appear on the home screen or the app list when you actually load it within your phone. Then there's the slug, which is a unique identifier for the project used by Expo. It's used for defining the URL of your project if you're running this app on the web. Then there's the version of your application, the default screen orientation mode, which I will leave as portrait. Then there's the path to the icon, a scheme to enable deep linking. This will be very important later on, so just change it to the same thing that I have right here so you can follow along nicely. It is just fast food. Then we have the user interface style, which determines the UI mode, either automatic, light, or dark. And then there's this cool new arch thing enabled, which enables the new architecture of React Native for better performance. It actually includes a lot of stuff that makes your app run faster. Moving ahead, we have the iOS and Android specific settings. For example, you can decide whether your app supports tablet devices or not. And then here you can choose the icons for your Android devices. There are also settings for the web. Now, coming out of the app.json, we have a few more files like the ESLint config, which just makes sure that our code is clean. A gitignore file, which ignores environment variables and makes sure that we don't push them over to production accidentally. There's also the scripts folder, which has a single script for resetting the project to bare minimum code. And then there's some boilerplate code like hooks, constants, components, assets, app, and more. As you can see within the app, there's also a tabs folder in parentheses, which is a group within which we have more files. If you head over into the tabs index.tsx and open that file, now if we change this text right here from welcome to rn, as in React Native, the change will happen instantly on your device. There's a lot of code, but we don't have to dive into this as I'll teach you how to do everything from scratch. So let's run this single script that was provided to us by Expo called reset project. This will reset the app to the bare minimum status. So just open up your terminal, press Ctrl+C to stop it from running, and then run npm run reset project. Just like that. It'll ask you whether you want to delete all the files, and I'll simply say, yes, delete them. Perfect. Project reset complete. Next, run npx expo start to start it, then edit the app index.tsx, and then delete the app example directory. Let's do just that. npx expo start. It'll open it up right here, and you can press R to reload the app on your phone. It'll ask you whether you want to give it your permissions. I'll say yes. And now we can delete the app example as we no longer need it. And then if you head over to app index.tsx, you can now change this over to welcome to React Native. And there you have it. In a matter of seconds, the text got changed. This leaves us with a bare minimum app so that we can extend it and turn it into your mobile app. Now that we've set up our app, we have to figure out how to style it. And for styling, I'll use NativeWind. Probably the best way to style your React Native apps nowadays. It's a utility-first workflow you love from TMDB CSS directly within your React Native applications with the same intuitive classes. So it'll allow you to style your iOS and Android apps with light and dark mode support, CSS animations, variables, and more. As I said, the best way to style your React Native apps nowadays. So head over to NativeWind, get started, and under installation, you can see that NativeWind works with both Expo and framework class React Native projects, but Expo provides a more streamlined experience. So nowadays, there's really no reason not to use Expo anymore. So if you choose Expo, you'll be able to see the configuration with Expo. So let's go ahead and follow a couple of these steps. First, let's install NativeWind and its peer dependencies such as Tailwind CSS, React Native Reanimated, and React Native Safe Area Context. You can do that by copying this command and then heading over to your terminal. I'll actually open up a new terminal window so we can leave our current app running. And I'll call it terminal. This one I'll call app. Within terminal, I'll paste the command and just press enter. This will install all of the necessary dependencies and dev dependencies. And once that is done, we have to set up Tailwind CSS. So run npx Tailwind CSS init to create a new Tailwind config.js. I'll do it right here. And a new config should have been created within seconds. Here it is. Then we have to modify it to include all the paths to all the files that contain NativeWind classes. So just copy it and override this one. Perfect. After that, create a CSS file and add the Tailwind CSS directives. It should be right within the app where you can create a new file called globals.css. And WebStorm is asking me whether I want to automatically add it to Git. Yeah, I'll say sure, go ahead and do it. And here we can paste the Tailwind CSS utilities that will allow us to actually use it within the code. After that, we have to add the Babel presets. So just copy this file and put it over to Babel config.js, which we have to create in the root of the application. So that's going to be a new file called babel.config.js and just paste over what you copied from NativeWind. After that, we need to create one more file or modify the existing one called metro config.js by copying this and then creating it. That's going to be metro.config.js and paste over what you just copied. Finally, we need to import our CSS file within the app.js. Or even better, you can do it within your app layout. That way, it'll automatically be included within all of the other screens. So I'll just say import globals.css. And finally, we have to modify our app JSON to switch the bundler to use the Metro bundler. You can do that if you head over to your app.json and then search over for the bundler. Currently, it's already set to Metro, so we're good. And finally, for the optional TypeScript setup, we can add this reference to nativewind-env.d.ts. So just copy it and create a new file right in the root of your application, which you need to call nativewind-env.d.ts. And you can paste this reference right here, which will add the NativeWind types. Perfect. And then you're ready to try it out by copying this modify app.tsx and pasting it directly within your index.tsx. So just override everything that's here and rename it back to index, export default function index. And finally, we can try it out by copying this JSX or TSX in this case. I'll copy just the view and then pasting it over within your index.tsx instead of the existing view. If you do that, and if everything is working properly, you should be able to see that this text should be in a blue color with a white background. But I don't think this is a blue text, right? And it's definitely not extra large. So we just ran into something that will happen quite often. Even though Expo made developing React Native applications so much better, it's still not 100% as convenient as developing web apps. Hot reloading is so much better in web, whereas on native, sometimes you still have to manually reload your application. Oh, but in this case, it looks like we have an issue where we're trying to import the globals.css. That is right here within the layout. Let's see what is it complaining about specifically. The globals variable should exist right here within the app, but it looks like it's not recognizing it. So yeah, let me just stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then rerun the application by running npx expo start. When you do that, you can just either rescan it or just press the letter R on your keyboard, which will trigger the redeployment, which in case you made changes, will build the new JavaScript bundle once again. Now you can see that we don't have any issues, but still, it looks like our NativeWind styles are not getting applied. One check that we can make is within the Tailwind config, where we're currently pointing specifically to the app.tsx and to the components folder. But I'm not applying those files within the app component, it is within the index, and I'm not applying it within the components folder either. So instead, we can add a more complete path that'll tell NativeWind to apply the styles across every file within the app folder that ends with tsx or JSX. So to do that, I'll copy the part with the components and I'll override this one right here. I'll say /app /* dot, and then these file extensions. This will make sure that the styles are getting applied within the index.tsx of the app folder. So now you can try reloading the application to see whether that does something. But if even that is not working, stop it from running and then run npx expo start -- clear. This will ensure that the metro configuration we set up is in the build process. So now you can see what I meant when I said that native development is still not as convenient as web development, but we're getting there with the help of Expo. So now run R to reload the application one more time. And oh, it looks like it's still not there. So let me do one final check. Within this metro config, where we have this global.css file, we have to make sure that it's actually pointing to the right file, and that is within the app folder. So right here under input, you have to change it to /app / global.css, or if you called it globals like I did, just make sure that it points to the same file because this CSS file contains the Tailwind utilities. So now if you start it once again with npx expo start clear, you can see that it's rebuilding it. And with R, you can reload, and this time it actually works. Welcome to NativeWind. So yeah, there are some inconveniences, but I also made some mistakes while setting it up along the way. It is very important for you to be able to follow the docs properly. As you saw, just copy and pasting everything was not ideal. Sometimes you have to actually do some thinking, and notice that we weren't trying to use it within the app.tsx. We wanted to use it somewhere else. In a similar way, you have to notice that here it's pointing to global.css, but maybe you called it globals. Maybe you put it within another folder. You just have to keep that in mind and switch as you go. So with that in mind, NativeWind is now working, and you can now change all the colors and use all of the Tailwind utilities very, very easily. With WebStorm, I'm also getting automatic Tailwind CSS IntelliSense so I can see which specific class name applies which specific properties. So for example, font bold is applying a font weight of 700, and text XL is applying a larger font size, as well as a bit of a larger line height to accommodate it. Now, the beauty of Tailwind CSS and NativeWind is the ability to customize it or extend the theme. For this app, we need to define a specific set of colors that we want to use. And those colors we can get directly from the design. So if you haven't yet downloaded the design, it'll be right within the video kit linked in the description. Right here. Once you click it, you'll get a full free design for this amazing food delivery app, starting with everything from Auth Screens to success screens, as well as the homepage, search, and more. And from here, we want to extract some of the colors. For example, let's say that we want to extract these 4 colors. We have the red, the yellow, the green, and the orange. So you can select a specific element and then copy the color right here. Then if you head back under Theme Extend, you can now specify a variant of a color you're trying to use, for example, red. And then under red, you can say that it can be maybe red 100, and then you can paste this string that you just copied, so that in the future, when you want to try to use it, you can just say text red 100, and this will apply the color we just copied, as long as you actually put it within the colors. So don't forget to put the colors object right here, and then place this red right within it. That's how you properly override it. And if you want complete course on Tailwind CSS, if it exists or if there's a waitlist for it, I'll link it somewhere within the video kit down below. Let's also try to do green. I'll copy this, which is our version of the green color, and add it under colors, green. Let me do 100 and just paste it right here. So now if you try to change it, instead of getting some boring green, you'll get our green variant. Maybe it's better if we set it as the background color. So I'll say BG green 100, and there you have it. Of course, this doesn't look the best. So instead, we want to create an entire color palette, starting with everything from this primary color, which will be this orange one, to the accent colors, maybe like this one right here. You want to get access to all of these colors so it's easier to use them later on. Sometimes you might have to double click a couple of times to get to the actual color. Just so you don't have to do a lot of clicking, in the video kit down below, I'll prepare the complete Tailwind config.js so you can just copy it and paste it right here. It'll include some fonts as well as some colors that we're going to use. So while we're here, let's also set up these fonts because they're not just available automatically for you. It's a special font that I decided to use for this fast food application. So we have to get access to it. Thankfully, I already prepped it for you. You can guess where it is, right here under Assets. So just download it, head over into your current application, delete the existing Assets folder, and then drag and drop this new Assets folder right in. It'll contain all of the quicksand fonts, the icons that we want to use, such as the bag, check, clock, dollar, and so much more, as well as some additional images, such as the avatars, avocados, bacons, and additional toppings that we can add to our application, alongside some success icons. Alongside the assets, to be able to use these images very quickly, we also need to create a new constants folder. So right here in the root of our application, create a new folder and call it constants. And within constants, create a new file and call it index.ts. In the video kit down below, you can find the final index.ts and just copy and paste it right here. Once you do that, you'll notice that this file is nothing more than a large list of imports for all of the icons and images that we have, as well as an array of the categories and the offers that are actually using those images, as well as the sides such as fries, onion rings, and so much more, where we actually attach a name and a price to a specific image. That's it. This just allows us to use it more easily later on within our application. But it looks like our IDE is not okay with us importing those assets, even though if I right click on it, it actually opens up, but it's complaining that it doesn't know what that is. So to fix it, you have to create one new file right within the root of your application and call it images.d.ts. And within it, you can copy and paste the final images.d.ts from the video kit down below. It basically says, hey, there are images, JPEGs, GIFs, and SVGs, and you'll be able to import them if they're being exported somewhere else. So once you do that and head back over to index.ts, you'll see that no longer it complains and you can actually get to them. Okay, but I believe we were not on the constants. We were actually talking about the fonts that are within the assets, right? So how can we put those fonts to use? Well, head over into the app and then layout.tsx. Whenever there's something that you want to reuse across multiple screens within your application, well, that means that you most likely want to put it within the layout.tsx. Oh, and I can't keep looking at this off green color that we have within our index. So I'll just change this over to text blue 500, and I'll change the background back to white. There we go. That's a bit better. And I'll say, welcome to my React Native application. That's much better. So now let's head back over into the layout. And let me actually import something called use fonts at the top. Within square brackets, it's an Expo hook that loads custom fonts asynchronously. So it's coming from Expo font. Then I'll also get access to the use effect hook coming from React. And directly within our root layout, I will say const, open up a square destructuring syntax, and call the use fonts hook. To it, you want to pass an object that'll list all the fonts alongside their names, such as quick sand, bold. And then you have to require the path pointing to that font, such as /assets/fonts/quicksandbold.ttf. And I will duplicate this 4 more times. For the second one, instead of calling it bold, I'll call it medium. Then after medium, we can have a regular. After regular, we'll have a semi-bold. And the last variant should be light. There we go. So now we're importing all of those fonts, and it looks like it can't find them. Instead, quicksand, I believe, within the assets fonts, is spelled with a lowercase s. So I have to fix this a couple of times for a lowercase s. Once you do that, you might need to reload. So open the terminal and press the letter R. Oh, and I just have to fix one small typo. It is quicksand. And reload. Now we get access to the variable called fonts loaded, as well as the errors if they don't load. And then we can use a new use effect hook, which is a hook that gets triggered whenever you run your application or whenever the dependencies change. So here we can say to rerun this function whenever the fonts loaded changes or when the errors change. And then we can say if there is an error, simply throw that error. Let us know what went wrong. But if the fonts loaded, well then we can render a new splash screen. This splash screen is coming directly from the Expo router, and this will let you manually hide the splash screen once the resources are loaded in. So I'll say splash screen dot hide async. You know how on mobile devices, when you open up an app, there's the little splash screen that shows up while it's loading? Well, once we load the fonts, we can hide it. Finally, you see this ugly index header present at the top? Well, we can very easily remove it through the screen options prop, where I'll say header shown will simply be set to false. If you do it like this, now we just have a very blank screen with one single piece of text, and we are ready to test this font out by heading over to this app.index.tsx. Before I test out the font, I'll make the text a bit bigger, like text-5XL. There we go. Welcome to my React Native app. I'll also center it by giving it a text-center. And now I'll change the font by saying font-quicksand-bold and press save. See how now it applied a completely different font, which is much more playful. And if we change it to this text-primary, it just might make you want to order some food. It works very well with a food ordering application. So with that in mind, we have now not only set up the styling for our application, but also initialized our own custom styles within the Tailwind config.js, as well as imported some of the fonts, icons, and images, and made it easier to use those fonts, icons, and images within our application by exporting them all from a single, simple constants file. Pretty cool, right? With this done, in the next lesson, we can immediately dive right into setting up our home screen. Let's get started with developing our homepage, which will look something like this. We'll mention our location, show the user's cart, and then show some of the categories of products that they can order. And then we'll have a bottom navigation. To start implementing the home screen, or any screen for that matter in React Native, you want to wrap it not with a regular view, but rather with a safe area view. This is a component which you can import from React Native safe area context, not directly from React Native. Even though React Native also has a component called safe area view, this one is much more powerful and works better on both Android and iOS devices. Safe area view ensures that the UI within it doesn't get cut off by notches or curved edges on any devices. So you can be sure that whatever you put in it will actually be shown to the user. Then after that, to efficiently render large lists by recycling different views, we use something known as a flat list. It is the recommended way of rendering lists in React Native. So I'll create a new flat list and import it from React Native. And you can see how WebStorm automatically autofills different props that are required for flat list to work. So it's the data, and then it's the render item. To the data, you need to provide an array or an array-like list of items to render. For now, I'll just pass an empty array. And then to the render item, you need to provide a callback function where you can take the item from that data and then render it. So this typically includes a callback function within which you destructure the item that you passed within the data, and then you automatically return something, like let's say an empty div for now. Later on, we'll make this flat list return actual data. You can think of the flat list as very similar to a .map function in React. For example, data.map, and then you show different items. This is the equivalent of doing that in React Native. But using the flat list is preferable when list is going to be dynamic or long, because React Native behind the scenes applies some additional performance optimizations. Okay, so within this data, instead of providing an empty array, we can provide a list of offers that we have, which we can import from add/constants. This will simply be different categories, such as the burgers, pizzas, or burritos. And then we can map over those items. I'll do it by getting both the item and the index of the item we're mapping over. And then for each one of these, we can open up a function within which we can return a view. Now, a view in React Native is very similar to a div in web applications. It's basically the same. It's a mobile app version of a div. Within this view, we can try to render some data. But before we do that, we want to make sure that whatever is within each one of these list items is interactive, is clickable, or in this case, should I say pressable, because we're not clicking on it with our mouse, we're actually pressing on it with our finger. Thankfully, there is a component called pressable coming from React Native, which allows you to put different components within it, and whatever is within it, you'll be able to click on it. Let's also give it a class name equal to, and now we can start adding all of the different class names. For example, we can give it a background of, let's say, Amber 600, just so we can visualize it more easily. And then within it, I'll render a piece of text. You can think of this as a p tag in regular web applications. Within it, we'll try to render the item.title. This will be the burger bash, summer combo, or a pizza party. So if you save it now and reload by opening the terminal and pressing the letter R, you'll see that now we have 4 different list items right here at the top. But to style it a bit better, we can continue adding some additional class names to this, such as maybe we can give it a margin Y of 3 to divide the elements one from another, maybe an H of 48 to give them so much more height, or rounded-XL to round up the corners a bit. There's going to be many of these class names that we want to add, and not necessarily always do we want to clutter our view and do it directly here. Sure, Tailwind and NativeWind are amazing because they allow us to add all of those class names immediately, but sometimes we want to extract them within a globals.css file so we can more easily use them and reuse them throughout our code. So for that reason, in the video kit down below, you can find the complete globals.css file, which you can copy and just paste right here. You'll see that this contains some of the utility classes that are going to make the styling of our applications easier. For example, whenever you want to render an H1 bold heading, you can automatically use this class and it'll apply a text3XL as well as the font that we're using. Similarly here, for one of these cards, we can apply a full width, H of 48, margin Y3, rounded XL, and so on. And this is going to be one of the last things that I'm going to provide you with. Everything else that's coming up will code together by hand. I know that I gave you a lot of assets and a lot of things to work with at the start, but from here on, you'll be doing everything on your own, with my help, of course. So now, if you head back over here, instead of providing all of these things manually, we can now just give it an offer card class name. And if you reload your application, you'll be able to see that we have 4 of these different things. But hey, where are the colors? Well, in this case, if we want to provide a different color for each one, we have to do it using the regular style property. So I'll just say style and choose a background color and make it equal to the item.color. Where's this item color coming from? Well, it's coming here from the offers. I already picked them from the design and put a couple of these colors here so that each one gets its own color. Now, instead of simply rendering a piece of text within this pressable property, instead, I'll open a new dynamic block and I'll render a callback function with an immediate return. And then in here, we can render what will be pressable. And we also have access to this pressed function so that we can do some additional functionalities once the user actually presses it. Let's make sure to properly close it. And within it, I'll render a good old React fragment, and then I'll render a view. Make sure to import this fragment from React just to be able to render it. There we go. And now we have 4 different colors. Within this first view, we want to give it a class name equal to hfull and w1/2, which is half the width of the card. And now that allows us to render our image. So I'll render the image in the same way I would do it within the browser, but this image component will be coming from React Native. And then you can give it some props like the source, which will be equal to item.image. It'll have a class name of size-full, as well as resize mode equal to contain. And we can close it right here. So now you can see 4 different images appear right here. Now we can render the text. So I'll say view, that'll have a class name equal to offer -card __ info. So we're using a bit of the CSS BEM methodology here to indicate that this is the info part of the offer card. And then within it, I'll render a piece of text that will render the item.title. So if you save it and reload, it looks like we still can't seem to see the text. That has to do a bit with our layout. See, we're using an alternating layout right here for some visual interest. We start with a large text on the left and then image on the right. But then on every odd card, we change it. So on the second card, we have burgers on the right, but the image on the left. Then we have the text on the left and then the image on the left. So we have to figure out a way to change the layout based on the number of the card. We can do that right here at the top of the render item function by checking whether the card is even. We can do that using the modulo operator by checking whether the index is equally divisible by 2 with no remainder. Then we can use this isEven variable to render some different class names for this pressable component. To render dynamic class names, we can install an additional package called CLSX. So open up your second terminal and run npm install CLSX. Then we can just use it right here by not only rendering this offer card, but rather passing it into this cn function, which we have to import from CLSX. There we go. And now we can always render the offer card class name, but then dynamically, if it is even, I will give it a flex row reverse. And if it is not even, then I will give it a flex row. This will create an alternating layout. So now we can see that at the start, we have the Summer Combo on the left, Burger Bash on the right, Pizza Party on the left, and Burrito Delight on the right. And just so it's a bit easier to see, I'll put this class name and the style on the new line, so you know that they belong to the pressable component. Perfect. So now we are ready to style the text. I'll give this text a class name equal to h1 bold, text dash white, and leading dash tight, which I believe we coded before, but I removed it while I was fixing the text. There we go. That made it a bit bigger. And now just below this text, we can render an icon. So this will be an image that'll have a source equal to images coming from index.ts of constants dot arrow right. And if this didn't auto import it for you right here from constants, just check whether you have this export const images right here that exports all of our icons and images. If you have it here, you're good. Let's also give it a class name equal to a size of 10, as well as a resize mode of contain, and a tint color of hash FFF, which is the white color. There we go. And now we have to make all of these breathe a bit better. So right here at the bottom of where we have this safe area view, so that is the full bottom of the screen, just before we close this flat list, let's actually give it another property of content container class name. And here we can give it a padding bottom of 28 to create some spacing, as well as a padding X of 5 to create some spacing on the sides. Let's also scroll all the way to the top to where we have the safe area view. And let's give it a class name equal to flex1, as well as bg white. If you do this, everything should still look good, but we still have to provide some space for this piece of text right here. So let's scroll down to this first image where we have a size full and a resize mode of contain. So let's scroll a bit down, and right here where we have this view with a offer card info class name, we can also wrap it with a CN for class names. We'll always render this offer card info, but if it is even, I will give it a padding left of 10, else I'll give it a padding right of 10 to create some additional space. There we go. So now it's looking much closer to the design. And also on Android devices, there's an additional property that you can pass to the pressable component, which is Android Ripple. And I'll give it a bit of a color of hash FFF 22. So this is for the opacity, so it'll actually make it look like you're pressing on it. Now we have to focus on rendering the top part, which is the header. So I will render it just above this flat list by rendering another view with a class name equal to flex between, so we can show the content on the left and the right, flex row, W full for full width, margin Y of 5 to divide it from the top and bottom, and padding X of 5 to give it some padding on left and right. Within it, I will then render another view that'll have a class name equal to flex start. Within it, I'll render a text that'll say deliver to, and then we can give it a class name of small dash bold and text dash primary. There we go. So now it says deliver to right at the top, and then we can render an image below that text. This image will have a source of images, dot arrow down, and it'll have a class name equal to size of 3, as well as a resize mode equal to contain. There we go. So now we have this little caret at the top. And we actually want to put this caret alongside the text of where we're actually located. So I'll put it within a touchable opacity. This is the first time that we're using something known as a touchable opacity. But basically what it is just a button, okay? It has a fancy name for a button, which you import from React Native. Because if you think about it, in mobile apps, you're not pressing a button, you're actually touching something. So it's called a touchable opacity. And within it, I will render this image as well as a text. And this text will render the city where you're from, or just the country. In this case, I'll say Croatia, where I'm based. And now let's style it a bit by giving this text a class name equal to paragraph-bold, text-dark 100. And we can now style it all together by giving this touchable opacity a class name of flex-center, flex-row, so they fall one after another, and a gap x of 1, as well as a margin top of 0.5. And now it nicely says that you're actually delivering to the place where your users are from. And later on, of course, we can make this dynamic. On the other side, though, for now, below this view, I will render a text that'll say cart. Here, we can display all of the items that you've ordered so far, or that you've added to your cart. Now, if you try to test your app, you'll notice that you can't scroll the whole screen. Rather, you're only able to scroll the flat list content. See how the header remains there, but flat list is scrollable. Why is that? Well, in web development, the browser actually adds scroll bars if the content exceeds the viewport. But in React Native, you're working in a native mobile environment, where the layout engine doesn't necessarily assume that you want to scroll. So you must explicitly wrap your content in a scrollable container like a scroll view or a flat list in this case, if you want to add horizontal or vertical scrolling behavior like we have here. So in case you want to make the whole thing scrollable, you can just wrap it in a scroll view, which you can import from React Native, and make sure to properly close it right at the bottom, right inside of the safe area view. If you do that, you can notice that now the whole thing is scrollable. But with this in mind, we have one tiny problem. And that is that if you open up your application terminal, you'll see that it says that virtualized lists should never be nested inside plain scroll views with the same orientation because it can break windowing and other functionality. Use another virtualized list-backed container instead. This problem is happening because a flat list, which is a virtualized list, is designed to render only the visible items for performance, not the ones that cannot fit on the screen. Wrapping it in a scroll view, though, which tries to render everything at once, disables that optimization, causing poor performance, layout glitches, and broken scroll behavior. It is a pattern that you don't want to do in React Native. So please never ever wrap a flat list or any other virtualized list inside of a scroll view ever again, because that's a React Native rookie mistake number 1. So if you want to avoid these mistakes in the future, you'll definitely want to check out our Pro React Native course. Now, it depends when you're watching this video whether it's out yet or not, but even if it's not, somewhere here in the video kit down below, I'll link a waitlist for the course so that when it's actually out, you can be the first one to know and never again make this and many, many other common React mistakes ever again. Because in the course, we'll dive deep of how React Native works under the hood. So what should you do instead? Well, check this out. I'll remove this scroll view and its ending tag, and we can render this entire header as part of the flat list with the help of one special prop. What you'll notice as you dive deeper into React Native development is that React Native has a lot of these special props. So just copy this entire part and remove it. And then within the flat list itself, add a new list header component where you can declare a callback function with an immediate return and just paste what you just copied. Now it'll get re-added as part of the entire flat list, as you can see, but no longer do we have that issue with a virtualized list. These are just previous errors. The more you know, right? So we're just building different pieces of this flat list and adding them as Lego blocks. In this case, we don't even have to pass this padding X to the view because flat list adds it by default. So everything is nicely structured even without it. Perfect. So now if you test scrolling, you can see that everything should feel better as a one whole thing. Next, I'll create a separate component specifically for rendering the cart icon at the top, which will help maintain the consistency across the app. The idea is that when a user adds an item to their cart, the cart item should immediately update to show the new item count, and this change should be visible on all screens at once. By isolating this cart component, we can connect it to a global state. This way, any updates to the cart will automatically reflect in the icon whenever it is used. Additionally, having it as a standalone component just makes it more easy to reuse throughout the app. So let's create a new component within the components folder. Oh, look at it. This will actually be our first component. So we have to create a new components folder and create a new file within it called cart_button.tsx. And you should be able to quickly get it going by typing rnfe. If this isn't working, you might head over to the plugins and then search for React snippets. Very quickly, you should be able to find something that works. In this case, I'll go with these modern React snippets, install them, and once you reload, you should be able to type rnfe, which will create a new React Native functional export component very quickly. Then you can go ahead and import it over within our list header component. Instead of this text that says cart, now you can render a self-closing component called cart button and head over into it so we can implement it as a reusable component. For now, I will hard code the number of total items, for example, 10. And then we can automatically return a touchable opacity since it's a button with a class name equal to cartBTN. And instead of an on click, we can give it an on press, which we'll add the functionality for soon. Then I will render an image with a source equal to images coming from constants.bag with a class name of size 5 and a resize mode set to contain. There we go. You can see a little cart at the top. And then only if the number of total items is greater than 0, then we want to automatically render a view, which will have a class name equal to cart badge. And within it, we can render a piece of text that will have a class name equal to small-bold and text-white, within which we can render the number of total items. There we go. So now we have a cart and it has a badge that says 10. And you can see since we put it within a touchable opacity, once you click it, it actually shows that it is a clickable component. Pretty cool, right? This will be a crucial component later on as it'll use a global state for the number of elements that we have within our cart. So with that in mind, we're now done with the UI of the homepage. So I want to focus on implementing the other pages, and thankfully there are many. For that, of course, we'll have to implement the bottom navigation, which is one of the crucial parts in any React Native app. Before moving to authentication and database setup, let's first set up the routes for the entire application. First, we'll need a couple of authentication routes for login and sign up. And if you check out the design for both, you'll notice that both of these screens have a similar UI right at the top. It's just the bottom that is a bit different. These screens are also different from the rest of the app screens, which have a bottom navigation right here. For that reason, we'll group all of these pages in one folder using Expo's shared layout feature. These shared routes are also often called groups. And these groups often share similar pieces of UI, called a layout. So let's create our first group within the app folder, which I will call auth. It's going to be a folder, and you have to put the name in parentheses to indicate it is a group. Within it, create a new file and call it _layout.tsx. Yes, you have to have that underscore for React Native to recognize that this is a special file, and specifically for Expo. Within it, you can quickly run rnf to quickly spin up a default layout component. And we can call it the auth layout. Within the same auth folder, we want to create two new files, one of which will be called a signin.tsx. And inside of it, you can run rnfe to quickly spin up a sign-in component. And then you can do the same thing for the second one and call it signup.tsx. Also spin it up with rnfe. Perfect. We'll see those routes in actions very soon, but for now, let's proceed with creating another shared layout that renders this common button tab navigation at the bottom for the rest of the screens. We can do that by creating a new route group, which I will call tabs. You can also call it root or home or something like that. And then I'll move this index.tsx within the tabs because that's going to become our new homepage. Within tabs, also make sure to create a new layout like we did before. I'll call it _layout.tsx. You can type rnf, which will quickly spin up a layout. But instead of just rendering an empty view with a text, instead, we want to render a self-closed component called slot, which you can import from Expo router. What the slot component does is it renders the rest of the content as it is. Basically, it'll render the contents of the other pages that we have. So for now, leave it as it is, and let's create other pages. This one will be called cart.tsx, run rnfe, and let's duplicate the same thing over for our second component in the tabs folder, which will be called a profile.tsx. Also run rnfe, and then we'll have yet another one in the tabs, which I will call search.tsx, where I'll run rnfe and finalize our tabs folder. Now, if you reload your application, you'll be redirected back to the homepage. It feels like nothing has changed. But to test these three routes, head over to the tabs layout, which is a shared parent layout of all of these other screens. And inside of there, add a dummy check that'll redirect to the auth screen if the user is not authenticated. Later on, we'll replace this with a real auth check. But for now, we can say const is authenticated is equal to false. And then we can check if not is authenticated. We can simply return a React Native and Expo redirect component from Expo router, where we can point the user back to /sign in. Expo really is making React Native applications feel much more closer to the web. With this in mind, you should be redirected to a different screen. And if you pay close attention, it'll say auth layout at the top, but not sign in. That's happening because we have a special layout file within the auth route group. So inside of here, what we can do instead is wrap it with a safe area view, and then beneath the text, render a slot, the same component we rendered before. And now you can see that we have the auth layout, where maybe you can render the auth UI or the bottom navigation bar, but you also have the page itself rendered through the slot component. So now, just to make it interactive and to simulate a sign-in functionality, within the sign-in, we can render a button coming from React Native and give it a title of sign in. And on press, equal to a callback function, where we use the router.push functionality to push over to sign up. Maybe if we want to switch over to the sign up page. And this router, we can simply import from Expo router. But now you might be wondering, hey, didn't you say that in React Native we use touchable opacities instead of buttons? Yes, they're a preferred way of interacting with the UI. But for some very, very simple buttons, something like this one, even a regular button is fine. It is also made to work with React Native. So now if you click on it, it'll redirect you to sign up. Now we want to do the similar thing for the sign up page. So I'll copy these 2 lines of code and paste them over into sign up, where we can import router and then render a button to point us back to the sign in page. So I'll say sign in, and don't forget to import the button itself. So now we are in the sign up, we can go to sign in, and from sign in, looks like I misspelled it. This should say go to sign up. So now we can switch between those 2 pages, which means that we have effectively created navigation. And if you want to test out the other screens that you have created so far, such as the cart, profile, and more, you can follow the same thing that I've done so far and just add buttons that would redirect to those different pages. But you might switch off the is authenticated rule because it'll always bring you back to sign in. So just maybe turn it to true while you're testing and then bring it back. Later on, of course, we'll implement the entire bottom navigation so that we can actually move between all of these different screens. But for now, I'm fine with just having the base setup as well as the authentication, because from the next lesson onward, we're going to start diving into real functionalities. So it's important that we have our UI and routing for authentication done, and then we can actually connect it to our database and our authentication provider to create accounts on our application. And this is also a good point to maybe push our code to GitHub, because we've implemented a lot of changes, and we can basically say that we have created a base file and folder structure for the future of our application. So now is a better time than ever. Now, who am I kidding? It would have been better if we did it at the start of the project. You should always commit consistently and commit often from the start. But hey, better now than never, right? So let's create a new GitHub repository. You can call it anything you want, like JSM food ordering app, or you can just call it fast food app. And then you can make it either public or private. And then you can just create a repository with all of the default configurations. This will pull it up for you in a matter of seconds. The only thing you need to do here is just copy this one long line with git remote add origin, and then head back over to your terminal. I'll head over into my second one that is empty, and just follow my lead. Git init to initialize a new GitHub repo, git add dot to add all of the changes, git commit -m, and now we can type our commit message, something like set up the base file and folder structure for the rest of the app. Oh, and make sure to add git at the start. This will commit it. Then say git branch -m main, then git remote add origin. This is what you just copied. And then finally, git push -u origin main. In a matter of seconds, all your code will be live right here on GitHub. And it's always super useful to have your code online and to commit consistently. First of all, it's a good sign for potential employers to look at it and see that you're actually putting in the work. You can further tidy it up and give it a description, like a food ordering app. And while you're committing consistently, this is also just building your GitHub contribution graph, which is always good to see. Perfect. So immediately in the next lesson, we'll dive into setting up the core functionalities of our application. Let's get started with adding the primary logic and functionalities to our application. We'll do it using Appwrite. Appwrite is an open source, all-in-one development platform, and in this course, we'll use it for the backend infrastructure. This means that we'll be using their auth provider, databases, as well as storage. So if you haven't already created an account, you can click the link down in the description to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing and create your account. You'll even get $50 in additional cloud credits when you upgrade or you decide to go for a pro plan, even though it'll not be needed at all to just be able to follow along with this course, as Appwrite is open source and completely free to get started with. Once you're in, you can very easily create a new project. You can give it a name starting with JSM, something like JSM food ordering, and you can choose one of the regions. That'll lead you to the onboarding. You've created your project and now you need to connect it to your platform. Alongside web at the top, immediately on the right, we have React Native. So select it. You can select either Android or iOS. Either way is fine. Enter the name of the app. I'll go with JSM food ordering. And then for the bundle ID, you can come up with any kind of an ID that follows this pattern, com.companyname.appname. So it's going to be, in this case, com.jsm, and then you can give it any name. Once again, I'll do food ordering, but make sure to remember it. And then I'll click Create Platform. If you're starting a new project, you can just use this command, but we already have a running project, so I won't be doing that. Instead, I'll head back over to our application, open up my terminal and make it a bit bigger. And we can run npx expo install React Native Appwrite, as well as React Native URL polyfill, and press enter, as this will install all the necessary dependencies. Then we can also copy our Appwrite credentials to our .env, which you can create right here at the root of your application by calling it .env and then pasting them right here. Expo public Appwrite project ID and Expo public Appwrite endpoint. Now, back within our application, we can also create one more folder, which we can call lib. Lib, or library, will contain some functions or configurations that we can use throughout the entirety of our application. For example, here, I'll create a new file called appwrite.ts, and we'll use it as an Appwrite configuration. So here, we'll set it up, and it'll contain all of our credentials. So we can say export const appwrite config is equal to an object where we have an endpoint, and this will be equal to process.env dot, and then we have to see how we called it. It'll be expo public Appwrite endpoint. We can also choose the name of the platform that we have. And here, it should be the same as the bundle ID. So I use the string of com.jsm.foodordering. If you forgot what you put for it, you can find it right here. Perfect. And then alongside the platform, we'll also have to have the project ID, which we can get from envs once again. That'll be process.env.expo public Appwrite project ID. Perfect. And with that in mind, our Appwrite setup is now complete, which means that in the next lesson, we can immediately dive right into setting up our auth. Okay, so let's talk auth. How would we go about implementing authentication within our application? Might be better if I sketch it out. So first things first, we start with the user entering their email and password. So I'll just say user enters data. Once they enter their email and password, we then want to call the Appwrite Auth function. This function will then create a new auth user. And after we create a new auth user, we then want to call the Appwrite database. So I'll drag that here and just say call Appwrite DB. We then want to store this new user information in the user collection in the database, which we can then easily connect with some other collections to form relations. Like we have a single user that can then be associated with a couple of different orders, for example. So I have one order, 2, 3, and more, all associated with the same user. Or maybe one user can add multiple addresses to their account. So we have 1 and 2. We'll be able to easily create relations, and this is useful for any kind of an e-commerce or food ordering application. So for all of this to happen, we first have to create our database in Appwrite. So head over to your Appwrite console under Databases and create a new database, which we'll call App. Within the App database, we need to copy its ID and then store it within our Appwrite config. So back within our application, I'll head over to Appwrite TS, and right here below the platform, I'll add a database ID, which will be equal to this ID we just copied. After that, we want to go inside the database and create a new user collection. So create collection and call it user. Within it, we want to assign a couple of attributes. So head over to attributes and create the first one. It'll be a string that has a key of name with a size of 100, and we'll make it required. That's one. The second one will be email. So choose email, type in email as the key, and make it required as well. After that, we have the account ID, So create a new variable of a type string and call it account ID with a size of 2200 should be enough, and make it required as well. After that, we want our user to have their avatar photo as well. It'll be of a type URL, which you can call avatar, and make it required. Now you want to copy this user collection ID and put it within our config, just by saying user collection ID, and then paste what you just copied. If you want to, you can also put these IDs within your environment variables like I've done for these ones, but we can do that together once we collect all of them. For now, you want to head over to your auth layout. That is within the app auth layout, and we want to develop the auth screen header UI. It is this one right here that is being shared across both the sign in and the sign up, which is exactly why I'll put it within the layout. We can start by wrapping everything, not within a safe area view, but within something called a keyboard avoiding view. Looks like this, keyboard avoiding view coming from React Native. And this component ensures that when a user is writing in any inputs, keyboard will appear below it automatically. It won't go above the input field. Also, when I was testing the app on Android, I noticed some weird behavior where we actually need to add some padding on iOS devices to push the content up, and we have to add the height on Android devices. So how do we do some changes depending on the operating system? Well, in this case, we can add a prop of behavior, which can be either padding or height, and we can make it dynamic and say platform, which you import from React Native .os. And this will give you access to the current operating system of your user's device. If it is iOS, I'll apply padding, else I'll apply a height. Finally, within this keyboard avoiding view, we can render a scroll view. This scroll view will have a class name equal to bg_white and age-full, and it'll also have a special prop of keyboard should persist taps, and it'll have a prop of handled. Now, what does this mean? Well, this prop ensures that tapping outside of the keyboard will dismiss the keyboard entirely, so that you can focus on clicking the submit button, for example. Then we can have an additional view right within that'll have a class name of wfull and relative. Now we want to apply different styles depending on the dimensions of the screen. So I'll say style is equal to height, and we'll get access to the height of the screen in a similar way how we got access to the operating system. You just say dimensions, which you import from React Native, and then .get, and here you can get the screen size. .height. Once you get it, you want to divide it by 2.25. I found this number to work the best. Later on, once we actually implement this screen, I'll show you what difference it'll make if we actually remove this height. Finally, within it, let's render an image background coming from React Native, not Expo image. It'll be self-closing with a source of images coming from constants .login graphic with a class name of size full and rounded -b -lg. B stands for bottom, with a resize mode equal to stretch. So now we have this nice pizza image right at the top. Then below this image background, I'll render yet another image, which will have a source equal to images.logo of our application with a class name of self-center, a size of 48, absolute positioning, minus bottom 16 to put it a bit below the image, as well as a z index of 10. So it appears over this image that we have. And don't forget to import image from React Native. Once you do that, you might need to reload just to make sure it's properly rendered. And here it is. Here you can put the logo of your fast food. And now, before we go on to developing the UI of the sign up and the sign in screens, let's create two reusable components we'll need on this screen. One is an input field and another is a button. So head over to components and create a new file, which will be called a custom input.tsx, run rnfe, and there is our custom input. And the other one will be a custom button. So just create it in a same way, rnfe, and now we have two of these components. We can immediately try putting them on the actual layout for now, just so we can see them as we're developing them. So if I head over into Auth layout, right here within the scroll view, I will import the custom input as well as the custom button components, just so we can see them right here. And now it's our turn to actually develop them. So let me head over into the custom input first, and let me show you how we can make a reusable input component in React Native. I'll start by making this input accept some props. Things like a placeholder, which by default can say something like enter text. Then we can accept the value of the input, the onChangeText handler. And I want to put all of these in a new line just so it's easier to see. So we have the placeholder, the value, the onChangeText, and more, but I just wanted to properly indent it. Then we also want to get the label of an input and a secure text entry ability, by default set to false. If this was set to true, then we would not be able to see what we're typing, and this is perfect for, you can guess it, passwords. And finally, the keyboard type, which will be default. You can also change it to something like a number input if you want to. Okay, so where are we going to get these props from? Well, whenever you create a reusable component, you can pass some props to it wherever you're calling it. And here you can see that our custom input needs to accept some props. It can already infer that we have some props right here, but it is always a good idea to specify a type. For example, you can say this is of a type custom input props. And then you could define a custom interface. This is TypeScript related, custom input props, where you would specify the type of each one of these properties. Like a placeholder could be string, onChange is a function, label will also be a string, and so on. But just so we don't have to declare every single new type that we have here, you can create them right within a special file called type.d.ts, which you can create in the root of your application, like the images.d.ts that I provided before. So create it and call it type.d.ts. You can then find it right here within the video kit, copy it, and paste it here. This will include a couple of interfaces that we're going to use throughout the application, such as the custom input props interface that simply specifies which types of props do we want to pass. And then you can just say custom input props, and it'll automatically be able to infer it from that type declaration file. But now, getting back to where we actually pass those props, you pass them whenever you call this component. In this case, we're calling it right here within our layout. So let's for a second imagine that we're using it within our sign in or sign up pages. Maybe this can be, let's say, sign in. You'll need to pass a placeholder, something like enter your email. Then you can also pass a value, which we'll have to get from the form. So for now, I'll just make it an empty string. An onChangeText, which will be a function. We also have to pass the label equal to email. And finally, a keyboard type, which in this case could be email address. Yep, there's a special type for that too. And now you can see that this component is getting what it deserves. It's no longer complaining because it knows which props does it need. And here I have a typo, secure text entry. Perfect. But now it's complaining that we're not actually using these props or parameters within the component. So let's put them to use. First things first, I want to wrap everything in a view that'll have a class name equal to wfull, so it takes the full width of the screen. Then we can have a label, so that's going to be just a text with a class name of label, and it'll dynamically render the label prop that we're passing into it. In this case, it'll say email. Then we can create a text input, And this is a component which we can import from React Native. It is a self-closing component, and it has a lot of interesting props that we can pass into it, such as the auto capitalize, which for now we can set to none because emails are not capitalized. Whereas maybe if you had a name field, you could auto capitalize it. Maybe autocorrect, which in this case we want to turn to false. A value, which will be equal to the value we're passing from props. Same thing for the on-change text. Oh, this was supposed to be autocorrect. Thank you for letting me know, TypeScript. And then we have secure text entry, keyboard type. All of these we're passing directly from props. We could also create the new use state hook, and we can call it isFocused. And this will track the focused or unfocused state of the input. Are we currently trying to type within it or not? Don't forget to import use state from React. Then, once we focus on this element, we can turn the setIsFocused state to true. But once we blur out of it, once we exit it, we can set it to false. We can also pass it a placeholder equal to placeholder coming from props, as well as a placeholder text color, which we can set to #888, which is a dark version. Finally, let's give it some class names. I'll use this CN functionality from CLSX to always give it a class name of input, but then only if it is focused. I'll also give it a border -primary, and else I'll give it a border gray 300. So that way we'll know whether it's focused. And check it out. You have an input on your screen, and it has a nice border if it's focused, but for now it looks like we just jump out of the screen and can't see it. Still, we have just implemented your custom input, which later on will not jump us out of the screen. So very quickly, let's do a similar thing for the button. We want this button to also accept some props. So let's get them right here. For example, an on press. We can also get a title, which by default can say something like, click me. We can pass an additional style, a text style, a left icon if it has it, and the loading state for that button at the start set to false. And we can attach a custom state to it, not custom input props, but custom button props, so we know what we have to pass to it. Now let's turn it from a view into a touchable opacity with a class name of CN. It'll always have a custom BTN, and we can also pass some additional styles to it. On press, we'll call the on press function that we pass through props. And there you have it, your custom button is already there. Still, let's style it up a bit more for different use cases. If it has a left icon, I'll also render that icon right here. And then we will render a view. This view will have a class name equal to flex center and flex-row. And within it, if we are currently loading, then I'll display a new component which we haven't used before, which is the activity indicator. Make sure to import it from React Native, give it a size of small and a color of white. But then if we're not loading, we want to show the actual text. So I'll render a text element right here, remove this one that we had before, and this one will have a class name of CN. We'll always give it text white 100, paragraph semi-bold, but then we're going to also attach some dynamic styles, such as these ones, which are coming directly from the props. Text style. There we go. And now this button is not saying anything, so let's make it render the title that we're passing into it through props, which by default is set to click me. And now that we have those two components, let's jump right into the sign-in and let's put them to use. I'll first give this view a class name of gap of 10, BG of white, rounded -LG, padding of 5, and margin top of 5 to structure these elements a bit more nicely. I'll also head within the layout and copy this custom input and custom button, remove it from here, and then add it over to this sign in, but I'll leave it at the bottom for now because we want to use it later on. Oh, but wait, when I paste them here, why aren't they actually showing up on the screen? Did I forget to add a slot to this scroll view? No, the slot is here, but it actually should have been within the scroll view, not outside of it. There we go. So now we can see the sign in and you can see everything. So now I'll head back to the sign in and let's actually implement it. Directly within this view, we no longer need this text or a button. We're going to start right off with a custom input that we have. This will be the email input. And then I want to duplicate it one more time below. This time it'll be for our password. So I'll say enter your password with a label of password. And I won't have the keyboard type, but I'll have the secure text entry. So whatever we're typing into the password actually gets hidden. We'll test this part very soon as soon as we connect it with an actual form. And then just below it, we want to render a custom button. That'll have a title equal to sign in, and we're good. This looks like a proper, valid sign-in form. But whenever you have sign-in and sign-up pages, you also want to create another view so we can switch between the two. So I'll create another view that'll have a text with a class name of base-regular and text-gray-100. And this one will say something like, don't have an account, and then I'll create a link right below it that'll say, hey, sign up. This link will then have an href pointing to the sign up page with a class name of base-bold and text-primary. And of course, don't forget to import the link coming from Expo router. There we go. Don't have an account, sign up. And now we can switch between the pages. We can also give this view a class name of flex, so they show one next to another, with justify center and a margin top of 5, flex row, and a gap of 2 in between the elements. So this looks just a bit better now. Perfect. But now let's make it functional. I'll create a new use state snippet right here at the top, and I'll call it is submitting. This will be used for the loading states. At the start, set to false. And don't forget to import the use state hook itself from React. I'll also create another use state, and this one I'll call form. Set form, which by default will be set to an object with an empty email and an empty password. Perfect. Then I'll also create a new submit function. Const submit is equal to an asynchronous function where we want to check if form.email doesn't exist or if form.password doesn't exist. That means that they haven't entered the data. So we just want to render some kind of an alert, which with React Native you can do easily just by saying alert.alert. You can choose the type of the alert. In this case, it'll be error, which is the title, and then the message of the alert. In this case, I'll say, please enter valid email address and password. Perfect. So later on, once we implement the sign up functionality, once you click the button, it'll give you an alert. Then, if these have been entered properly, we can start the submitting process. So set is submitting to true. And then we'll open up a try and catch block so we can properly authenticate our user. Here, we'll call the Appwrite sign in function. After that, we can maybe render another alert, .alert, this time success, which will say user signed in successfully, and we'll just use the router.replace functionality to bring the user back to the home page. This router, of course, we have to import from Expo router. That is right here. After that, if something goes wrong, so catch, we catch the error of an any type. We'll also render another alert, rendering the error message. And finally, whether it succeeded or failed, we want to stop the submitting process. So I'll set is submitting to false. Perfect. Now we can actually put these states to use. Right here within custom inputs, for the first input, the value will be form.email. Here is where we're storing the value of that email. And on change text, we'll be calling the setFormState. Then you have to create a callback function because you're changing the state with the previous version of the state. So I'll say prev. And then you can create a new state object and automatically return it. You do that by wrapping an object in parentheses. We spread the previous state, and we change the email to this new text that we collected from this input. You can now also copy this value and onChange and paste it for the second custom input, but this time it won't be the email, it'll be the password. And same thing here, we'll update the password. Finally, once we click the custom button, we want to pass to it the isLoading state, which will be equal to isSubmitting, as well as what should happen once we press the button. And what should happen is we should call the submit function. Perfect. So now if you click it, nothing really happens. It just tries to go over to the home page. Now, it looks like something broke right here, so I'll try to reload my application, but it doesn't want to do it with the letter R, so I'll stop the server from running, and then I will rerun npx expo start clear to just rebuild it. And then I'll be able to reload it, and if it still doesn't want to reload it, like is the case on my end, you could just close and reopen the Expo Go app. And this will then rebundle it. Perfect. Now, what are we going to do about the sign up page? Thankfully, it's going to be more or less the same as the sign in. So just go ahead and copy this entire sign in page, head over to sign up, and just paste it over. Immediately, it'll start looking the same, but now we're going to make some changes. First of all, I'll rename it to sign up right here, as well as here at the bottom. Then the form on the sign up will have one additional field, and that'll be the name of our user. So I'll add name right here. At the start, equal to an empty string. Then we'll have the submit function where we also have to check for the name. So I'll say if there is no form.name or these other fields, throw an error. Here we have to call the Appwrite sign up function. And then we have our inputs. More or less, it's going to be the same, but we want to duplicate an additional one just above. And this one will say enter your full name. It'll render the form.name, and it'll modify the name within our state. The label will be full name, and we don't need the keyboard type. Default is fine. So now if you head over to sign up, you can see that now we have 3 different inputs. The second 2 will remain the same, as well as the button, but we want to change some things right here. Instead of saying don't have an account, I'll say already have an account. If that is the case, well, go ahead and sign in. So now we can switch between sign in and sign up. Let's just make sure that this button says sign up as well. So now check this out. We have a fully functional UI layout built for 2 of these auth pages that share the same header, but their actual page details and the components within them are different. Here we're actually reusing very cleverly 2 different components to form 2 of these pages. Now let's go ahead and test it a bit. I took my phone in my hand and I'll start typing. If I try typing something like Adrian, that works. Then we can actually swipe down, see this, to expand and be able to see other fields. I'll enter my email. Let's do it right here. And then finally, you can enter your password, which by default will be completely hidden. Cool stuff, right? But if you forget one of these fields and try to click sign up, you'll see user signed in successfully. Where is this coming from? I'll search for signed in successfully. And for sign up, we actually have to change it to say user signed up successfully. And this should actually not be getting executed if we don't have access to these fields. I think I might have forgotten to put a return here, because if we return, then the rest of the function will not carry out. And we have to also add it to sign in right here. So now if you try to click on a sign in button, if you haven't yet entered your fields, you'll see please enter valid email address and password. And if you actually type something in, let's try to do something like this and a regular password. You can see user signed in successfully, and it tries to redirect you to home, but then we just automatically redirect back to sign in, which means that everything is working. This is amazing, right? You've successfully implemented your first 2 Auth screens. In the next lesson, let's implement the Auth functionality. Okay, now that we have the UI, let's also go for the functionality. Head over into our lib and then appwrite.ts file. Here, we'll need to create a function that creates a new user account, their session, and also stores them within the database as soon as they create an account. So let's first start by creating a new Appwrite client and then exporting it so that we can use it anywhere within our code. You can do it by saying export const client is equal to new client coming from React Native Appwrite. Then we have to configure this client. You can do that by saying client dot, and then you can call different methods on it, such as dot set endpoint. And you can set the endpoint to be equal to Appwrite config dot endpoint. You can then chain additional methods such as dot set project and make it equal to be Appwrite config dot project ID. And finally, you can do the same thing for the platform. It looks like it's complaining about a project ID not existing on the Appwrite config, but here it is. But it's saying that sometimes if these are coming from environment variables, they might be undefined. So since we already know that they are actually there, I'll just add an exclamation mark at the end to let TypeScript know that we know those values exist. Or you can also add exclamation mark here. Perfect. Now, alongside setting up the Appwrite client, we can also set up different Appwrite functionalities, such as export const account is equal to new account coming from React Native Appwrite, to which we have to pass the client we just created. We can do the same thing for the databases by saying export const databases is equal to new databases client. And of course, don't forget to import databases coming from React Native Appwrite. We can do the same thing for the user avatar by saying const avatars is equal to new avatars, to which you can pass the client. And now we're ready to create this function that creates and registers our user. We can do it by exporting a new asynchronous function. So export const create user is equal to a new asynchronous function that looks like this, and it'll accept a couple of props. What do we get when we're trying to create a user? Well, we get the email, the password, and the name. And these will be of a type create user params. Oh, it looks like I misspelled it. This was supposed to be params. So I'll fix it here as well. Perfect. Create user params. Then within it, we can open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can get an error. And if there is an error, we'll simply throw it by saying throw new error, and we'll say error as string. So we know what is the type of that error. In this case, abbreviated as just E. But in the try, we can first create a new account on Appwrite using the new unique ID, email, and password. So say const new account is equal to await account instance dot create. And now we have to pass a couple of props to it. First, you have to pass the user ID of that new user. We could just randomize it or let our cat walk over the keyboard, but our cat won't be here for every single user, so we have to find a way to generate it randomly. We can do it using Appwrite's ID functionality. So just say ID imported from React Native Appwrite, and then use the unique method on it, which will always generate a new unique ID. You can then pass additional things to it, such as the email, password, and the name. Then, if a new account for whatever reason wasn't created, we can check that and say if no new account, then simply throw a new error like this. But if an account has been created, then we can try to automatically sign our user in after the account creation process by saying await sign in. And this is a function that we have to create. to which we'll pass an object containing the email and the password. It's a separate function that we'll use in the create user function, as well as also using it standalone when a user just wants to sign in. That's why it has to be created separately just below. Export const sign in is equal to this function that looks like this, and we can also just export it for standalone use outside of this file. And the type of the props here is going to be sign in params. Perfect. Now, after we try to sign the user in right here, after we create the new user account, all of this so far has to do with just authentication functionalities. But remember that chart that I showed you before, where I drew a couple of rectangles and explained the steps? Well, there I said that at one point, we also need to create a user within the database so we can more easily work with different relations. So let's create a new database user by saying const new user is equal to await databases, which we are importing right here from the top, dot create document. And now the way that the create document method works is first you have to pass the database ID. And where do we have access to the database ID? Well, it is right here under Appwrite config. So just say Appwrite config dot database ID. The second prop will be the user collection ID, which we also have stored, Appwrite config that user collection ID. Then is the ID of the new document we want to create. And this one will be randomized. So I'll just say ID unique. Finally, the last param is an object containing all of the information or the data that we want to store. So I will simply pass in the account ID, which will be equal to the new account that we created above, dot $ID. Then the email, the name, and the avatar, which will be named avatar URL. And this avatar URL, we can actually create just before by saying const avatar URL is equal to avatars dot get initials URL, and we can pass a name right into it. What this does is it generates an avatar image using the user name's initials and then stores it into the database. So essentially, we are creating a new user in the database with the following email, name, account ID, and an avatar URL. Everything that a user needs. And you can see how WebStorm very conveniently tells me what each one of these params does within the create document. Sure, I could hover over it and see what it does, but being able to quickly see at a glance that the first thing is a database ID, second thing is a collection ID, third thing is a document ID, and finally the data that we're trying to create, this is super convenient. And I love this about WebStorm. Finally, once we create this new user, we can just return it from this create user function by saying return new user. WebStorm is also telling me that this is an inline variable and that declaring this new user is redundant. So if you want to fix it, you don't even have to put it into a new variable. Instead, you can just say return whatever the output of this function is, which is technically just the user. Perfect. So now let's actually sign our user in by creating the user session within this second function by opening up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can get the error and we'll throw it by saying throw new error e as string in case something unfortunate happened. Else we'll create a new session for our user using their email and password by saying const session is equal to await account.create email password session, to which we have to pass the email and the password. We have everything we need. And once again, WebStorm nicely fills it out. It's not as useful because we are sticking to very good coding practices and naming our variables properly. But imagine if we were passing some regular strings or numbers here. If we did it like that, you would still be able to know that this is an email and that this is a password. Thankfully, with our proper coding, it's less relevant, but still good to have, just for final checking. Great. So now, finally, within our sign up screen, remember where we were? That was in signup.tsx. We are ready to call this new create user function we just created. So after set is submitting to true, within the try, I will now await create user, import it from where it needs to be imported, and to it, I'll pass an email equal to form.email. I'll pass a password equal to form.password, and I'll also pass the name equal to form.name. Now, we are duplicating ourselves a bit here. So what you could do is just destructure these fields from the form object by destructuring name, email, and password from the form. And then you don't have to repeat yourself. You can remove all of the mentions of the word form and instead just refer to their variables. And since the keys and values are duplicated, it also means that you don't have to say it for the second time explicitly, which allows you to have a much cleaner function that looks something like this. This is not a part of React or React Native. This is just good old JavaScript. So if you'd like to polish your JavaScript skills, on jsmastery.com, we have a terrific complete path to JavaScript course that dives deep into optimizations just like this one. But with that said, once we create the user, no longer do we have to do an alert. Instead, we just want to bring the user back to the homepage because now they've been fully logged in. So what do you say that we actually test it out? I'll now pick up my phone, head over to the sign up function and create a new user. I'll call myself Adrian. For the email, I'll use adrian@jsmastery.com. And for the password, I will use 123123 and I'll sign up. It says, oh, this is not going to work. The password should be at least 8 characters long. Okay, I got you. I'll just add one more 123. And now if I click sign up, it's loading. It says the current user is not authorized to perform the requested action. Oh, okay. You know why this is? We have to head back over to Appwrite and go under user settings. This is under databases, user settings, and give this user additional permissions. For now, I'll leave it as any, and I'll give it create, read, update, and delete permissions. So we can actually call the create method on this collection. If you do this and then retry clicking the button, it'll say a user with the same ID, email, or phone already exists in this project. Okay, that sounds good. Let me actually then go back into the auth and check it out. Oh, it looks like it got created the first time because the authentication succeeded, but we didn't have database permissions, so that's why it failed. So what I'll do is I'll remove this user from auth by scrolling all the way down and clicking delete. And I'll just retry it one more time. Should succeed now by clicking sign up. It's loading and we got redirected. And check this out, we get some native mobile functionalities. It's asking me whether we want to safely store the passwords in the password app. I'll click not now. But with that in mind, if you now head over to Appwrite Auth and reload, you'll be able to see that we have one new user here with their ID, name, email, and we can add some additional options if we want to. Pretty cool, right? But we're not just creating this user within the auth, we're also creating this user within databases. So if you head over to databases, app, user collection, you can see that a new user called Adrian with the email and account ID and the avatar has been created. So now if you try to visit this user's avatar, you can see JM as in JavaScript Mastery. Amazing. It means that we have successfully created a user. Similarly, we can head over to the sign in, and here we can call the sign in functionalities. So once again, I will destructure the email and the password from the form. Also notice how the autocomplete is working very nicely with WebStorm. I will remove the mentions of the form object. And then right here, I will just call the Appwrite sign in function by saying await sign in. Don't forget to import it. And within an object, pass in the email and the password. We don't have to have the name because the name gets entered once the user signed up. And I'll remove the alert. So now if you test it using the same credentials that you entered before, For me, that was adrian@jsmastery.com, and a password of a couple of times of 123. Now, if you click sign in, you'll see that it says Appwrite exception, creation of a session is prohibited when a session is active. This is because when creating a new user, we automatically called the sign-in function to create a session for that user. You can change any of these session-related settings and even add restrictions for the password within Appwrite Auth security. So here you can choose the limit of the users, the session length in days, the limit, password history, how many times you can change it, password dictionary, so that actually prevents the user from setting insecure passwords by comparing the user's password with the 10,000 most commonly used passwords. What do you think? Would my 123 pass? I don't think so. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can do right here, all directly implemented within Appwrite. And now that sign up and sign in are in place, let's write a function to get the details of the currently logged in user. So we'll do it within the same file. That's going to be the appwrite.ts. I'll collapse these two functions that we have created just to have a bit of a cleaner working space. And just below, I'll create a new function, which I will call getCurrentUser. Export const getCurrentUser is equal to an asynchronous function, and it's not accepting any parameters. We'll get the user from the session that's currently logged in. So I'll create a new try and catch block. If something goes wrong, I think you know what we're gonna do. We'll just console log that error and maybe throw a new error, e as string. But if everything is going well, we can just try to get access to the current account by saying const current account is equal to await account.get. If there is no current account, we'll throw a new error. But if there is an account, we'll try to fetch the current user from the database by saying await databases.list documents. The way in which you can list documents within Appwrite is by first passing the ID to your database, which we have stored under Appwrite config.databaseID. Then you have to pass the ID of the collection you're trying to fetch the user from. In this case, it is our Appwrite config.userCollectionID. And finally, you have to pass the query. A query can be a list of queries within an array where you can say query.equal. This query, you have to import it from React Native Appwrite, .equal account ID. We want it to be equal to the current account $ID. Finally, if we didn't successfully fetch a new user, just throw in an error. But if we have, then return the current user .documents 0, because we only want to return one user that we fetched. Perfect. So now we have a function that allows us to get the current user. So that allows us to get this information and redirect the user to the right screen. If, for example, a user is already logged in, they should be redirected to the home screen. But if they're not, they should be redirected to the sign-in page. Now, instead of calling these functions separately on every single screen, like the auth layout or the cart, profile, search, or tabs layout, what I'll do instead is I'll call them just once and store the result in a shared state. Then, whenever we need the information about the currently logged in user, we'll retrieve it from the state. This approach will help us avoid making multiple requests to Appwrite, which will further improve the performance of our app. Now, just before we start implementing that global state that allow us to improve the performance of our application and finally start testing some of these server actions and backend calls that we implemented, I want to take 5 minutes to implement a tool that'll save us hours of time later down the line. And the tool is called Sentry. They recently implemented Seer, a debugging agent that knows why your code sucks. But in other words, Sentry is an application monitoring software considered not too bad by 4 million developers. And the best of all is, it doesn't just work for web applications, but also mobile. In the description down below, I left a special link that'll allow you to sign up and see exactly what I'm seeing so you can follow the setup properly And alongside the way, you'll also get 50,000 free errors with the JS Mastery code. So just head over here and create your account. Once you sign up, you'll be redirected to your dashboard. There's a lot of stuff to explore here, but first we gotta hook up Sentry to our project. So what better way to do it than to check out the docs? Thankfully, Sentry has dedicated docs for React Native applications, and there's a special Expo setup. And I'm super excited as of recently, Session Replay is now generally available for mobile devices too, not only web. So let's go over this setup and let me teach you how we can set up Sentry with your React Native application. In this case, we'll go with the automatic install using the Sentry wizard to automatically set everything up. So let me just copy this command, open up my terminal right here and paste it. npx add Sentry/wizard add latest -i React Native. Press Y to install the package. Now it's gonna say that you already have some files right here. That's totally okay with me, so we can just continue anyway. It's now installing the Sentry package, and it's asking you whether you wanna use Sentry SaaS or self-hosted. In this case, I'll go with Sentry SaaS, Sentry.io, and it'll ask you whether you already have an account. I'll say yes, of course, because we just created one, and we want to authenticate with it. So in the browser, it'll open up a new selection of your project once you authenticate, and you can then choose whether you want to take some of the existing projects or you want to create a new one. For this one, I'll create a new project and call it JSM_React Native food ordering and click continue. Once you do that, you'll be able to return to your terminal to complete the setup. And it's going to ask you whether you want to enable session replay. So that's going to be a strong yes. I was waiting for a long time to have this enabled on mobile devices. It's going to ask us, do we also want to enable the feedback widget? I'll say yes to that as well. And it just auto-applied the changes and even added a button that will trigger our immediate error. So it says the snippet will create a button. When tapped, it'll send a test event to Sentry. After that, you can check out your project issues here. So let me actually click on it immediately to open it in the browser. There we are. It looks like there are no issues yet. So now, once everything is set up, let's go ahead and copy this snippet so we can add it to our application and head over into App, Tabs, and then Layout, and set is authenticated to true. Refresh by pressing R in the other terminal, and you'll be redirected to the home screen. Then head over to Tabs, index.tsx, and add that button that throws an error that will be captured by Sentry. This way we'll know whether Sentry is working or not. So right here below the list header component, we can also make use of a list footer component that accepts a callback function. And the only thing we want to return within here will be that button with a title of try. On press, it'll execute an error, and then we can close it. Make sure to import the button component from React Native, and also make sure to import everything as Sentry coming from add Sentry/React-Native. Perfect. Let me also organize these imports by internal and external, so it makes a bit more sense. There we go. And now at the bottom, you should be able to see a button that says try if you scroll down. Here it is. As soon as you click it, it seems that nothing happened, but if you head back over to your Sentry's dashboard, you'll see that an event was received. So you can either reload or say, take me to my error. And here you can see all the information about this error. You can even see the device that I'm using, iPhone 13 Pro Max. You can see my operating system, iOS 18.6. You can see that it was done in development and with JavaScript. You can see that the event happened 2 minutes ago. You can maybe rate it as a high priority event assigned to a specific developer. What matters even more is that we get an entire stack trace of this error, saying splash module internal maybe hide async is not a function. Okay. And then you can see how it happened through a trace preview and more information about this error. Now, the reason why I and so many other developers love using Sentry is because, let's be honest, if a user comes upon an error on your site, they're not going to give you any context or details. But here you can get so much data about the error, and you and your other developers can easily go ahead and just fix it. And of course, how could I not talk about Sentry's new feature, which is called Seer, which allows you to explore potential root causes and solutions. So just click this button right here, find root cause, and enable Seer, which is Sentry's AI agent that'll help you troubleshoot and fix those problems even faster. So I'll go ahead and enable it. And then you'll have to configure the repos that Seer can have access to. So I'll click Configure Repos, and you'll need to add a new repo by clicking Manage Repositories. By adding a new repository to start tracking commits, head over to GitHub Configuration, click Add Installation, and then here you'll be able to add your organization, or if it doesn't exist yet, just go ahead and connect it. Click Install, and it'll be right here. So you can start adding your first repository. In this case, it'll be food ordering. So try to find it and add it right here. But of course, you have to give Sentry access to it through a couple of screens that I was just showing you about a minute ago. So now Seer has access to the food ordering application, and we can head back to using it. So just click Working Repos, Add Repo, and select Food Ordering. This is also a perfect opportunity to turn it on for our entire course platform. I've been waiting for Seer for such a long time, so glad it's finally here. And now Seer will be able to create an analysis of all the incoming issues, and it can also provide automated scans and fixes. So if we head back to where we were on the error that we triggered, oh, it looks like I was on another error that got triggered. So it wasn't just the default one. Interesting. For this one, we have even more information. So now if you click Find Root Cause, since we have enabled the repository access, we can now unleash the automation. So let's just enable it by saying Automate Issue Fixes, and you can choose how aggressive you want it to be. You can make it work only on the most actionable issues, or maybe all issues. It's totally up to you. For now, I'll automatically run it for moderately actionable issues. And now Seer will scan all of our issues and highlight the ones that are likely to quick fix. So I'll say star the recommended view, and here's what Seer says. It says, what happened? Button on press triggered an error in React Native's Pressability.js. The core issue is missing function in a Splash module. In the trace, other session issues also point to Splash module functions being undefined, specifically internal prevent auto hide async and internal maybe hide async. Initial guess is that the Splash module may not be properly initialized or linked in the React Native environment, leading to its methods being unavailable. This is super useful and just allows me to go ahead and fix it immediately. We'll explore it later on a couple of other issues. But now back to the app. Let's remove this button that triggers a fake error, and instead we'll head over to our sign in page. Here, we'll manually capture an event using Sentry. For example, if the sign in fails. So right here under catch, alongside just alerting an error, we can also capture it by Sentry. So I'll say Sentry and make sure to import everything as Sentry coming from Sentry React Native. And I'll say Sentry dot capture event, and I'll capture the error event in this case. Now, if we head back over to our tabs layout and turn the is authenticated to false so we can see the sign in. Now, before I go ahead and test it out, I can finish this installation process by saying, yes, I have successfully sent a test event, which means that everything is set up. So now I'll try to log in once again with my credentials. But keep in mind, this session is currently active, so we should get an error saying that we should not be able to log in 2 times. So I'll click sign in. We get an Appwrite exception. Creation of a session is not allowed when a session is active. Okay, we knew that. But now imagine if it wasn't us that got that error, but some of our users. And if it weren't for Sentry, we would never be able to know that it ever happened. But right now, if you head over to Issues, check this out. We have an unlabeled event. So what do we know about this error? Well, as before, we're getting back all of the information about this error, and we can see that the error happened when trying to make a request to account sessions email, where we got a 401 error. If we open up Seer to find the root cause, it says that app triggers 401 unauthorized error on Appwrite API calls, indicating authentication failure. The authentication token used for Appwrite requests may be expired, invalid, or missing. Perfect. This makes a lot of sense. And then we can just archive it or mark it as resolved. You can now go ahead and add Sentry event capturing throughout the entirety of the application that we have so far and in the future. Maybe for the sign up, for adding items to the cart, for the layouts, whatever it is, you can track it using Sentry. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of how Sentry can help. Right now, we have limited data on Sentry because we haven't yet finished our application. So to get to that, first, let's build more features, and then we'll revisit Sentry from time to time. In the next lesson, let's focus on implementing that global store that allow us to track the states across the entire application to improve performance. Now that we've implemented authentication and integrated Sentry for monitoring, the next step is to implement the store functionality. This will allow us to locally store the logged-in user information and access it throughout the entirety of the app, no matter where we are, without needing to make additional requests to the server, in this case, Appwrite. In React Native, store management can be handled using libraries like Zustand, Redux, or just React Context API. They're all made to solve the same problem, maintaining the global state across the app. And in this course, I'll teach you how to use Zustand. Why? Well, it's a great choice because it's lightweight, minimalistic, and has a very simple to understand API with zero boilerplate. No reducers, action types, or a lot of that stuff that Redux just throws at you. It's just plain JavaScript. And unlike context, it avoids re-render issues and is better for performance. So let's go ahead and simply install it by running npm install Zustand. I'll do it within my second terminal, and it should be installed within a second. Then we can implement it by creating our first store. Let me zoom this up for you so you can see it a bit better. And a store in Zustand is nothing more than a simple hook. You can put anything in it, primitives, objects, and functions. And then the set function merges the state. So let me copy this from the Zustand docs and create a new folder right here, which I will call store. And within store, we can create different types of stores. So the first one I'll create will be called auth.store.ts. And here I'll paste this new store that I just created. And then the next step is to just use this store within your components. You select what you want to get and you use it directly within your application. It cannot be simpler than that. And actually, that's it. This is the end of the Getting Started page. So let me show you how we're going to make it work with our use case. First things first, I'll do an additional thing that is not required, but it'll help us with auto-completion and preventing bugs by ensuring consistency of our types. And that is to create a type, which I'll call auth state, and I'll declare it as an object. Now, this object will contain a couple of properties, like is authenticated state, which will be of a type Boolean. It'll contain the actual user, which will be of a type user, coming from @/type, or if we haven't yet created it, it can be set to null. Next, we're going to have the loading state, so is loading, which will be set to a Boolean. And then we can also have a couple of setter functions, like set is authenticated, which will be a function that accepts a value of a type Boolean. Is the user authenticated? Yes or no. It says the state and returns nothing, a void. We can have one for setting the user. So I'll say set user, user of a type user or null, and then returns void. Finally, we can have one for set loading, where it's going to accept the loading value of a type Boolean. And finally, we can have one that'll fetch the authenticated user, and this will be a function that will result in a promise. So we can then extract the user from that promise. Perfect. So now that we have our auth state, we know what we're working with. So let's create our new store. Instead of just calling it use store generic, I'll call it use auth store because it'll contain our authentication data, and that'll be equal to create a store of a type auth state. So we can pass it like this. And then we have a callback function where we can set and automatically return different values. In this case, the values won't be Zestan's example of bears. It'll be what we set out to do. The initial is authenticated state, which will be set to false. We also have the user of a type null by default, is loading, which will also be of a type true by default. Now you can see how everything is red, and that's because this is not matching the additional fields. And TypeScript is really useful here because it's gonna save our ass later on. Next, we can also set the setter function for updating the isAuthenticated value to the store. So we can say set isAuthenticated, which will be a callback function that accepts the value. And then we use Zestan's setter to set it to be equal to an object with the isAuthenticated value set to whatever the value we pass in, either true or false. We can also do one for setting the user, which will be a function that accepts the user value and calls the setter and sets the user within an object. We can do another one for set loading, and this one will also be a function that accepts a value and then ultimately just calls the setter and then passes the isLoading to the value that we want to pass. And finally, we're missing the one where we want to fetch the authenticated user. So I'll say fetch authenticated user will be equal to an asynchronous function, but this one will be just a tiny bit longer because we actually have to do just that. Well, fetch the user. So I'll say set isLoading to true because we want to start loading to fetch the user. Then I'll open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, I will console log the error by saying fetch authenticated user error and then console log the error itself. And I will also set the isAuthenticated state to false because something went wrong, and I'll set the user to null. And finally, I want to set the isLoading to false. But if everything is going well, then we can try to fetch our authenticated user, and we can do that by saying const user is equal to await get current user, and this is a server action that we created within lib Appwrite. If you remember, it is right here. And then we can just check if we have successfully gotten back the user. So if user exists, then we can simply call the set method to set the isAuthenticated state to true, and also to set this user to the state as user, so it has that proper type. Else, we can simply set the state to be isAuthenticated false and user set to null. Hopefully this makes sense. So we're doing some extra work right now, but now we have access to this use auth store, which we can call from absolutely any component or screen within our application. And any component at any point in time can get access to this state to determine whether a user is logged in or not. Do you remember where we hard-coded that? Well, it's going to be within app layout.tsx. This is the general layout inside of which we're setting up Sentry, as well as loading up some fonts. For now, I will collapse this part, and we can focus on just fetching the state. So right at the top, I will say const, and then destructure the isLoading state alongside the fetch authenticated user, and this will be equal to the hook that we have to export from the store. So right below this use auth store in auth store ts, don't forget to actually export default the auth store, and then you'll be able to call it as a hook, use auth store right here. Once we get those two, you should be able to just add a new use effect below this use effect above. And what you can do is just fetch the authenticated user. Here, it's mentioning that the promise return from the fetch authenticated user is ignored, but that's totally okay because here we're not concerned about this return. Rather, once we call this fetch authenticated user function, it'll actually set the isLoading state properly. So in this case, all we care about is that state. So we can check if not fonts loaded, or if still loading, then don't return the screen. It means that we still haven't finished the necessary actions in order to be able to load the screen. And then the second place where we can add a redirect check for a non-authenticated user, now very easily using this auth store, is where we initially mocked that data. It's within app, tabs, layout.tsx. Here, we just hard-coded it, but now it's super easy to get a real value by saying const, destructure the isAuthenticated field, and make it equal to the hook call of the oAuth store. And now this is referring to the real value. And if your component name is _layout right here, then you can change it to something like tab layout in this case, because that follows the proper React guidelines for naming components, and therefore it knows that it can accept some hooks right here. Perfect. Similarly, we can now head over to our auth layout and also implement this check. This one is maybe even more important because, hey, we're now looking at a auth screen, but we're actually logged in. At least we should have an active session from when we logged in the last time. So right here, I can just say const isAuthenticated is equal to oAuth store, and then we can check if isAuthenticated is true, then we can just return the redirect over to /, meaning the home page. And you can also rename this to auth layout. So now if you save it, you can see that we automatically get redirected back to homepage because our user is actually logged in. If you haven't, you can log in and everything should work properly. To test this out, you can add a console log in the home screen to see if there's actually a logged in user. So if you head over to tabs, index.tsx, you can now very easily extract this real user from the auth store by saying const destructure the user from the call to the oAuth store hook. Make sure to import it. And then you can just console log the user like this. And this user typically contains a lot of data, but you should be able to see it within the terminal. In case you want to be able to see it in a bit of a more structured format, what you can do is say console log user, and then you can JSON.stringify this object by saying JSON.stringify user, pass null as the second parameter, which is a replacer, and then 2, which is for the spacing. So if you do it like this, you should be able to see a very nicely spaced log for your currently logged in user object with all of its permissions, database and collection IDs, avatar photo, account ID, and more. Perfect. So now we can get access to this user from every single screen within our application. This is exactly what we wanted to achieve. And doing that with Zastand, as you can see, is super simple. You just have to declare this, I would even dare to call it a global object, and you can just use it whenever without having to repeat all of these calls in every single page. You just call them once, or you call them whenever you need them, and it serves you the data on the platter. And with that in mind, you now know how to implement a global storage or state solution in your React Native applications using Zastand. Great work. In the next lesson, let me teach you how to implement a tab navigation. In this lesson, I'll teach you how to implement the tab navigation, something that every single mobile application needs to have. But not only will I teach you how to implement it for this React Native application, you'll also learn how to implement it within any of your future React Native apps. So let's dive right in. There are different types of navigation, one of which is tabs. Expo makes using this tab navigation even easier. Tabs are the most common way to navigate between different sections of an app. Expo Router provides a tabs layout to help you create a tab bar at the bottom of your app. And the fastest way to get started is to use a template. So check it out. You can get started by creating a file-based routing system. We have already done that. And then after that, you can define different screens like this And then through tabs, you can switch between those different screens. But let's stop looking at the docs and let me show you how you can implement it. Head over within App, Tabs, Layout.tsx so we can implement the tab navigation as per our design. First things first, instead of returning the slot, I'll actually be returning the tabs component coming from Expo router. It'll look something like this, and we can more nicely structure it like this if you want to. Within tabs, we'll also have different screens. So we can immediately create a tabs.screen to which you have to give specific properties. For example, you can give it a name of index. This is going to be for our homepage with some additional options. Options like, well, you just saw that what popped up on the screen. There are many different options you can pass in, one of which will be a title. So we can say home. And now if you save it, you'll immediately see that we get all of these different tabs automatically created for us, even though I only specified one. Why can we immediately see cart, search, profile, and why do all of these immediately work? Well, that's because Expo, like Next.js, uses a file-based routing system. So as you can see here, it automatically recognized all of these different routes within the tabs layout. But now is the time to actually make it look good. So alongside the title, I also can provide a tab bar icon, which can recognize between two different states, focused or unfocused. And for each one, we want to automatically return some kind of a tab bar icon. For now, I'll leave it as a self-closing component. And I will now create this new component right here at the top so we can reuse it for all of the different icons. Const tab bar icon is equal to a callback function that accepts a couple of props, such as the focus state, the icon, and the title. These are of a type tab bar icon props, and we can automatically return a view. What do I mean by automatically return? It means that I'm wrapping this in regular parentheses and not a curly brace, because that would open up a function block. If you did it that way, which you can do, you would then have to explicitly specify a return. But if you just do automatic return, then you can just immediately type in what you want to have here. In this case, it's going to be a view with a class name of tab icon. Within it, let's render an image. This image will have a source equal to icon that we pass through as props, with a class name of size of 7, with a resize mode of contain, as well as a tint color, which is going to be different depending on whether it's focused or not. So if it's focused, the tint color will be hash FE8C00, else it'll be hash 5D5F6D. I found those two colors to work well. Below the image, we can also render a piece of text, and this text will simply render the title that we're passing through props. So why can't we see anything for the homepage yet? Well, that's because we have to pass those additional props to this component that we created. So I'll pass the focused state equal to focused. I'll also pass at the start the title equal to home, and I'll also pass the icon equal to images, which we need to import from constants, .home. So now if you save it, you can see that we have a special home icon appearing right here. We can further style the text right here by giving it a class name equal to. I'll make it dynamic by using a CN property, and then it'll always have a text SM and font bold, but only if it's focused, then it'll be text primary, else it'll be text gray 200. Perfect. But hey, why is it saying home 2 times right here? This isn't really looking the best. Well, right within the tabs, we can pass so many different props that alter how the tab layout looks like. For example, we can pass the screen options, which is an object, where we can say header shown and set it to false. We can also do something like tab bar show label, set it to false as well. And if you save it, now it's much easier to look at this home. And we can also pass this tab bar style. And within here, you can pass many different styles. For example, a border top left radius of 50. Yeah, see how now we have made it a bit more round. We can repeat this a couple more times for the top right radius and also for the bottom left radius, as well as the bottom right radius. So this will now make it much more rounded and much more natural, making you want to order some food, I guess. We can also set the margin horizontal to about 20. We can set the height of the tabs to 80. We can also set its position to be absolute, so it appears like it's floating. We can also set it to be 40 pixels from the bottom to move it a bit up. We can give it a background color of white. We can also give it a shadow color of something like hash 1A, 1A, 1A. We can also give it a shadow offset, and this will be an object with width 0, so 0 offset on the width side, but the height offset will be set to 2. Let's also give it a shadow opacity to about 0.2 or 0.1, I think should be enough. Yeah, now it's floating. We can give it a shadow radius of something like 4, and we can give it the elevation of something like 5. And now it really appears like a real floating tab bar right here. Looking pretty cool, right? I'll collapse those screen options for now, but you get the idea. Within the tabs, we can pass all of these different props that style how our tab bar looks like. But now we have to duplicate this tab screen for all of the different pages, so we get custom ones and not these default carrots. So I'll just duplicate this 1, 2, 3 more times for the other 3 of our screens. I'll change the second one to, let's do search with a title of search. And here you also have to change the title of the icon as well as the image. So that'll be images.search. The next one on the list will be set to name of cart. Oh, and we can start the name here with a lowercase s. The cart will have a title of cart, you can guess it. It'll say icons.bag or images.bag with a title of, let's do cart. And for the last one, we can do profile, which is going to be our profile page with a title of profile, name profile here as well, and pointing to images person, indicating a profile. So now you can see 4 different icons with 4 different pieces of text, and this is actually looking great. Not only that, but using this focus state that Expo handles for us, you can immediately see that as you move through different screens, and it is moving even though nothing is showing, that's because we haven't yet implemented those screens, you'll also change the active page that we're currently on. So if we're in the home page, we can see everything else, and it feels like the tab bar is actually floating in space, or on the screen, should I say. Perfect. So now you've implemented not only the file-based routing, but also you'll learn how to implement the most popular navigation in mobile applications, which is the tab navigation. That's definitely worth a commit. So I'll commit it right here by saying git add dot, git commit -m, implement full auth. That's because I forgot to commit before, as well as the tab navigation. And git push. Perfect. You just got one step closer to our final application. Okay, we have the homepage UI, but the real work begins right now, because now we're starting to dive deeper into the functionalities of our application. We can't just have a static screen. So let's talk database architecture. When designing a food ordering app like this one, we have to think in terms of how a real restaurant or a real food ordering app works. A user doesn't just order food. They look through different categorized sections like burgers, pizzas, or burritos. So the first concept that emerges here that we have to think about in terms of the database architecture is a categories collection. Each category has to have a name like burgers and a short description. This will allow us to organize the menu and make filtering easy on the front end. So head back over to Appwrite Cloud and head over to Databases. Open your database and create a second collection within it. This one I'll call Categories. As with a users collection, we'll have to give those categories a couple of attributes. So let's create a first one, which will be a string of a type name with a size of about 100, and it'll be required, which will contain the name of that category. Then we can have another string, which will be a description of a size 100, which we'll also make required. Now, don't forget to go to Settings and head down to Permissions, and you could either turn it on for any, but in this case, you can update the permissions to allow operations from the user. So simply say all users, and then give them all permissions. This should be enough. Then copy the categories ID and add it to our Appwrite config. That is right here under user collection ID. I'll add a categories collection ID and just paste the ID I just copied. Now, the main part of the app aren't the categories. It's going to be the food itself. Every individual food item, like the Wendy's burger or a margarita magic, or even this chicken wrap. Each menu item has to have properties like a name, description, image, price, rating, and even nutritional info. It also needs to reference the category to group the items into the right section. So head back over to Appwrite and create yet another collection called Menu. Within Menu, you can also create a couple of additional properties or attributes. So let's create a first one that'll be a string of name. We can make the size of about 200 and the required. Let's also add a description, which will be another string of a size 2000, can be a bit longer, and I'll make it required. We can also add a URL with an attribute name of image URL and required. I'll also add a float. A float is a number which we can use for the rating. So it can go from 1 to 5, and I'll make it required. Next, we can add an additional integer, which can maybe be a number of calories. So I'll enter the min size of 1 and max size of like 10,000. I doubt an item is going to go above that. And I'll also make it required. Now we can go even further and add things like an integer for the macronutrients like protein. I'll set the size from 0 to 10,000 and also make it required. And I'll add another float for the price with a price of 1 to 10,000 and make it required. Finally, we need to create a relation between the menu items and the categories. So it's right here, relationship. It's going to be a two-way relationship with the categories collection, where the attribute key is going to be categories, and the relation will be set to many to one. Oh, and this attribute key in the related collection will be set to menu. So now we have categories, attribute key of categories, attribute key is menu in the related collection, and then a relation many to one, because one menu item can contain one category, but categories can belong to multiple menu items. And when we delete a document, we can set it to cascade to also delete all the related documents. And create. Now go to the settings of the menu collection, and let's also update the permissions. We can also give permissions to all the users and give them full permissions. Don't forget to copy the collection ID and add it to the code right after the categories collection ID of menu collection ID and set it to the string you just copied. Now, real-world menus are also rarely static. Most food items come with optional choices like extra cheese, fries, Coke, or olives. These are called customizations. But instead of hard-coding them directly inside of each menu item, we can create a separate customizations collection. So let's create a new collection and call it customizations. Now, each customization can include a name, a price associated with it, and a type, such as a topping or a side. This approach will allow us to reuse customizations across multiple menu items. And if fries become $5 instead of $3, you update it once and every menu item using it will automatically reflect the change. So let's give them our first attribute, which is going to be a name, about 100 characters and required. We can also give it an integer for the price or a float, either way should work. It's going to be from 1 to 10,000, just not to limit our users in case they want to go crazy with the pricing. We don't care about that, we're building the app. And finally, we can also create a type. And that can be of a type enum. Enum allows you to choose between a set of predefined options. So for example, it can be a topping, or it can be a side, or a size, or crust, or bread, or spice, or base, or sauce, or something like that. Whatever you want, you can add it right here. And then your users will be able to select it within the app. And let's make it required and click Create. Now, let's go to the settings of the customizations collection, and let's update the permissions to give the users the ability to create them, read them, update them, and delete them. And let's copy the customizations collection ID and paste it over right here. Customizations collection ID. And we can paste it right here. Great. So you might think that we have everything we need, but there's one challenge here. Some customizations apply only to burgers, but not to pizzas, for example. Others apply to both. This is a classic many-to-many relationship. A menu item can have many customizations, and a customization can belong to many menu items. And in relational modeling, the cleanest way to handle this is by introducing a join table, or in Appwrite's case, a new collection. This collection will be called menu customizations and is essentially a joined table. It'll contain pairs of references, one pointing to the menu item and the other to the customization. This architecture will keep the data clean, reusable, and consistent. For example, a user might add a pepperoni pizza with extra cheese and a Coke to the cart. And because these customizations exist as separate documents, the app doesn't duplicate that information. It simply links them. I mean, you could say that you could embed customizations directly within the menu items that we create in our database. It's a tempting shortcut, but it quickly falls apart as the app grows. Because embedding customization makes it hard to update prices globally, leads to inconsistent naming, and makes filtering or analytics harder. By normalizing data, separating it into reusable collections, this structure is more scalable and maintainable. There's also flexibility built into this design. Customizations are optional, and not every item needs to have a topping or a side. So even if a menu item has no customizations, it can still be stored, displayed, and priced properly. This design supports both simple and complex items equally. And this is just one of the advanced database optimizations that we teach over on jsmastery.com. This one specifically, I believe I cover within the Ultimate Next.js course, where we try to do something similar with the Stack Overflow clone application that we're creating. It has many different lessons, so I don't think I'll be able to find it right now. But yeah, we do something similar there, and I go into much more depth explaining it. So if you want to learn it in more detail, check out jsmastery.com. But for now, let's actually add some attributes for the menu customization collection. The first attribute I'll add is going to be a relationship, a two-way relationship between a collection called menu with the attribute key of menu, and the secondary attribute key is menu customizations with a relationship of many to one, and we can say cascade when we delete one of these documents. And I'll create yet another attribute of a relationship, once again a two-way relationship, but this time with the attribute key of customizations and the attribute key of menu customizations. It's going to be a many to one, and we'll also set it to cascade and create. let's not forget to update the permissions so we can actually use it. So set all users and give it full permissions. And now don't forget to copy the collection ID, but I think you will remember that by this point. So we can add it right here and say menu customization collection ID and set it to the ID we just copied. This structure follows the standard relational database design principles while fitting naturally with how real-world food ordering works. It's designed to be clear for developers, scalable for future features, and it's also flexible enough to accommodate any kind of a food business, from a burger joint to an Italian pizza shop. If you want to expand it even further, you could add additional collections like orders, cart, addresses, while still keeping the data separated. Oh, and alongside this, we'll also need a storage solution for storing different menu images and similar stuff. So we'll also use another one of Appwrite's features called storage. Head over to storage and create a new bucket. And let's name it something like assets. Go to settings of the assets and also modify the permissions. For all users, we'll set it to create, read, update, and delete. Finally, let's not forget to copy the bucket ID and paste it over to right here below our database ID. I'll call it bucket ID. Perfect. Now, if this hasn't yet fully clicked for you, no worries. It'll click better once we actually start putting it into practice. Now, in the next lesson, I want to teach you how we can do something that you need to know when you're working with any kind of a database. And that is a concept known as seeding a database. So let's do that next. In this lesson, we'll talk about database seeding. Whenever you're setting up a new database architecture, it's always useful to be able to visualize the data that you're creating. Because think about it, if you don't yet have a form through which you can actually create the data, how will you be able to see it and interact with it on the screen? For that reason, we want to be able to see the database immediately and automatically so we can immediately test out all of these different relationships and functionalities. The alternative to that is building an entire admin panel through which you can then add menu items and other customizations. But that will go beyond this tutorial, so instead we'll do it with seeding the database. To get started with it, head over into your application where we have our lib, and right below Appwrite, create a new file and call it data.ts. Now this file will contain tons of different dummy data pieces that we can then fuse into our application. You can get it within the video kit link down below. As you can see, this file just contains a couple of different arrays within a single object called dummy data that has different categories of products with their descriptions, such as burgers, pizzas, sandwiches, and more. It also has different customizations that we can add to those products. It has also different menu items. Now, of course, I didn't go ahead and create all of these by myself. I just asked ChatGPT to generate a couple of these menu items for me. And there you have it. That's the dummy data. But now we have to put that dummy data to use within a new file within the lib folder, which I will call seed.ts. And I'll also provide this seed file right within the video kit down below. Now, what the seed file does is it takes that dummy data, creates a couple of TypeScript interfaces for it so we can be type safe, and then create a couple of functions that we can call, such as clearing the database, clearing the storage, uploading those images to storage, and then finally seeding this database. Make sure that these are called exactly as you call them within the Appwrite config. So for example, I call this customizations collection with an S at the end and menu customizations collection right here. So just make sure that these are actually matching with what you have here. Menu customizations collection. There we have it. So first things first, we clear out the entire database. Then we create the categories. Then we create the customizations. And then we create the menu. And finally, give a console log that we have successfully seeded the database. This file will also interact with the Appwrite's storage to upload these images online. So to make that work, let's head over into lib appwrite.ts and let's create an instance of storage. Here, where we have account, databases, and avatars, let's also add export const storage is equal to new storage coming from Appwrite, to which we pass our Appwrite client. And make sure to import storage from React Native Appwrite. Perfect. Now, if you head back over to the seed function, let's see if everything is good. Yep, the storage is now correct, so we should have no more issues, besides just making sure that we have properly called all of these collections, such as the customizations collection, as well as the menu customizations collection. Perfect. We're good. So now how do we actually call a script or this specific seed file? Well, we have to call it within our application. So for example, let's head over into app, tabs, and then we can do it within the search because we have nothing on that screen. Wrap it within a safe area view. And notice how immediately the text, the search actually comes down because it's within the safe area view, not within a regular view. Then you have a text of search, and just below it, we can have a button with a title of seed that when pressed, will call a callback function that'll simply call the seed function from libseed. And if something goes wrong, we'll catch the error and then simply console log that error by saying something like failed to seed the database. And then we can also console log the error as the second parameter to this console log function. So now you should be able to see the seed button right here on your phone. So just click it and open up the terminal before you do, just so we can track what's happening. Let's make sure that we don't have any issues, and it looks like we are good. And click seed. It says failed to seed the database. The current user is not authorized to perform the requested action. Okay, good that we put the error handling in place. What action are we actually talking about? It could be any of the actions here, like creating documents and so on. So if I head back over to databases, user collection, settings, and then permissions, I give all roles full permissions. We have to make sure that we haven't forgot to add those permissions for any of our collections. But it seems like users have full permissions in all of these different collections. Oh, besides categories. Looks like I forgot to do it for the categories. If you had it in there and if you didn't miss it, then everything should have worked for the first time. But I'll add it now, and I'll just try to reseed the database one more time. Let me just restart the server just to have a clean UI right here in the terminal, and I'll reload the application. It's bundled, and I will click seed. Now, don't re-click it a couple of times and actually give it some time to do its job. It's gonna actually take maybe 10, 20, 30, 50 seconds. It can even take up to a couple of minutes. But after some time, you'll get a seeding complete log, or you'll get a message that something went wrong. But for me, I got seeding complete. So we can actually verify it by heading back over to our database and now open up any of these collections, such as the user collection, where you'll be able to see that we only have one current user. But for every other collection, you should have many things within it, such as for categories, you have all of these different categories right within your database. For the menu, you have all of these different menu items and even image URLs that are stored directly within Appwrite storage with ratings, calories, proteins, price, and more. Some are related to some categories and the others are not. So for example, we can see that we have this, what is this, grilled veggie sandwich, and it is linked to this category, which is the one ending in 12A, and that is a sandwich. You can also check out all of the different customizations that we have access to. So with that in mind, we have now successfully seeded our database, and we can remove this seed button from the search, because now we know that the data is there, and we can actually start showing it on our search screen. So let's do that next. Now that everything is set up, let's develop the search screen and display its results. For now, it's just completely empty. First, we have to write a function to get all the menus with a search by text and filter by category ability. And to do that in Appwrite, you'll have to specify what kind of a search you want to do. Either it's a full text or it's unique. That's called indexing. So head over to Appwrite console under the menu and then head over to indexes. Here, you can create your first index. You can name it index 1 with a key of full text, and we can search by name in an ascending order, and just click create. Now back within the code, specifically within the appwrite.ts file, we can now write a function to get all of these menus. I'll write it right at the bottom of the other functions we have created so far, below the get current user, and we can do export const get menu is equal to an asynchronous function, which will accept two things, a category and the query. So we can search by both. And these will be of a type, get menu params. Then within it, I'll open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we will simply throw a new error as string if something goes wrong. And in the try, I'll try to first form the query by saying const queries of a type string array, because there can be multiple queries at the same time, at the start equal to an empty array. And then if the user has passed a category, if they want to try to get a menu item by category, so if a category exists, then we can say queries.push, and we can use Appwrite query functionality .equal to check whether the categories collection matches the category that we're trying to filter for. And in the same way, I'll check if a query exists. In that case, I will push queries.push query.search name with the following query that we're passing through props. And once we have those queries, we can actually filter it by saying const menus is equal to await databases.list documents. You know the deal. We first pass the database ID, then we pass a collection ID. This time we want it to be appwrite config.menu collection ID, and then we pass the list of queries that we want to filter by. Finally, we can return menus.documents. Perfect. So now we have this get menu functionality. And similarly, we can also fetch all kinds of categories from the database. So in the same file, let's also create the get categories function by saying export const get categories, which is going to be equal to an asynchronous function where we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we will simply throw a new error. And in the try, I'll try to fetch the categories by making it equal to a databases.list documents call, to which we need to pass a database ID and a collection ID, which in this case will be the categories collection ID. See how easy it is once we have properly stored all of these pieces of info and IDs in the right place? Now it's easier to create functions that give us exactly what we want. And you could call these Appwrite functions within a use effect, as we want to load the data on the screen, and then use the loadings and errors and all that good stuff. But that would be repetitive, especially if you have more calls to do on a single screen. So to avoid that, we can create a reusable hook that we'll use to call these functions on load, on click, or depending on different params. So let's create a new file within the lib folder, and I'll call it useAppwrite.ts. And since this is a generic function that you can reuse in any of your future apps, and I'll be honest, I used a bit of ChatGPT to generate it, I'll drop it in the video kit down below so you can actually copy and paste this function right here. But don't worry, I'll explain how it works. So everything starts with a couple of interfaces that we define to keep our application type safe. After that, we make this useAppwrite hook accept a function, which is going to be a fetcher function that fetches the data, the params we pass into that additional function, and then skip in case we want to skip the call. After that, we try to be a bit abstract with how we're defining the data. We're not saying users or menu items or categories. We're just calling it data and set data, or loading, set loading and error and set error. And then we have one single function that we wrapped into a use callback to make it even more performant. And it's setting the loadings, setting the error, and then tries to fetch the data based on the function that we passed in and the parameters that we passed in as well. Finally, it gets that data, we can refetch it with this additional function, and then we return it at the end. The beauty of this custom hook is that now we can call this data more easily instead of every single time writing all of this code for all of these different calls. But it'll start making so much more sense once I show you how we can actually call this hook in action, because then you'll understand what this fn is and what the params are. So let's actually call it within the search page by heading over to tabs, search. Right at the top, I will say const and destructure the data and make it equal to the call of the use Appwrite custom hook that we created. To it, we need to pass a couple of props. We need to pass, first of all, the function that we want to use to call the data. In this case, let's say that we want to use the get menu function we created. So the get menu is this one. So in this case, the use Appwrite hook will actually be doing whatever this function is supposed to be doing. But hey, we also have to pass some props to this function, like a category or query. Well, we can do that through this second parameter called params, which is an object. So right here, we can now say that we can pass a params of a category, for example, an empty string for now, or a query, also an empty string, or a limit. We can maybe say, hey, give me 6 items. And this is how we fetch not only the data, but also the ability to refetch that data if it becomes stale. And you can also get access to the loading of that data. So let's try to console log it to see what we get back. I'll save it and reload. And now if you head over to the search page, check this out. We immediately get back all of this great data, which are our 6 menu items. I can see some beef patties right here and cheese. That sounds good. But let's say that on this same page, we also want to fetch the categories. Now, thankfully, we can just call this use Appwrite hook one more time, just below, by saying const, destructure the data, but this time I will rename it as categories, and I'll make it equal to the use Appwrite hook, to which I'll pass the function of get categories. And this one, we're also importing from the lib Appwrite, and we don't need to pass any params because this function isn't accepting any. But if we do eventually end up having a category or a query, how are we gonna fetch it? Typically in Next.js, we fetch it from the URL params. But hey, we don't have a URL here or params, right? Well, thankfully, Expo made it work in a very similar way to how it works in Next.js. You can say const params is equal to use local search params coming from Expo router. And to it, you can define the type of the params you're trying to get, such as we can say that maybe we're going to be getting a query of a type string, as well as a category of a type string. This will be within an object. So now we know that this query will contain those pieces of data, and it'll contain them because we're going to pass them over through params. I'll show you how we're going to do that. So from these params, we can actually destructure those 2 values, which is going to be the category as well as the query. So now you can say category and pass it right here. And in the same way, you can pass the query. In this case, our hook is demanding that we have those fields. So for the time being, I'll just mark them mandatory as well right here so that we're good. And I believe we can now fit this into one line nicely. And maybe even this entire call would fit into one line, just so it's a bit easier to understand. There we go. So now we're fetching all of these params, and then we have 2 calls through which we're fetching the data. The first one fetches the menu items, and the second one fetches the categories. But in case those params get updated, such as the category that we click on or the query that we're searching for, if that gets changed, we need to re-update the data. So we can do that with a simple use effect that'll in the dependencies have the category and the query, which means that whatever we put within this function will get recalled whenever these 2 change. So we can simply call the refetch function right here, and to it, we need to pass the category, the query, and the limit, maybe 6 by default. And that's it. This will refetch the data and update it automatically. So you can see how creating these custom hooks can be super useful in keeping your application clean and easily understandable. So now that we're fetching the data, and we know we are because I put a console log, we can actually develop the UI of the search screen and render that data. So I'll start by giving this safe area view a class name equal to BG white and an age of full. And then right within it, I will render our good old flat list. As the data, I'll simply pass the data. And as the render item, well, here we decide how we want to show that item. First, I want to destructure the item and the index of that item within our list. And I will open up a new function right here. Then within it, I will return a view that'll have a class name equal to flex1 and max W of 48%. I found that value to work the best. Don't forget to import the view from React Native. And within that view, render a piece of text that says menu card. Of course, make sure to properly close the flat list so you don't get this error. And now if you head over to the search, you can see 6 different menu cards because we have a limit of 6 right here. Now we can pass some additional properties to the flat list. So I'll put this data in a new line and the render item in a new line as well, and indent everything properly, and maybe collapse it just so we have a clean view. Additional properties that I'll pass is going to be a key extractor. Here, for React Native apps to work properly, you have to give each item a distinct ID, similar to what you have to do in React applications. So now I'll just rerun it, and we still have 6 items right here because it knows their distinct IDs. I'll also use a prop called numColumns and set it to 2. It is super cool that you can automatically just pass this magical prop to React Native, and it's gonna know to render it in 2 columns. But we get a warning saying that changing numColumns on the fly is not supported. You have to change the key prop on flat list when changing the number of columns and then force a fresh refresh. So if we do it now and head over to search, you can see that now they're shown in 2 different columns. We can also set the column wrapper class name to a gap of 7 to give it some more space. And we can also give it a content container class name to gap of 7 and a padding X of 5 with a padding bottom of 32 to create some additional spacing. And there's literally a prop for everything in React Native components. Like, it's super cool to be able to this easily change it. And now we can define the header. So list header component, that's a prop as well. So we can define it as a new callback function that will automatically return a view at the top. And this view will have a class name equal to margin Y of 5 and a gap of 5 too. And I'll stop saving it every time because as soon as I save it, I get redirected back to homepage. Next, we have a view within it that'll have a class name equal to flex between, flex row, and a W of full for full width. Within it, I'll have another view that'll have a class name of flex start. And then within it, I'll render a piece of text that says search. So now I can save it so you get the idea of what it is for. And I'll give it a class name of small, bold, uppercase, and text dash primary. So now we can see search at the top. And then just below this text, I will render another view that'll have a class name equal to flex start, flex row, a gap X of 1, and a margin top of 0.5. And within it, I will render another piece of text. And this one will say find your favorite food. And it'll have a class name equal to paragraph semi-bold, text dark 100. So if we save it, now you can see this title. And we can head below this text and below 2 more views. And then here you can render the cart button, which if you import it properly from the top, we'll make it appear right here on the right side. So now we can see the cart, which shares the same global state, both on the home page and on the search screen. Below this view that's wrapping the cart button, we can also render a piece of text that says search input. And then below it, we can render another piece of text that says filter, because we'll implement both the search input and the filter very, very soon. Finally, what happens if we don't have any elements shown right here? There has to be a way to provide just a loader or an empty state. Typically, you'd have to do that using the if-else statements. But believe it or not, with React Native, there's a prop for that too. We can just call it list empty component, and we'll say if not loading, then we will render a piece of text that says no results. You could actually test this out if you made the function return an empty array, but for now we're good. Now, if you compare this to the final design, you'll notice that we have this cascading style where some elements are on top of the others, creating this organic look and feel. So let's actually implement this as well. If you head back right at the top of our render item function, we can say const is first right call item. And you can basically check whether it's an even item. So we'll evenly divide it by 2 and check if the remainder is 0. If that is the case, then we can apply some special classes, such as wrapping this view with a CN, always providing it with this class name, but then only if it's not first right call item, give it a margin top of 10, else give it a margin top of 0, and properly close it at the end. If you do this and get back, you'll notice that now they're cascading. We have one on the left, then we have one a bit down. Here, like a waterfall. So now that we have this layout, we are ready to create the individual menu card element, so we can actually display it right here. So now let's create a reusable menu item card that we can then put here and replicate for all of the items. We can do that by creating a new component within the components folder, and I'll call it a menu card. .tsx, run rnfe, and then just put it right here. Perfect. Head back over to our search, and instead of rendering a simple piece of text, actually render the menu card that we just created, and to it, you can pass the entire item as a prop. So item as menu item, so it knows what it is. And this menu item will contain all of these important information about the menu card item. So let's head over into it and let's fetch those props and implement it. We can start by destructuring the item and then further destructuring the image URL, the name, and the price from it. And this will be of a type item is a menu item, so that our app knows what we're working with. Then the way you read images from storage in Appwrite is you have to form the URL out of your image URL and the Appwrite project ID. So I'll say image URL is equal to a template string of image underscore URL, and then question mark project is equal to, and then you can pass the Appwrite config dot project ID. So now that we have this image URL, we can actually create each one of these cards, but it won't be a view, rather it'll be a touchable opacity because you'll be able to click on it. Within this touchable opacity, we can render an image, and this image will have a source equal to URI is equal to image URL with a class name equal to size of 32, absolute, and minus stop minus 10. To make it feel like it's floating, with a resize mode of contain. So now if you save it, you should be able to see, if you head back over to your search, all of these different fast food items appearing on your screen. That's too many of them. And what we can also do is render a piece of text just below it. This text will render the name of the item, And we can style it a bit by giving it a class name of text-center, base-bold, text-dark 100, and a margin bottom of 2 to divide it a bit from the image, with a number of lines property set to 1, so it can actually not go into 2 lines. And this will of course make it look a tiny bit better for now. Below this text, we can also render another piece of text that will render from, and then $, and then the price. This one will have a class name equal to body regular, text-gray-200, and a margin bottom of 4. Below it, we can finally render a touchable opacity, so another button, with an empty onPress function for now. And within it, we can render a piece of text that'll say add to cart with a little plus icon, and a class name of paragraph-bold and text-primary. So if we save it, it'll look something like this. Now it'll have the add to cart button and it'll seem even messier. But finally, to fix it, we just have to give this touchable opacity a class name equal to menu card. If you do it like this, you'll see that now it's gonna appear within this card. And we also have to give it some additional styles to make it look better on Android by selecting the platform we're on, so the operating system. And if it is set to Android, in that case, we can also give it an object of elevation is set to 10 and a shadow color equal to, and we can give it some hexadecimal value of like 878787. Or if we're not on Android, we can just make it an empty style object. So now it's going to look good on mobile as well. And with that in mind, we have just developed this menu item card. Well, it's pretty cool because finally we can visualize all of these items. And thanks to the native abilities of the touchable opacity component, these actually seem clickable. So as you hover over them, scroll, and for the first time we have a very nice flat list. So you can see how it's very optimized for all of these different items. Sorry for scrolling too fast, but yeah, you get the idea. You can now visualize these elements. The photos, of course, make it so much more appealing because you can visually see what it is about. The price, of course, is very small and hidden, and you can just immediately add it to the cart. But before I actually implement add to cart functionalities, in the next lesson, we'll focus on this little search input and filter right here below the search at the top. I'm referring to this part right here. Of course, this is a typical search input, and then this is a slidable filters bar, which I think you've seen pretty much on every single mobile application. So let's do those next. Next up, let's implement the filter functionality. To do that, I'll create a new component right here in the components folder, and I'll call it filter.tsx and use RNFE to quickly spin it up. And we can do the same thing with the search bar. So right here in components, I'll create a new one and I'll call it searchbar.tsx. I'll also run RNFE. And now we can just import both of these components within our search.tsx, where we before had just simple pieces of text. That is right here within the list header component. We have the search bar first, which we can import from component search bar. And then after it, we have the filter. So I'll also render a self-closing filter component here. Perfect. Make sure to import it from the right place, not this one right here. It's going to be coming from components. So I always like to utilize this WebStorm autofill that very quickly gets me the needed imports. I reloaded the screen because there was some weird error happening, but typically once there are no issues, but something shows up as an error, you just have to reload the screen and then we're back. So now let's dive right into the filter component and let's get it implemented. The way in which this filter functionality will work is when you click on a specific category type, its ID will be added to the URL as a search parameter. And on search screens, as soon as this URL search param value is changed, we're going to call the same Appwrite query to get all the menu items, but now with this category selected as a filter. We're not managing category in a local state, but rather we're managing it as a part of a URL state, similar to what we're doing in Next.js. So to make that happen, let's head over into our filter and let's destructure the categories that we're going to pass to our filter as a prop of a type categories will be an array of different categories coming from types. Perfect. Now, immediately, we can get access to the search params right here, because as I said, we'll be modifying it through a URL. So I'll say use local search params coming from Expo router, and I'll create a new use state snippet called active and set active so that we know which one is active at any point in time. And by default, I'll set it equal to search params dot category. So the one that is already selected, or I'll make it equal to an empty string like this. And don't forget to import use state coming from React. Perfect. Now we'll also need to have a handler function when we actually handle a press on a specific category, which will take the ID of a type string of that category. I'll implement this soon, but let's first craft the different filter data that we're going to pass into this selector. So filter data will be of a type category or a $ID of a type string and the name of a type string. And actually it'll be an array of those properties. So array of different categories, and it'll be equal to categories. If categories actually exist, then it's going to be an array where we're going to have an object with ID of all and the name of all as well. But we will also append all of the additional categories that might have been selected. Else, if we don't yet have any categories, we'll simply make it ID of all and name of all without adding those additional categories that we had right here at the top. So how do you think we're going to implement this filter component? Well, here's the kicker. It'll actually be a flat list component. Yep, that's right. So a flat list doesn't have to be just a vertical list like this one. It can also be a horizontal list of different things, like here. So I'll render a flat list so you can see its versatility, and I'll pass in the filter data that we want to render, and we want to define how we want to render a specific item. So let me actually put that in a new line so it's easier to see. We have the data, we have the render item, and we also need a key extractor so that we can differentiate different items. It'll look like this. So now, how will each one of these items look like? Well, first, I will destructure the item out of it, and for each one, we will automatically return a new touchable opacity because we want to make it clickable. We want to make it a button. Each one of these touchable opacities will just render a new piece of text, and that text will simply render the item name. So now if we save this, you should be able to see just a list that says all right here at the top. Not a real list, at least not right now. But what if we pass more categories to it? We're calling it right here, and it definitely wants us to pass that array of categories, which we are fetching from this hook, categories. So let me just pass categories equal to categories as a prop to the filter. It says that null is not an assignable type, but in this case, we know that we're going to return some, so I can just add an exclamation mark right here to let it know that we know that we're going to pass some props. Oh, and it looks like I actually forgot to return the categories from the getCategories function. So we simply have to add return categories dot documents. And now it's going to return them from this function. And now if we head back over into the filters, we should be getting them as props, and then we should be rendering them right here as part of that flat list. So now we can see burgers, pizzas, burritos. They don't look like filters yet. They look like a list. But trust me, we can make this list actually behave like a filter. So let's first style it a bit by rendering this flat list as horizontal. I'll also give it a prop of show horizontal scroll indicator of false, because people will know they need to scroll through it as it's going to go beyond the screen on the horizontal way. And I'll also give it a content container class name of gap x2 and a padding bottom of 3 to create some spacing. So now it's already starting to look a bit more like a filter list. But let's actually style each one of these buttons within it. We can do that by giving each touchable opacity a key of item.$ID and a class name equal to CN, to which we can always pass a filter class, but only if the active element is triple equal to the current item, so item.$ID. Then we can also give it a BG amber of 500, else we can give it a BG white. So this way we can differentiate the active or inactive elements. There we go. This is better. Then let's also give this touchable opacity another property. So I'll do it right below, and I'll call it style. So we can define a new style depending on the platform operating system. So say platform.os, and if it is equal to Android, in that case, I'll also give it elevation of 5, as well as a shadow color of like #878787. Else, I won't do anything on iPhone devices, so I'll just make it look like this. Finally, on press of this touchable opacity, we want to call the handle press function, and to it, I want to pass the ID of the item that we clicked on. So item.$ID. Finally, we can style the text a bit by giving it a class name equal to CN, body-medium, and then if active is triple equal to item.ID, then we'll give it a text white because it's going to be on a orange background, else I'll make it text gray 200. So now if you save it, it looks like we don't have any currently selected items, but we will have them soon. So let's actually implement this handle press function so we can actually select some of these filters. To do that, we're accepting the ID, and I'm going to set active the ID that we clicked on. As soon as you do this and head back, already you can select an active item, which makes it so much more functional. But now we have to actually change the router settings in order for our filter to be reflected in our app. So let me check if ID is equal to all, like no filter, then we can simply use the router.setParams to set it to category of undefined. It doesn't exist. Or I think null should be okay as well. But else, I will set the router.setParams to a category and choose an ID of a category that we're passing into this handle press. So basically, you can now select any one of these different filters, like wraps, for example, or burgers or pizzas, and immediately see what item you can order. Or you can just head back over to all, which will cancel the selection and show you all the different items. This is perfect. It's working exactly as expected. So similarly, let's develop the search functionality using the same URL state management. I'll do that by heading over into our search bar component, and I'll start with the UI by giving this view a class name of search bar, and then it'll look something like this. And within it, we can render not a text, but a text input with a class name equal to flex1 and a padding of 5. And text inputs are self-closing components, so we can just remove the closing. And also give it a couple more props, such as a placeholder of search for pizzas, burgers, and more. And then we have to handle the value of the search. So I'll create a new use state snippet, and I'll call it query, set query at the start equal to the query coming from params. So like before, I can try to get access to params and make it equal to use local search params, which will be of a type, an object with an optional query of a type string. So now, as the default state, I can set params.query, which if it exists, it'll autofill it. Perfect. So now we can set the value of this piece of text input to a query. And we also need to create a handler function. So I'll call it const handle search which will be equal to a function that accepts a text of a type string. And then we can just add it right here. On change text, we'll call in the handle search function. And finally, we can also pass a placeholder text color of something like hash A0, 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 and save it. So now it looks a bit more like an input, and you can actually click on it. And below that text input, I will render a touchable opacity with a class name equal to padding right of 5, as well as on press. For now, we can just call a console log that'll say search pressed. Later on, we can do something else with it. And within this touchable opacity, I'll render an image that'll have a source of images.search. Make sure to import those images from constants. And then a class name of size of 6 with a resize mode of contain, as well as a tint color equal to something like hash 5D, 5F, 6D. I found that tint color to work well. And now if you save it, it should also get this icon on the right side. And the only thing you need to make it work is actually set the query right here in handle search by saying set query to be equal to this piece of text that the user is typing in. And then after that, you can set the router params by saying router.setParams of query to be equal to this new text. So now if you take your phone and search for something, like maybe let's go with one of the items here, like a pizza. Oh, and notice how the keyboard jumps out after every time I type something. We definitely want to fix that. So the search is working, but there's one important update that we need to make with every single search that we create. And that is a concept known as debouncing. See, if you type really fast, then for every single keystroke that you make, we'll make an API request to our database. And that is very overwhelming for the server and the database. It makes our app run slower. And let's be honest, a user doesn't need output back for every single keystroke. In most cases, they want to type the full word, right? So we have to make it so that while they're still typing, we don't make requests, but as soon as they stop typing, we immediately make it. So we can do that by introducing this concept of a debounce. There's a simple package that lets us implement it, and it's called use debounce hook. So in our second terminal, just run npmi use debounce, and then we can use it as a hook right at the top by creating a new variable const debounced search, which will be equal to use debounced callback, which you have to import from use debounce. And then to it, you can pass a callback function that accepts a text of a type string. And then instead of us setting the router manually, we'll call it only when we finish typing. Something like this. And then as the second parameter, you can provide after how many milliseconds will you actually make the request? How many milliseconds will you wait for the next keystroke? And we can say that the wait time is about 500 milliseconds, so half a second. So now, alongside setting the query to the state, we can also just call the debounced search and pass the text instead of just doing it for every single keystroke. So now, if you type in and you start typing, you can see that you can continue typing and no request will be made. But as soon as you stop, one request will be made. But it still looks like our keyboard gets closed as soon as we stop typing. So let me test it out one more time. If I search for something like pepperoni, it actually works out. But one issue that we have is as soon as you start typing or try to delete something, it actually doesn't fully delete it. And that's because setParams is triggering an update after each keystroke. But if we switch it over to router.push instead, and then just override the query by providing a /search question mark query is equal to the text we're trying to update it to, well, this will not re-trigger for each keystroke. After you make this change, you can just reload your application, head over to search, and try something like pepperoni. Perfect, that works. But still, after every keystroke, the keyboard closes. We don't want that to happen. And it looks like I also got this warning right here at the bottom saying that text strings must be rendered within a text component. But let's fix this issue first. Now, I've done some research, or in other words, I've done a ChatGPT search and a Google search. And apparently, the reason why the keyboard is still closing after a short pause is likely not our code, but a common issue in React Native, where if you put a text input inside of flat list's header, you will lose focus and the flat list will re-render. This causes the keyboard to automatically dismiss, even though you're not navigating or tapping anything. So here's one way in which we can fix it. Instead of using this debound search, which I will now completely remove, as we won't be submitting anything on key press. Rather, within this handle search, I will simply be setting the query, and then if the text is empty, so if there is no text, in that case, I'll also reset it within the URL by saying router.setParams of a query set to undefined. So that's one thing that we can make. But other than that, we'll also handle the submit. So I'll create a new function, const handle submit is equal to a callback function where we check if query.trim is not empty. So if is empty, so if a query doesn't exist, not query.trim, in that case, we'll set the router dot set params to be equal to the query we typed in. Oh, and here I actually wanted to check if query exists, then change it. So that's a mistake on my end. If query.trim exists, then set it to the query. And now we're passing the same query value to the text input and onChange handler. But what is different is that right below our onChange text, I will also add on submit editing. And here I'll call the handle submit. This will submit it when you press the enter key on the keyboard. And we can also set the return key type to be set to search. This will show search in the keyboard UI. And finally, we want to utilize this button that we have. So we can say router dot set params, and we can set them query equal to the query. So we actually modify it, but this time on the press of the search bar. So now if you start typing something, like let's go for pepperoni, notice how at the bottom of my keyboard, right here at the bottom corner, there's a little magnifying glass. Can you see it? Right here. That's because I chose the return key type of search. So now the user knows that to be able to submit a search, they actually have to click that button and then the search will happen. Similarly, you can remove everything and it nicely gets removed. We can also search for a burrito. And that works like a charm. I'll continue searching for better solutions for handling our search bar. So if I actually do come up with something, I'll put it within the video kit down below and I'll name it something like improved search bar. So you can just copy it and override what you have right now. And then I'll also leave some comments so you can figure out exactly what I did to come up with an even better solution. Okay, but for now we get this warning saying that text strings must be rendered within a text component. Now this is pointing to this use local search params, so I'm not actually sure where we're rendering regular text. Oh, there's a letter R right here. Perfect. So whenever you have a piece of text, it has to be within a text element. But in this case, it was just a typo. So with that in mind, we now not only have amazing filters, which everybody's going to use even more often, but hey, if they want to go for something different, maybe like a bowl, then they can search for it and find it right here. Perfect. With that in mind, search and filtering has now been completed. So let's go ahead and actually commit it. I'll say git add dot git commit -m implement search and filter and git push. Perfect. And now that we've implemented this search page, it's a pretty good time to head back over to our Sentry's dashboard to see what we have here. Looks like Sentry has updated their look, so we can kind of try it out. Okay, I like that. It looks like they're not afraid to go with a bit of a wilder design with these cool shadows, and I actually like it. So you can see that as we were using the app, or some other users maybe, some new errors and events have accumulated. And actually, it looks like 3 or 4 different users encountered this error. So it would definitely make sense to rank it as a high priority error. It was first seen 2 days ago, but it's still present about 12 minutes ago. So it would be a good time to either assign it to somebody or resolve it ourselves. And let me show you what else we have besides just the issues. There's also user feedback, which allows your users to easily create bug reports so they can let you know about these sneaky issues right away. And every report will automatically include related replays, tags, and errors, making fixing those issues that simple. I thought these are only available on the web, and as you can see, I'm using Sentry on my course platform, and right at the bottom, there's this user reporting feature so that users can immediately let us know what went wrong. But it's super cool to see that it's available for native apps as well. Other than that, under Explore, there's a new logs feature, which is right now in beta. Logs allow you to send, view, and query logs sent from your applications within Sentry. So in simple words, you can send text-based information from your application to Sentry, and then you can view those alongside relevant errors. One of the requirements for setting logs up in React Native is to have a Sentry React Native SDK version of 7.0 beta. And right now, I am at 6.16. So depending on when you're watching this video, logs might already be out of beta, or if you want to immediately dive into using logs, you can just go ahead and update your Sentry React Native SDK version. Setting it up is super simple. It basically gives you access to the logger object, and then you can log different errors or info pieces, and you can also pass additional attributes directly to these logging functions, such as tracing, debugging, providing info, warnings, and more. And the point of it is that you'll be able to super easily track it within your Sentry dashboard. So all of the data will be centralized in one place. So for example, in our case, if adding an item to cart goes wrong, we can set that as a high severity error. And then as these logs start piling up, we can immediately know that something is wrong, and we can set Sentry up so that it lets us know immediately as soon as something goes wrong, so we can go ahead and fix it. Alongside logs, Sentry also allows for replays. You can basically see a video-like reproduction of your user's sessions, so you can see exactly what happened before, during, or after an error or a latency issue. And I like how they say latency issue right here, because oftentimes these are not caught. So being able to see a replay of how your user is using the app is super useful. Now, I could talk about Sentry's features for days, first of all, because there are so many and they're so detailed, and second of all, because I just like using them and we're actually using them on our own platform. But I think we covered a lot of ground on Sentry for a single video. I'll definitely use it again in the future, and I'll show you some other cool features that you can try out. Okay, now that we can search and explore different items that are available for us to order, let's actually implement the functionality to add them to the cart. So within the store folder, right next to the Auth store, I'll also create a second file called cart.store.ts. And for this one, I'll provide you with the code down below, and I'll explain how this entire file works. So you can find it within the video kit down below, and then let's go through it together. First, we import the cart customization and cart store types to keep our store strongly typed. Then we import create functionality from Zustand to be able to create a global state. Think of this like Redux, but simpler. And then I create a utility function called rCustomizations_equal to check if two customization arrays are identical by comparing their IDs, so A and B. And the way in which it works is we first check whether the length differs. We then immediately know that they're not equal. We then sort both of these arrays so we can reliably compare them one by one. And then we check if every corresponding item has the same ID. If that is the case, the customizations are equal. We're going to use this later on. Then we use Zustand's create hook to create a store called useCartStore. It returns our entire cart state and functions to update it. So we start with empty item, but then we have different functions like add item, remove item, increase quantity, decrease quantity, clear cart, get total items, get total price. So all of these different functions are attached to this global store. And all of this code is just plain JavaScript. We're dealing with adding and removing different items from it and just checking whether it was added before or not to make sure that we have a robust cart system. Because building a cart store requires a deep understanding of how users interact with e-commerce systems. The cart must be able to handle a variety of different actions like adding items, adjusting quantities, or even including optional customizations, all while maintaining accurate totals. So the goal is to answer the core question: what defines a unique cart item? And for a food delivery app, it is not just a menu item, because a cheeseburger with extra cheese or a cheeseburger with fries are two different things because they have different customizations. So we can't just track it by a menu ID. Rather, we need a combination of a menu ID plus customizations to identify an item uniquely. So at the center is an items array right here that contains all of our items. And here's a type of how each one of these cart item types look like. We have an ID, a name, a price, image URL, quantity, and then finally an array of different cart customizations. And they're optional because not all items need them. There's a plain Coke or margarita pizza that doesn't have any add-ons. So by making it optional, the cart works for both simple and complex options. And one of the most important steps is to identify unique items, and we do that using this rCustomizations utility function. As I said before, it basically combines two different arrays, sorts them, and then checks whether they're the same. So for example, it ensures that burger, fries, and Coke is not treated the same as burger, extra cheese, and fries, even if both reference the same menu item. Then of course, we were on the add item. And what we do here is we first check whether an item with the same ID and same customizations already exists in the cart. So if it does, then we just increase the quantity, else we add it in the cart in the first place. Then there are the increase and decrease quantity. Once again, we do a very similar thing. We check whether the customizations of that item are the same. And then if they are, we increase the quantity by 1. And for a decrease, we decrease the quantity by 1 as well. Also for this one, if the quantity is lower than 0, we then just remove it from the array. This logic will ensure that you're not just blindly modifying the wrong variant of the item. And similar for other functions like remove item, clear cart, get total items, all of them are serving a very important part of making sure that the cart logic works. But now that we have this cart logic, let's actually get it implemented within a new screen that we want to create, and that is a cart screen. That screen will look something like this, where we can choose a location, and then we list out all of these different items alongside the payment summary at the bottom. So this one will have a very simple header, something similar to what we had on the homepage. So let me just give you the code for that. Since it's super similar to what we've already done, you can just create a new component within the components folder and call it custom header.tsx, and then just find the custom header within the video kit down below and paste it right here. As you can see, it is just a simple button, some title, and then an icon. And now we can put this component to use within the cart screen. So let's go ahead and head over into App, Tabs, and then Cart. And we can just wrap everything in a safe area view with a class name equal to bg white and h-full. And within it, I'll just render a flat list. Yep, we are rendering yet another flat list, so you can see just how common they are. Then we can utilize the cart store that we have created by saying cons, and then destructuring the items, the get total items, as well as the get total price. And these are equal to the use cart store that we created. And then we can even call the total items and assign them to a variable by saying total items is equal to get total items. And in the same way, total price will be equal to get total price. So now that we have those items that we want to render, we can just render them as data which is a prop within this flat list. So I will simply say data is equal to items. Then we can choose how we want to render a specific item. For now, it'll just be a callback function where we destructure each item and automatically return a text of cart item, for now static. And then we can finally close this flat list right here. And we can also give it a key extractor equal to item.id. We can then give it a content container class name equal to padding bottom of 28, padding x of 5, and padding top of 5 as well. And then a list header component, which now will be equal to a callback function where we just return this custom header component to which we can pass a title of your cart. So now if you head over to the cart, you can see the your cart at the top with a little search on the right and the back arrow on the left. Also, in case the cart is empty, there's even a prop for that, list empty component. We will just provide a callback function and we will return a piece of text that says cart empty. And then finally, we have what's going to take the most space right here, and that'll be a list footer component, which will check if total items is greater than 0. And if that is the case, it'll return a view with a class name equal to a gap of 5, and within it, another view that'll have a class name equal to margin top of 6, border dash gray dash 200, padding of 5, and the rounded dash 2XL. And within this view, we can render another piece of text that'll have a class name equal to h3, bold, text dash dark 100, and a margin bottom of 5. And then within it, we can just say payment summary. So now if you save it and head back to the cart, you can see cart empty right now because we're not passing any items to it just yet. And we can also render some information about the price items. So if you head back over to the design, you can see that we have these 3 or 4 similar lines. Text on the left, and then the price. Text, price, text, price, text, price. So let's actually turn this into a new reusable component. And since we'll only be using it in this page, we can actually create it above. We can call it payment info stripe. And what this is just a component that will automatically return a couple of views and some text. Since we've created many of these before, I'll just provide it within the video kit down below, and then you can copy it and paste it here. I will also make sure to indent it properly. There we go. And you can just pause and copy it as well, or just get it from the video kit down below. And make sure to import CN from CLSX. Now we can use this payment info stripe to show all of these different payment information, such as below this piece of text, we can render a payment info stripe and render a label of something like total items. And then we can render in parentheses total items. How many items do we have? And then we can also give it a value, but let me first put it into multiple lines so it's a bit easier to see what we're working with. There we go. Then we can also pass a value of $, total price dot to fixed to. Typically, when you're working with currencies, you want to fix it to 2 fraction digits. So now if you head over here, the cart is still empty, but very soon, as we add the ability to add different items to the cart, this one will show the total number of items. And we can duplicate it below just a few times. 1 and 2 should be fine for now. The second one will render the label of delivery fee. And for now, we can just hard code this to something like $5. So I'll just say $5. For the next one, we can maybe provide some kind of a discount. So I'll say discount. And this one, we can also maybe hard code to something like minus $50. And we can also enter an additional value style of exclamation mark text dash success. So it's going to make it appear in green. Then just below it, I'll render another view, which will act just as a line. So we differentiate it from the final total that we have, which will have a class name equal to border-t, border-gray-300, and a margin y of 2 to create some space on top and bottom, which is going to make it look like this. This is the line that I'm talking about. And then finally, below it, I will render one final payment info stripe. So let me just copy it here and paste it just below. Here, we can just say total. Then the value will be total price dot to fixed. And then you also need to include the other numbers, +5 minus 0.5. All of that together can be wrapped in the to fixed, not just the total price. So I'll put it all in parentheses. Total price +5 minus 0.5 dot to fixed 2. And now we're showing the total price. Of course, later on, you can make this dynamic. Let me also render the label style of base-bold and text-dark 100, as well as a value style, which I'll set to base-bold, text-dark 100, as well as text-right to move it to the right side. And finally, right below this view, I'll render a custom button that will have a title equal to order now. Perfect. So now, back in the cart, as soon as we fill something in, you should be able to see all of these different pieces of info. So now, before I add the UI of these individual items that we can add to cart, let's implement the add to cart functionality. We can do that if you head over to our menu card component, which we already created, and to it, we're passing some props, such as the entire item. Now, one additional prop that we can pass to it from the item is the $ID of the item we want to add. And with that in our pocket, we can very easily get access to the add item functionality coming from the use cart store, and then we can just call it. Right here on press, when we press this touchable opacity, we can call the add item, and to it, we need to pass a couple of props, such as an object with an ID pointing to the $ID. Then we have the name, the price, the image underscore URL, which we have to specify to the image URL, which is in camel case, and then finally an empty customizations array. Perfect. So now we have a button that will allow us to add a specific item to the cart. And just before we actually go ahead and test it out, let's also head over to our cart button. Remember that one that we created at the start, where right now the number of total items is hard-coded? Well, instead of hard-coding it, we can now actually fetch the real number of total items by saying const destructure the get total items, and that's going to be equal to the use cart store. And then we can just say total items is equal to get total items. So now if you head back over to search or the home, you should be able to see that it doesn't have any kind of a number or a badge on this icon right here. But now if you tried adding a classic cheeseburger to the list, you can see that now that cart shines with the number 1. And then if you head back over to the cart, you'll see that now you just cost yourself $30 for a classic cheeseburger. That's a lot. But hey, let's at least visualize it so we can see what we're paying for. Because right now, it's not super clear. So head back over into the cart. And then right here for now, we're simply rendering a text that says cart item. But we want to see it. We want to know what we bought. So for that reason, let's develop a new component within the components folder. And let's call it a cart item.jsx and run rnfe right within it. And then we can head back over into the cart and just import it right here. So instead of passing a simple piece of text, we can actually render a cart item. And then to it, as props, we can pass the item itself equal to the item that we're currently rendering. Now, as before, this actual cart item is just a collection of different views, images, and text elements. So I'll drop the full cart item right within the video kit down below. Oh, and it looks like I called a file JSX. It was supposed to be TSX. So I'll just rename it to TSX right here. There we go. And now if you add this cheeseburger to the cart and head over here, you can see it. You can also increase or decrease the quantity, and it'll automatically be reflected within the payment summary. And that's all being done by the Use Cart store, which manages the store of the price and the items within the cart globally. And if you want to, you can also try to order some food for your friends, maybe a spicy chicken sandwich or a margarita. And now you can see that it says 3 items at the top, right? You can also head over to that cart item component, or rather the cart button, I think we called it. And on press, we can actually push it to the cart component. So I'll say router.push to /cart. So now I don't have to use the mobile nav. I can just click at the top here to see what I order. And you can see all of these items right here within our cart. The changes are reflected immediately. You can add additional items, or you can even remove entire cart items, and the changes are reflected immediately. Great job on implementing the cart. Congrats, you've made it all the way here, and that's amazing. We covered a lot of ground, everything from setting up a React Native project to configuring routes and different types of navigation, building Auth Screens from scratch, implementing state management with Zustand, and architecting a scalable database using Appwrite, making sure that we don't have any errors using Sentry, and so much more. Now is your turn. We've implemented this cart UI and cart frontend functionality, but you can very easily extend this further to use real Stripe payments and implement payment processing. And if you don't know how to do that, you can check out this other video that I've posted called Build a Full Stack React Native App with Payments. And if you take a look at some of these chapters here, you'll see a whole section just on Stripe payment integration. So you can watch that section and implement it for this app too. Alongside the payments, I've also left out a couple of screens so you can test out everything you've learned so far. You can try to implement this very visually interesting menu item details page where you can see more info about each one of these items, such as a type, rating, price, calories, protein, bun type, and more. And you can even implement this functionality for adding different toppings. And another challenge to test everything you've learned so far is for you to recreate this profile screen by closely following the Figma design. Don't worry, it's not hard. Just start with the basics. Begin by building the UI layout, then fetch the user's data from Appwrite and render it on the screen. And you already know how to get the user info, right? Remember the Zustand Auth store we built earlier? It's all there, ready to use. And as a bonus, you can also try implementing this logout feature, which you can see in almost every single React Native application. If you want a hint, well, it only takes 1 line of code, and you can easily find it within Appwrite's documentation. Once you're done, you can check your work against the final version of this project in the GitHub repository, where this profile page has been implemented. So, with that in mind, I want to thank you for taking the time and coming to the end of this amazing build. Take the phone in your hand and just try to move through some of these pages to see what you've developed. It is all looking great, and now that we have these filters right here, another great thing for you to do would be to make these initial cards clickable. So once you actually click on burritos, pizzas, burgers, or summer combos, you just re-navigate over to the search screen with a specific filter pre-enabled. Hopefully that makes sense, right? This is not just static images. The goal is to make this dynamic and then navigate over to the second screen. I really wanted to give you some additional exercises for you to actually try to implement some of these things on your own. The goal is not just to watch. The goal is to understand and rebuild it on your own. And that's exactly what we do on jsmastery.com. If you haven't yet checked it out, well, now will be a time to do so, because very soon, alongside the Ultimate Next.js 15 course, and a GSEP course in which you rebuild the entire GTA 6's landing page with some of the craziest animations I've seen. And very, very soon, we're dropping the ultimate React Native course where we're gonna dive so much deeper into how React Native works behind the scenes so that you truly understand how all of its components work and how its engine is actually powering those mobile applications. Oh, and we'll also go through deploying and hosting your applications on an actual app store. So if you haven't already, either become a member right now or join the waitlist for the React Native course that's coming soon. With that said, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day. So grab your favorite drink, open up your IDE, and let's build your first project.